Today, we renew a tradition honoring the best in Wyoming.
Hands it off to Preston Brewer. He's got a seam. There goes Brewer inside of the 20. Brewer, the 15. He steps out of a tackle. 10, 5. Preston Brewer scores. Yes. Eagles in front. Eagles in front. Eagles in front. 9:26 to go in the Amp Stable fourth quarter.
Since 1974, the Wyoming Shrine Bowl features the top seniors in the state, giving these athletes one more day on the gridiron.
Pryor in the shotgun formation, sends a man in motion, rolls to the right side, throws a bullet caught in the end zone by the big man, Keaton Stone. We talked about him earlier. And a 15-yard pass for the touchdown.
735 days later, the celebration of excellence returns.
5-step drop. He lobs one deep down the right sideline. He's got Madsen, but he underthrows him, and it's intercepted. An over-the-shoulder catch by Michael Coleman. He angles across the 45 midfield, across the black tiger paw, outlines in orange. 45-40 down the far side hashes, and he is finally tripped up and taken down at the Rock Springs 34-yard line.
As the stars of the 2020 season come to shine for one last time,
Buell off to the races, and he's gone! Buell, 30, Buell, 20, Buell, 10, cap it off, young man, into the end zone for the touchdown! Graydon Buell!
from schools big and small, they've all come to Casper, Wyoming. This is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Cheney Alumni Field and Natrona County High School. Ryan Steineckert here. Matthew Peterson will be joining me shortly for what promises to be a beautiful afternoon and a great day on the gridiron. Good afternoon and welcome to Casper, Wyoming, the 48th annual Wyoming Shrine Bowl. You dealt with it for more than the last year, the social distancing, the mask wearing, the cancellation of games, and for Wyoming, the cancellation of a state basketball tournament. But here this afternoon in Casper, we get back to action for Wyoming Shrine Bowl football. The 48th annual Wyoming Shrine Bowl was supposed to happen last year, but it didn't because of COVID-19. Fortunately for all of us here today and for you at home watching or listening on KNYN, KADQ, or KDWY, we get back to football. We got a great pregame show coming up for you and a great game. The South versus the North. We'll set the scene. We'll tell you about what's happened in previous Shrine Bowls. We've got a great history segment. We'll hear from some players, from some coaches, and more during our pregame show brought to you by the Come On In of Casper, Wyoming. Special thanks to them. The best hotel when you come to Casper. It's at 301 Lathrop Road in Evansville. So that's coming up, but first we'll hear from Nancy Wiscombe in just a moment. We've got a message from our sponsors. Nancy Wiscombe is the events coordinator for the Shriners Hospital. We'll be back with her in just a bit on this. Right after this message from your local sponsors, this is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com.
The big difference that sets Freeway Tire apart from other tire stores is the fact that we care. We care about the customer service we provide, we care about selling quality products at fair prices, and we care about your vehicle. So when you're looking for tires or having work done on your vehicle, everything from maintenance to major repairs, make sure you take it to the company that really cares, Freeway Tires, on Bear River Drive in Evanston. Stop in today or schedule an appointment with us online at freewaytires.com.
The best live coverage of local sports, weather, local news, and radio classifieds. Plus job listings, fun giveaways, and more. It's all on mylocalradio.com. Watch live as your high school teams clash with their biggest rivals. Listen to the latest from your team's coaches, catch up on local and regional news, and get accurate weather conditions and forecasts. Visit mylocalradio.com, like us on Facebook, and stream it all now.
The best cement comes from Ellingford Brothers in Evanston. They've been mixing cement for every type of job for generations. Major construction, road and bridge, cement blocks, foundations, sidewalks, curb and gutter, cement steps, septic tanks, and water troughs. No job is too large or too small. Make sure you get the best quality cement available at the best prices. Always get your cement from Ellingford Brothers. Call today. Ellingford Brothers. We know cement. 307-789-1515.
The best place to stay when you're in Casper, Wyoming is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. This beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, 1 pool, a fitness center, and fabulous indoor atrium. Offering jacuzzi and fireplace suites, the guest rooms are comfortable and relaxing. Plus, every stay includes a delicious extended continental breakfast. Whenever you're in Casper, stay at the best place. Come On In Hotel and Suites. Come on in today. Come On In Hotel and Suites, Casper. Welcome back to the Come On In of Casper, Wyoming pregame show here from Natrona High School and Cheney Alumni Field. Ryan Steineckert at the 48th Annual Wyoming Shrine Bowl. It's a football game, and sometimes maybe not thought about as much, but certainly not overshadowed, is the fact that it's the Shrine Bowl. It's an all-star football game, but what does that mean that it's the Shrine Bowl? Well, the football game coordinates things with the Shriners Hospital of Salt Lake City, and any proceeds, it's actually a fundraising event for that Shriners Hospital. And over the years of 47 prior Shrine Bowls, this event has raised more than $737,000 that has gone all to the Wyoming or to the Shriners Hospital in Salt Lake City to help kids who are less fortunate physically. Strong legs run so weak legs may walk. And that's thanks to these boys and coaches and players and teams and parents that participate in the Wyoming Shrine Bowl. Now, to talk more about that, we caught up with the events coordinator of the Shriners Hospital, Salt Lake City, Matthew Peterson of KADQ-FM in Evanston, talks with Nancy Wiscombe.
We are now joined by Nancy Wiscombe, the event coordinator from Shriners Hospital out in Salt Lake. Nancy, thank you so much for being here today. Let's start things off by telling us a little bit more about what the Shriner Bowl means to everyone in Salt Lake at Shriners Hospital.
The Shrine Hospital is a truly nonprofit organization, and we function solely on donations from people like the Shriners and the Shrine Bowl and the people who support the Shrine Bowl in order for us to do the things that we do. We're an orthopedic facility that treats patients from prenatal up until 18.
Now, as an event coordinator, is this one of your more unique events you do throughout the year?
We love to do our events with the Shriners. This has been going on for 48 years, and therefore we hold it very close to our heart. We love to have these football players come down and visit the hospital. We have not been able to do that for the last couple of years, but we hope to get that done again next year. Anytime we have a group that wants to support us, we would love to come out and support them. I, being the event coordinator, that gets to be my job.
And talking about the kids back at the hospital, I know they're pretty upset probably that they don't have the ability to see the football players this year just as much as the football players are upset. What does it mean to them back at the hospital to see this game being played in their honor and trying to get them better?
Our acute patients are fully aware that we're a nonprofit and that we do rely on donations in order for us to help them, and therefore they are very grateful when they get to see the patient or the football players come in, and they love to play with them. Our adaptive sports team loves to play football with these big guys, thinking that they're just as big as they are.
Looking ahead here, I know that the 100th anniversary is coming up for the hospital in Salt Lake. Is that going to be the biggest birthday party you've ever thrown when that 100 year comes around?
I sure hope so. I'm hoping to make it really big this year.
Thank you so much, Nancy. It's been a blast talking with you. Anything else you'd like to mention or go over?
No, we're again very grateful to supporters like the Shriners and the Shrine Bowl, and couldn't do what we love to do without them.
That is Nancy Wiscombe, the event coordinator for Shriners Hospital.
Thanks so much, Nancy, and Matthew Peterson of KADQ-FM in Evanston. Coming up on the Come On In of Casper, Wyoming pregame show, we'll have a history of the Wyoming Shrine Bowl right after this 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com.
Tommy, you look amazing. Did you try something different with your enamel?
No way. I wouldn't do anything to alter these pearly whites, but I did see Dr. McKay Frankham, who told me if I didn't floss, I could miss up 35% of food particles.
Really? He told you that?
Yep, and you know what? He's 100% right. I started flossing, and now I look better than ever.
Wow, I want to see Dr. McKay Frankham.
Well, give him a call, 307-789-8910. Easy to remember, right?
That's super easy. Dr. McKay Frankham at 307-789-8910. I'll call today.
There's only one podcast that tells you everything you need to know about America's game in the Cowboy State.
307 Baseball.
Hear from great guests, know what games and players to keep an eye on, and don't miss the Coaches and Media Poll, hosted by Matthew Peterson.
Yeah, I mean, this is the chess game that I've been talking about.
Elin Olive.
Means so much more to the Rangers when they're going to get ready to take on Gillette.
And Cullen Holt.
So the games that really count are already here. We've been building up to it.
Don't miss 307 Baseball every Thursday during baseball season on mylocalradio.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to the pregame show brought to you by the Come On In of Casper, Wyoming. We're going to hear from General Manager Colter Patterson in just a couple of minutes, but first, let's take a look at a history of the Wyoming Shrine Bowl.
2021 will mark 48 years since the first Shrine Bowl in 1974. The story starts in 1973 when coaches Denny Brown of Byron and Jerry Overton of Kelly Walsh decided that an all-star football game should be organized for the state of Wyoming. With the support of the Shrine Temples in Sheridan and Rawlins, the Wyoming Shrine Bowl was born. The first Shrine Bowl would be played in 1974, with the South coming out on top 37-0. However, a year later, the North, led by Natrona's Corky Davis's 308 yards of total offense, a number that still stands as third best in the history of the game and would be the record until broken in 2013 by fellow Natrona County Mustang Brecken Biggs, would get their revenge in a 21-16 win. The 70s would be fairly even, with the South edging out the North with 4 wins, but the 80s would become all North as they would win 7 games. The 90s saw the South take back the decade, edging out the North, winning 7 of their own. And in the 2000s, we would see the rise of the North again, adding 6 more victories to their total. The South would only get 1 victory in the 2010s, coming in 2012, 56-33. That would also be the last time that the Shriners Trophy was lifted by the South. After 2019's 29-19 win by the North, they now have won the last 7 straight matchups, the longest winning streak in the history of the Wyoming Shrine Bowl. The North leads the series 25-18 with 3 ties. However, as we prepare for the first contest of the 2020s, the winds of change may be blowing as players representing the South today won 4 of the 5 state championships in Wyoming with their teams in 2020. One of the players also won the 2021 Wyoming Gatorade Player of the Year. More important than the game is the reason why we are here. The Wyoming Shrine Bowl over the years has raised nearly $1 million for the Shriners Hospital in Salt Lake City, Utah, giving these young men the one thing that feels more satisfying than a big win, and that's helping those in need. Thank you for watching the 2021 Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com, and enjoy the game.
Thanks so much, Alyssa McDaniel of mylocalradio.com in Evanston. Next up on the Come On In of Casper, Wyoming pregame show, we get to hear from one of the sponsors. There's so many great businesses that support the Wyoming Shrine Bowl. If you've ever been here and leafed through the program, most of that is sponsors and donors to support this game and mostly to support the Shriners Hospital and the kids who need help. So moving ahead in our Come On In of Casper, Wyoming pregame show, let's hear from Colter Patterson. He visits with Julie Burley of mylocalradio.com.
We're here today talking with Colter Patterson, the general manager at the Come On In Casper. Tell us a little bit about the Come On In.
We're a 125-room property, a big open atrium. We've got 5 hot tubs, a pool, and a kiddie pool for the little ones. We're definitely a little bit different. We encourage people to kind of get out of their rooms. We've got tables, we've got couches up on third to kind of relax and play some board games, some dice, have a good time. We believe that any hotel can have a really nice mattress and a big TV, but we want to encourage a little more interaction interaction and get folks to hang out with their fellow man.
It really works. It's a beautiful property. You've got the koi fish, and your breakfasts are delicious.
The koi fish are always a big thing. They bring in kids. That's probably all they remember is coming back in and seeing the fish. That's their favorite part. And the breakfast, we try and do our best to make sure we put out enough for construction workers to athletes to a little bit for everybody.
Is the Come On In a national chain?
No, we are a small chain. There's 8 of us in Minnesota, North Dakota, Montana, and here in Casper.
How did it get started?
It was actually a construction guy was upset at the folks he was staying with, and he decided, I'm going to build my own. And every time he's built another one, we've tinkered a little bit and made each one a little more beautiful, a little more fun to be in.
That explains the architecture and the design of this facility is absolutely breathtaking.
Especially from the outside, we're that big log cabin looking building, and it's the best billboard you could ask for because everybody driving by can immediately just has to turn and look.
When you arrive at night and it's all lit up, it's fabulous. What is it about your company's philosophies that make the Come On In Casper the premier place to stay?
The fact that we are a smaller chain, it allows us to be a little more individual. The Come On In Casper is going to be different than the Come On In Bozeman, and that's perfectly fine. We want to be more attuned to the folks that we're renting to. We love the folks in Wyoming. They've been very good to us over the years, and we want to make sure that their place represents them as well.
Your staff is amazing. The service is excellent. Every time we come, your staff is really happy that we're here, and it's so clean.
My head housekeeper, Carrie, is to thank for the cleanliness. She works very hard to make sure that every room is perfect every night that you're here. My front desk manager, Hope, always stresses that these folks are the reason we're here, and we all enjoy chatting with folks and having good interactions and get to know our guests. Some of these people have just amazing stories of where they're coming from, where they're going to, and we try and make it more of an interaction than a transaction.
Our sports broadcasters always stay at the Come On In when they're in Casper covering sports and activities. And in fact, when they're traveling across the state, they always try to plan it so they can stay a night here with you. So I'm sure that the teams and the fans stay here all the time too. Do you have any memories tied to times when your guests have been staying with you because of a high school sporting event or an activity?
Yeah, actually, recently we had Pinedale stay with us, and it was so great to see because the boys made it to the championship game, and just from winning the first night to winning again the next day, and just everyone as the games went along would just get more amped up from not just the parents, the fans, the cheerleaders, the girls team. It was just fun to be a part of and to see those interactions of just as they get closer and closer to that ultimate goal.
That's one of the greatest things I think about Wyoming is every team has tremendous fans and tons of support.
Oh, absolutely. And it's fun to see, everything's all in good fun, but a little trash talking and a little jiving here and there. Everyone's there just to see a good game, but it's fun to have a little fun with the other fans as well.
And that happens all the time. But the coolest thing about it, I think, is that in the end, everybody's cheering for all of the kids. So even if you're a student, I don't know, from another school, but you make a killer play, we're totally excited for you. And I think that's really the way it is statewide.
Oh, absolutely. We're always there to root for our team, our colors, our town, that local pride, but it's hard not to do at a great play, and it's just so enjoyable to see.
Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the student athletes or their coaches today?
Just keep doing what you guys are doing. You guys are working hard, you're training hard, we're enjoying the games, we love seeing you back. I invite you to stay with us every time you're here in Casper. We've got the absolute best staff, and our number one goal is to make your stay as comfortable and as relaxing as possible.
It's true. The Come On In of Casper, Wyoming. I got up early this morning to get food so I could feed the koi fish. Julie and Coulter talks about that being for the kids.
You're still a kid at heart.
There we go. I'll take it. Welcome back. We're in the Come On In of Casper, Wyoming pregame show. I'm Ryan Steineckert, with me, Matthew Peterson. We'll hear for a special message from Spence Law Firm's Mel Orchard. That's coming up. Also, interviews with both the South coach Brent Walk and North coach Matt McFadden. But first, we've got a special treat to hear from a few players, actually triplets on the South team this year. We'll tell you more about that and hear from those three guys when we return on this. What is this, a local or a network, Elon? Local break. So we'll be right back after this message from your local sponsors. This is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com. When your vehicle needs new tires, any tire store can get you back on the road. But only Plains Tire can get you rolling again with the peace of mind that you were treated well, paid a fair price, and that you'll be taken care of for the life of the tire. At Plains Tire, trained tire technicians mount and expertly balance your new tires, replace the valve stems, and hand check each lug nut to make sure it's all tight and secure. Plus, you'll get lifetime alignment checks and tire rotations only at Plains Tire, 157 Bear River Drive, Evanston. Visit plainstire.com.
School may be out, but the top high school athletes in Wyoming aren't slowing down. My Local Radio has you covered this summer for all the high school sporting events. Catch the Shrine Bowl on June 12th, the Soccer All-Star Game on June 19th, basketball boys and girls, and the volleyball All-Star Games on July 24th, along with the entire AA American Legion Baseball Tournament July 26th through the 31st, live from Laramie. Join us all summer long for the My Local Radio Summer of Sports to watch every game live or on demand at mylocalradio.com.
Welcome back to the pregame show presented by the Come On In of Casper, Wyoming. Sometimes here at this Wyoming Shrine Bowl, you get a father who has the chance to coach a son, maybe a distant relative on the south, or teammates from the same team is pretty common. But this year we have something special. From Laramie, 3 twins, Matthew, Michael, and Micah Mayava. And Matthew, you had a chance to catch up with these 3. We'll hear from them in a moment. Anything you want to touch on, like anything that stuck out with talking with those 3 guys?
Yeah, these 3 triplets, sometimes when you think bigger players, maybe it comes with a more of a big bear approach. These are teddy bears. They were so soft-spoken, so well-spoken, and just the friendliest guys on the field that I got to interact with.
3 guys who played together at Laramie High School. They'll play together at Tufts University, some college football. It's Matthew, Michael, and Micah Mayava here on mylocalradio.com.
Joining me now, I've got the 3 Laramie triplets, the Mayava brothers. Guys, thank you so much for joining us, and let's get started with just introducing yourselves and kind of saying who's the oldest, who's the middle, and who's the baby.
Well, I'm Matthew Mayava, and I am the oldest out of all 3 of us.
I'm Micah Mayava, and I'm the middle out of all 3 of us.
And I'm Michael Mayava, and I'm the youngest.
So, guys, my first question is, have you ever swapped places trying to maybe skip a class and have someone take your place for a test or something like that?
Not trying to skip a class or take a test, but just try to swap places to mess with the teacher. I try to, but they never want to.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew's always trying to, do that stuff, and it's crossed our minds before, but it's just wrong, so we just don't do it.
Yeah, and sometimes we're some of the classes, actually most of the classes that we're in, we're all in the same class, so it's kind of hard to do, but the thought crossed our mind a couple times.
Now, how did your parents tell you guys apart when you were younger? Were there some telltale signs, whether it was a physical attribute or maybe someone was the troublemaker and that was the giveaway?
I was a troublemaker, so, they got to know my name pretty quickly because I always got in trouble, so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's some physical differences between us, so it takes a little bit for people to get used to us and, really figure out which is which, so...
Now, guys, final high school football game in a sense, sort of playing in the Shrine Bowl. What does it mean to you guys to suit up one more time with your fellow Cowboys?
Oh, it means the world. Just when we got the call saying that we were selected for the Shrine Bowl, we were honored to, and then to represent our school, Laramie, to play in this bowl game, because I know not many people from Laramie have the chance to come out here. So just to play in this last high school game with all these great athletes, it's just an honor and a privilege.
Yeah, it'll be fun for us, and it'll be nice and competitive, just an extra game, getting ready for college and stuff, and we're just excited.
I think it's just the entire experience has been wonderful. Just getting to know everyone on the team and just experiencing what these players have brought to the table and what we've learned from them and what we've learned from the coaches. We've learned a lot.
Looking ahead here, you guys are all going to go play at the collegiate level in the fall, that's correct?
Yes. Yeah.
So talk to me about the process of getting recruited and how excited you guys are to suit up once again alongside each other, not split up to different colleges.
Well, Well, our goal for our entire life was just to be able to play together, and especially when starting in high school, we started to get to play together, and then having to play in college together, it's been a dream come true.
Yeah, we're just very excited to have been offered, but all three of us, to the same school, and to be given that opportunity to compete at the next level together and not against each other. We're just super excited.
Yeah, I mean, like they said, just really excited for the opportunity and just want to make the best of it together and for our future teammates.
I got one last question for you guys. What is the most common question you get as triplets?
Probably how do your parents tell us apart?
Yeah. Or which is which?
Or how much does your mom spend on grocery bills?
I think that's my favorite one. All right, I got one last question. Now, are there any stories of switching spots on a date or something like that? Any crazy triplet stories like that?
No, we're not very crazy. We keep to ourselves, and we don't really do that kind of stuff. We're just focused on school and football and hanging out with our family and spending time with each other. So we never really did any of that stuff.
Well, guys, best of luck tomorrow in the Shrine Bowl, and best of luck going forward playing for Tufts University.
All right,
hey, thank you.
Matthew, Michael, and Micah Mayava of Laramie, they're all pushing or above 300 pounds. That grocery bill, not something I'd want to have to foot on a daily basis for those three boys. We're on the pregame show brought to you by the Come On In of Casper, Wyoming. In a moment, we'll hear from two players from the north. We had the triplets there. We've got cousins playing together on the north team. We'll hear from them in just a moment. This is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com. The best place to stay when you're in Casper, Wyoming is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. This beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, 1 pool, a fitness center, and fabulous indoor atrium. Offering jacuzzi and fireplace suites, the guest rooms are comfortable and relaxing. Plus, every stay includes a delicious extended continental breakfast. Whenever you're in Casper, stay at the best place. Come On In Hotel and Suites. Come on in today. Come On In Hotel and Suites, Casper.
This presentation on mylocalradio.com is brought to you in part by Todd Hoover at Hoover Chiropractic. Dr. Hoover does all the chiropractic work you need, as well as blood work, dietary supplements, a weight loss program, and he can help you get rid of migraines and allergies. That's Dr. Todd Hoover at Hoover Chiropractic in Evanston.
Welcome back to the Come On In of Casper, Wyoming pregame show. Next up on our pregame show, we'll hear from a couple of cousins, one from Sheridan, the other from Campbell County, as they visit with Elin Olive of KNYN-FM in Evanston.
Elin Olive here with two North players, Caden Race and Justin Vela. And gentlemen, you guys were just notified that in the history of the Shrine Bowl, you are the first cousins to play on the same team representing the North. Cousins, you guys obviously grew up together. Talk to us for a second, Caden. What is it like to kind of play with this guy in what's going to be your final high school football game?
Yeah, I think that we've been playing together since, little kids at Grandma's house all the time, and he's kind of been my wide receiver, so it's a little different. He's going to be on the offensive line. I'm going to be a DB, but it's definitely fun to get to play with him.
Justin, with him being on the offensive line and you being on defense, are you guys going to be kind of pulling each other and kind of rooting for each other and be each other's biggest fans on this game today?
Oh, yeah, of course. Every single time we're going to be switching, we're definitely going to be looking for each other, getting high fives, stuff like that. I just think it's great that I get to finally play with Caden because, like he said, we've just been in the backyard all this time, and it's finally nice to pad up with him.
What does it mean to be Shrine Bowl selections? It's more about the game. It's from what I've heard from some players, it's really kind of a once-in-a-lifetime experience getting here to be able to raise money for such a worthy cause. If I could just get your feelings on that, start with you, Caden.
Yeah, it's definitely fun. We get to represent our school one last time, and I think that not only the game is fun, but it's for a bigger cause. I think the Shriners do a really awesome job of putting it all together, and I think that the game and raising the money for the kids and stuff is the most important thing.
And Justin?
I think it's great because it's a smaller chunk of people to be up there to get there, and I think that's pretty cool. And then also it's for a good cause, so I get to do something that I love or something that I care about, and oftentimes I don't get to do that.
Usually you guys get to make a visit to the Shriners Hospital in Salt Lake City. Because of COVID-19, that wasn't possible this year. What has the organizers done to be able to bring that experience to you guys while you train here in Casper? Start with you, Justin.
Oh, well, they've brought a couple patients in, people who have benefited from the Shrine and people who are actively benefiting from the Shrine. And those stories are just heart-touching. Teared up a couple times, I'm not going to lie. But it's the whole point, and it kind of makes it real. So,
Caden.
Yeah, we got to talk to some of the patients that received help from the Shriners Hospital. I think that was really cool. I mean, we got to sit down and talk to a couple of patients and just hearing their stories and hearing what they've been through. I mean, it's like Justin said, it's definitely heart-touching, and it's a really cool experience that we get to kind of give back in a way.
You just heard from Caden Race and Justin Vela from the North, making history as the first cousins on the same Shrine Bowl team. Caden, Justin, congratulations. Anything else? Caden?
Go North.
Yeah, go North. Thank you.
Thanks so much. That was Elon Olive of KNYN FM in Evanston. Elon actually in the room next to us producing today's broadcast. And those two guys, Justin Vela of Sheridan, Caden Race of Campbell County, talked a little bit about the meaning of today's game. What is this really about, the Shrine Bowl? Well, it's strong legs run so that weak legs may walk. And we're going to hear a couple of stories right now about some weak legs who've learned to walk and do much more than that. A special message from the kids of the Shriners Hospital to the players.
Hi everyone, my name's Callie and I have hip dysplasia. I was born without my right hip and through 5 different procedures at Shriners Hospital for Children in Salt Lake City. I have been able to grow it so that I can walk, run, play sports, and live as normal of a life as possible. I want to wish all of the players and the coaches good luck, and I hope you have fun and enjoy the game. And I want to thank the players, the coaches, and everyone who supports the Wyoming Shrine Bowl. Thank you for supporting my hospital. Being from Wyoming, it is incredible to see my community and those surrounding me supporting a cause out of state and one that is so near and dear to my heart. So thank you.
This weekend marked 9 years since I left my leg in the operating room at Shriners Hospital for Children in Salt Lake City. I didn't expect much greatness to follow such a painful and unexpected experience. Life is full of unexpected adventures. None of us expected not to get together for last year's Wyoming Shrine Bowl. This year, I expected to be named to the South roster, but a pandemic and a move to Michigan gave the Shrine Bowl and myself the unexpected. In the years following my amputation, I never expected to be so well taken care of and outfitted with prosthetics to get and keep me moving forward. I have 3 D3 football offers and 3 opportunities for track in college. Shriners Hospital for Children takes care of the unexpected and exceeds parents' and patients' expectations. The players, coaches, volunteers, organizers, and especially the donors contribute a large part to helping the hospital with those efforts. Thank you for helping me, the children before me, and the ones to follow to walk, to run towards our expectations. North or south, we're all players and have our chance at greatness. I expect to watch a great game.
Hi, my name is Aiden Roto, and I live in Casper, Wyoming, and I have osteogenesis imperfecta. What that means is I can break my bones very easily. And when I do, Dr. Carroll at Shriners Hospital screws me back together so I can keep playing football. And I want to give a shout out to the players, teams, coaches for raising money for the Wyoming Shrine Bowl. Yeah.
Well, if you're not watching right now on mylocalradio.com, invite you to tune in there, mylocalradio.com. It was a pleasure to see those kids. We saw that message last night at the Shrine Bowl banquet and heard from 1 or 2 of those individuals as well. We're going to move on in our Come On In of Casper, Wyoming pregame show. We were going to start talking with some of the players and coaches. We got an interview with the South's Graydon Buell of Cheyenne East. When we return, we'll be right back after this message from your local sponsors. This is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com.
Rocky Mountain Yeti is Southwest Wyoming's #1 dealer. Come in and see what all the buzz is about. Voted Best of Evanston by you. Best of Evanston in new car sales, used car sales, and Best of Evanston in service. We have the best selection of inventory in town, paired with our legendary 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Come see us today at one of our 2 locations, 100 Wasatch Road or Yeti on 3rd next to Walmart. Let us help get you on your next adventure today. Rocky Mountain Yeti, legend driven.
Whatever takes you to Evanston, whether it's high school sports, a teaching conference, music festivals, speech and debate, or your job, always book your hotel reservations at the Best Western Dunmar Inn. With 165 ground-level rooms on 10 acres, the Best Western offers everything you need, including newly renovated rooms, a business office, workout room, outdoor pool, and full-service restaurant, plus complimentary breakfast with every stay. Whenever you're in Evanston, make your hotel reservations with your friends at the Best Western Dunmar Inn.
Welcome back to the Come On In of Casper, Wyoming pregame show. You can visit the Come On In at 301 Lathrop Road in Evansville. Call their hotel direct line is 307-472-6300. That's 472-6300. Next up on the pregame show, we get to hear from a player who was the 4A Offensive Player of the Year, won a state championship. He passed for more than 3,000 yards and ran for almost another 1,000. The starting quarterback of the South, Graydon Buell from Cheyenne East, visits with Keith Kelly of KFBC-FM in Cheyenne.
Well, we're here with Cheyenne East graduate Graydon Buell as he gets ready for the Shrine Bowl football game. And Graydon, certainly good to talk to you. What's this week of practice been like leading up to this game? What's this whole thing been like for you?
It's been a blast. It's been really busy, that's for sure. I mean, it seems like we have no time to rest, which is fine by me, but we're going from breakfast to practice to lunch to practice. It's been super busy, but a blast. It's awesome to meet all these guys and that you've always played against and heard about from the lower classes, so it's been a blast.
Do you think this is the team? I mean, the North's kind of had the South's number over the last several years. How do you feel about that heading into this one to maybe break that losing streak to the North?
I'm excited. I mean, it's a challenge. The North has always had some great football players, and it's shown in the Shrine Bowl. But I think we have a great squad. Offensively, we have some dudes that can fly, that can catch a ball, some running backs, and some big cats up front. And then defensively, we have some studs that fly around and want to get the ball back for the offense and hit hard. So I'm excited. I like our chances.
How nice has it been? I talked to your head coach, Brent Walk. How nice has it been to really not have to learn a completely new offense this week?
Oh, it's been amazing. I mean, I've always loved running our East offense, and it's been obviously very successful for us. So to be able to run it with some more studs has been really fun. So it's been really, really nice not having to learn brand new offense.
Looking back at 2020, Graydon, I remember talking to you after week 1 up at Thunder Base, and everything was still in front of you, and you guys end up winning a state champion, getting a little bit of revenge from the Bolts. How did you feel about what this team was able to accomplish during such an interesting year, let's say?
Oh, I was super proud of everybody. I mean, it was an amazing year. We battled a lot with all the COVID stuff. I mean, everybody did, but for us to be able to keep going and persevere and get a state title was awesome. So I was just super proud of everybody.
You are now a finalist for the Millward Simpson Award, and Most Outstanding Male and Female Athlete will be announced later this summer. When you heard the news, what was kind of your reaction?
I was super happy. I mean, it's a blessing and honor to be able to be up for that award. So I was just super happy and told my parents. So they were super happy, and it was a fun experience for sure.
All right, thanks so much. That was an interview with
we're here with
Keith Kelly with Cheyenne East, Graydon Buell. Next up, we'll hear from one of the North players in just a moment. This is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com.
America keeps moving, and Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to help you keep rolling. Whether you need a brand new vehicle or service on one you already own, Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to lend a helping hand. Our certified mechanics are knowledgeable, and our sales team takes the time to get to know you and what your needs are. Stop in today. Auto Farm Chevrolet, 624 Front Street, Evanston. Evanston's community-driven dealer.
When do you schedule doctor appointments?
In bed before I fall asleep.
In the car waiting to pick up my kids.
We can even do it after breakfast.
We all lead busy lives. Online appointment scheduling puts you in control. In just 90 seconds, you can make an appointment with a primary care provider or specialist at evanstonanytime.com. Select the day and time most convenient for you. Enter some basic information, and just like that, you're scheduled for care. Schedule appointments for next day and beyond at evanstonanytime.com.
Welcome back to the Come On In of Casper, Wyoming pregame show. We just heard from the 4A state champion, Graydon Buell of Cheyenne East. Next up, let's hear from the 3A state champion, Nick Talich of Cody. Talks with Elon Olive of KNYN FM Evanston.
Here with Cody's Nick Talich. Cody, you're playing for the North. You're playing for your coach, Coach McFadden. Real quick, just talk about what it's going to be like to close out your high school career playing in this special game under this man you've played for so many years.
Well, Coach McFadden's one of my biggest role models in life, and I look up to him a lot, so it's really cool to just finish with him, and it's for such a good cause, like you said. So I'm really excited and hopefully go out with the win.
Let's go ahead and talk about that cause. I mean, usually you guys are able to go to the hospital because of the COVID-19 pandemic. That's not been possible this year. What has the organizers done to bring that experience to you guys? Because walking around the field today, you can just sense that you guys do know what this is all about, and you guys do know really what's going on. So what have they done to bring that experience to you guys here?
They've been bringing kids in, just telling us their stories and how the Shriners really helped them out. And it's really, really humbling just to see, and we're really thankful for all the stuff that we have, that we can run and play football, just help raise money for the kids that can't.
Like most athletes, I'm sure you know a lot of these great names from the 4A, from the 2A, just by looking at stat sheets and kind of watching WYO preps throughout the year. What's it been like to get to know some of these fellow All-Stars?
Oh, it's been awesome. I mean, it's cool to play with the best. Everyone keeps saying it, but some of these dudes like Quentin Mangus, he's a savage. Jack Spicula and Braxton, both really good running backs, and then the list just goes on and on. So it's really fun to just play with the best players in the state and hopefully go out the win.
What's your plans after this? I know you're playing at the next level, but beyond that, what's happening for Nick Talich after this year?
Well, I'm going down to the University of Wyoming. I'm going down to undeclared and hopefully just get my generals out of the way and play some football for UW.
Being able to go play for the Cowboys, I know that's kind of a legacy situation for you. I mean, that must be a dream come true.
Yeah, it's always been something I've dreamed about and wanted since I was a little kid. And I'm really this year's been crazy with COVID recruiting. Everyone says it, and I'm just really thankful I get an opportunity to do that.
If you could talk a little bit about what you're going to take away from this experience. I mean, you don't come out of this experience with nothing. So talk about what's going to be on your mind when you think about the 2021 Shrine Bowl.
You know, I think of just being humble and being thankful for everything that we have. It's just such a great experience to meet with all these great athletes and do it for such a great cause. And I think that is life-changing, like you said. So I think that's something I'll take away from it.
That was 3A West Defensive Player of the Year, Nick Talich from Cody, Wyoming. Next up, we'll hear from Matt McFadden after this in just a bit on the Come On In of Casper, Wyoming pregame show. We'll be right back after this message from your local sponsors. This is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com.
Receive the best service in the industry when you lease or purchase office equipment from the professional, friendly staff at Mountain West Business Solutions. With a guaranteed quick turnaround time, we will save you money, time, and energy with quality products and customer service that is unmatched in the industry. Serving customers in Wyoming and Utah, Mountain West Business Solutions is a local company with a toll-free number, 866-583-9925. Call us today.
The importance of saving and learning how to use money wisely can be taught from a very young age. At Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, we offer youth accounts to help kids learn to save, borrow, and spend responsibly. Our youth accounts are special, just like the kids in our community. Check out our See You Grow, See You Learn, and See You Prosper accounts for kids 0 to 18. These accounts are great to start managing finances. Open a youth account today for $1. TronaValley.com, member NCUA.
Welcome back to the Come On In of Casper, Wyoming pregame show. Ryan Steineckert here with Matthew Peterson in today's Wyoming Shrine Bowl. If Matthew, if you could make a list of individuals that have a big influence on a young man's life as he gets into high school and really matures at that stage, Coach has got to be up there.
Yeah, Coach is definitely at the top, one of those father figures sort of for these high school players. And it's really interesting to see this ensemble cast of coaches here who are so successful across the state. It's hard to envision that they're not all head coaches today, but we got 2 head coaches, but all the assistants are right there with them.
Let's hear from one of them right now, the North coach, Cody McFadden from Cody.
Here with head coach of the North, Matt McFadden. Coach McFadden, you won a state title with Cody. You're here with Caleb Pryor, Keaton Stone, and Nick Talich, and a few other Cody players, I believe. What's it like to kind of finish their high school football journeys on this field at such an important game with them?
Well, those 4 seniors, Cody Phillips as well, were so vital to our success, not only this year but in the past. So an opportunity for me, it couldn't have ended better with them on our field in the state championship, and just selfishly, I wanted them to have another game in the Shrine Bowl, and selfishly, I wanted to coach them and just be around them some more. So I'm super excited to work with them one last time. Great kids, and just one more shot at it.
Technically, this is an all-star game, so you have names that you've heard of around the state for years. What's it been like kind of putting faces to names and kind of, personalities to these players under the helmet?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. As coaches, we're looking at numbers, and you're looking at stats, and you're looking at opponents and game film and how to plan around them and plan for them. And now to get to know those kids, to pull away the helmet and see the face and to get to know the person, that's the best part of this game. So it's, there are 36 kids and 36 personalities, and that's been one of the highlights, is just to get to know those people, and you find out, whether you're from Cody or Powell, or Gillette, like they're still just young men, and they still have the same type of hobbies and interests, and it's really fun to get to know them.
Coach, you've coached this game before. You've also been to the Shriners Hospital because of that. This year, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, that wasn't possible. What has the organizers of the event done to bring that experience to the 2021 version of the Shrine Bowl to you guys here in Casper?
Well, the first thing is you can't replicate that, unfortunately. It's just such an amazing place, and it truly humbles you. But we've been trying our best to just showcase what this game, is about, and it's not an all-star game. It's a charity game for these kids. So they've brought in speakers, they've brought in kids, Shriners kids. They've shared stories, they've shared media clips, and just trying to establish a little bit of what they're playing for. So I think they've done a good job with that. I think coaches on both sides have really talked to their teams about that. And my hope is that they get a small piece of that.
Does this not work?
That was North coach Matt McFadden of Cody, the state champs. Last year they beat Jackson 34-13 in the championship game. Next up, we'll hear from Coach Brent Walk of the South in just a moment. This is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com.
Time flies, especially when you're having fun. This is Jeremy Rex, manager at T-Bar S in Evanston. It's hard to believe that we've been here almost a year with our new management team and staff. Did you know that you can have your vehicle detailed, your windshield replaced, chip repair done, or get your trailer refinished or rewired at T-Bar S? Of course, we are a full-service collision repair shop, too. You can even change your oil and your brakes. Visit T-Bar S today. Let T-Bar fix your car. 515 County Road, Evanston.
Across Wyoming, high school students have been working to be their best, to succeed in life, to make a difference in the world. The team at the Spence Law Firm in Jackson understands that winning attitudes make the difference. We expect to win every case we take. This philosophy is the core of our practice. This provides a foundation in our work to successfully represent each of our clients. The Spence Law Firm, recognizing students across the state for their hard work and winning attitudes.
Welcome back to the pregame show, brought to you by the Come On In of Casper, Wyoming. Time to move to the south, and Coach Brent Walk interviewed by Elon Olive. Or is this with Colin Holt, isn't it? This is with Colin Holt, the voice of the Mountain View Buffaloes on mylocalradio.com.
Well, I'm already looking forward to football season in the fall in Mountain View and Lyman with how good of a year they had last year. But we get a little bit of football in the summer as we're joined now by the coach of the South for the Wyoming Shrine Bowl and also Mountain View head coach Brent Walk. And Coach, first of all, man, how excited are you for June 12th, which is right around the corner?
Oh, man, yeah, I'm fired up. It's been a great process. I've visited with all the kids via either email, text, or, phone calls. And, we really we love our South roster. We think our guys are really good. The coaching staff that we have for the South is absolutely amazing. And, yeah, man, it's right around the corner. I've been texting probably clear back since January when, the roster was finalized. I text the kids once or twice a week. And, everybody's excited about it. There's definitely a great buzz going on.
Yeah, there's a ton of talent on that South roster when you look through, including a bunch from the Valley. I mean, how excited are you to, we'll talk about your guys in a second, but how excited are you to coach these three Lyman guys that you got a chance to play against last season?
Yeah, I'm very, very excited. They're great kids. Obviously they're very, very good football players, but, they're great guys off the field too, So I'm really, really excited, to kind of, take five people, 3 of them from Lyman, 2 of them from Mountain View as far as players, and then, go represent Bridger Valley. I like to think, I know Coach Anderson thinks the same thing. There's some pretty good football going on here in Bridger Valley. So, I'm excited about what these guys can do and what they're going to represent.
That lends the question, how excited are you to have one last ride with 2 of your seniors?
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to do this back in 2015, and just the entire experience it's just amazing, and to be able to coach Ashton and Hunter one more time, for another week and go through this and build the memories, build on the memories that we already have. It's a very special thing.
How cool of an experience is it for the coaches and the players at this Shrine Bowl to go out there, spend some time together, and compete with some of the best in the state?
Yeah, to be honest with you, and I think probably any coach that's been involved in it or any player, it's kind of hard to explain because there's so many cool things that go about it, Our first thing, and we've already done this, you can tell when we're talking to all 36 guys, but our first thing is going to be make sure we develop a team atmosphere and the team comes first, and the kids really, really respond to that. And then, just the opportunity to be together with guys that you've played against, and or coached against, it's very, very special. And then the big picture is why we're playing. You can't think of a better cause, than that, the Shriners Hospital and the money's raised for the patients, the young patients. And, it's hard to explain, but it's something you never forget.
Well, we're super excited for it. My Local Radio is going to be there. Elon Olaf and Matthew Peterson will be on the call on June 12th. It'll be good to see not only you on the sidelines, but to see 5 of our Bridger Valley guys as well. So, Coach, thank you so much as always for the time.
All right, Cole. Hey, man, I appreciate everything you do, buddy.
All right, that's Mountain View football coach Brent Walk.
Colin Holt of mylocalradio.com. Thanks so much for that chat with Coach Brent Walk. Coming up on the Come On In of Casper, Wyoming pregame show, we'll hear from Mel Orchard III of Spence Law Firm in Jackson. They fight for the people. We'll hear a special message from Mel right after this message from your local sponsors. This is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com.
Signage is a critical part of your business. It helps customers find your front door. Rocky Mountain Sign will provide you with expertly designed signs, LEDs, channel letters, as well as skillfully cut signage using wood, metal, plastic, and other mediums to help your customers find you with high-quality signage. Using the best technology, designs, and installation by Rocky Mountain Sign. Your signage says a lot about your business. Work with the professionals at Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street in Evanston, Wyoming.
Stories from your own backyard.
Anyway, he's a prominent member of Butch Cassidy's gang. The other was Butch himself, and then Bub Meeks were the 3 that robbed the bank, and they took off up Montpelier Canyon, and there was a volunteer posse put together that was going to go chase them, but they got into the canyon and thought there might be an ambush, so the volunteers got scared.
Listen to the Moments in History podcast every Tuesday on mylocalradio.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Today we celebrate excellence throughout the state of Wyoming and congratulate these elite athletes and coaches who have been invited to participate in the 2021 Shrine Bowl. To be at the top of your game requires commitment, sacrifice, and passion. This is Mel Orchard, partner at the Spence Law Firm in Jackson. In 1984, I had the opportunity to play with 5 of my Red Devil teammates in the Shrine Bowl. I understand how hard you've worked to be here today. It's a big deal. Hard work pays off. But today I want you to remember that you run for those who can't walk, and that although you have trials and challenges in your life, there is much to be grateful for. Learning to serve others brings the most joy to your life. I know personally that is my mission. Helping others through struggles and celebrating their victories is what life is all about. Today is about perspective. Remember how it feels to be the very best. And then look around you at all the people who helped you attain this goal. Who sacrificed for you? Parents, teachers, friends, coaches. Pay it forward. I wish you all the happiness that comes with Shrine Bowl participation. And as you continue through life, I encourage you to continue to strive for excellence in everything you do. Confucius said, the will to win, the desire to succeed, the urge to reach your full potential, these are the keys that will unlock the door to personal excellence. And so today, I and all of my colleagues at the Spence Law Firm in Jackson congratulate you, and we are cheering for you to be your best in this game and in life. Congratulations.
Back on the Come On In of Casper, Wyoming pregame show. That's a special message from Mel Orchard III. He's a partner at the Spence Law Firm in Jackson, Wyoming. And boy, they are an incredible firm over there. They fight for people, and they are warriors. Can get things done. That's Mel Orchard III with Spence Law Firm in Jackson. Elin, should we take a moment for station identification, and then we'll hear from each of the players, an intro that we've put together. I should give some credit to Matthew.
You're listening
and Elin.
to live coverage of the Wyoming Shrine Bowl on KNYN, Fort Bridger, Evanston, KADQ, Evanston, Randolph.
Fans, if we could have you please stand.
Let's just jump right into those player intros. First, the South.
Dakota Heckman, Cheyenne East High School.
Jackson Hessford, Cheyenne East High School.
Jake Rail, Wyoming 4A State Champion, Cheyenne East High School.
Julian Vigil, Cheyenne East.
Graydon Buell, the Cheyenne East High School.
Dylan Dreiling, Torrington High School.
Brady Storbo, Cheyenne Central High School.
Colby White, Pinedale High School.
Joey Kostelecki, Cheyenne Central High School.
Jaron Smith, Star Valley High School.
James Koenig, Cheyenne Central High School.
Gabe Nild, Star Valley High School.
Nate Barnes, Cokeville High School.
AJ Kelly from the Rock Springs High School.
Gabe Borman from Douglas High School. Bart Nelson, Star Valley High School. Cody Pierce, Torrington High School.
Jagger Mitchell, Evanston High School.
Cody Mickey, Douglas High School.
Matthew Mayava, Laramie High School.
Parker Clausen from Farson High School.
Seth White, Green River High School. Go Wolves.
Michael Mayava, Laramie High School. Micah Mayava, Laramie High School.
Hunter Meeks, Mountain View High School. Go Buffs. Colin Madsen, Rock Springs High School. Go Tigers. Carter Labatos, Cheyenne Central High School.
Caden Raza from Big Piney High School.
Harrison Hall, Southeast High School.
Joseph Turner, Lyman High School.
Adam Suko, Wheeling High School.
Preston Brewer, Lyman High School.
Ensign Bradshaw, Lyman High School.
Noah Rimmer, the Saratoga High School.
Ashton Schofield, Mountain View High School.
Drake Lamp, Niobrara County High School.
And now the players from the north.
Justin Vella, body built by Hillshire Farm Salami.
Jesse Trotter, Powell High School, FTS.
Jackson Pakula, Grandview Elementary.
Jack Sweeney, Lander Valley.
Jace George, Natrona County High School.
Hiram Hatch, Buffalo High School.
Hadley Abar, Matizzi High School.
Isaiah Splain, Saukville.
Eli Masry, Southside Elementary.
Dice Shepard, Thunder Basin High School. Dom Jar, Kelly Walsh.
Damon DeVries, Aspen Park Elementary.
Cody Phillips, Jeremy High School.
CJ Lindsay, Go Dogs.
Calvin Rule from Learning Tree Elementary.
Caleb Pryor, Cody High School.
Braxton Bundy from Natrona County High School.
Brady Dutcher, Natrona County High School.
Brad Kruger, Sundance High School, Go Patriots.
Wyatt Gillespie, Sundance High School, Go Pats.
Winfield Loomis, Superior Livestock Community College.
Tyler Banks, Rocky Mountain High School.
Tristan Trumpler, Shoshone High School.
Scott Odell, Thunder Basin High School.
Sam Lotman, Jackson Hole High School.
River Briscoe, Thunder Basin High School.
Riley Bennett, Powell.
Reno Watson, Kelly Walsh High School.
Remington Free, Thermopolis High School.
Quentin Mangus, Sheridan High School.
Nick Telich, Cody. Michael Coleman, Pronghorn Elementary School. Logan Cole, Thermopolis High School.
Kyle Meineke, Sheridan High School.
Keaton Stone, The Cody High School.
Caden Race, Hillcrest Elementary.
Caden Abraham, Powell High School. Hi, Mom.
You've been tuned in to the Come On In of Casper, Wyoming pregame show. Come on in, the best place to stay when you visit Casper, the koi pond, the 5 hot tubs, a pool plus a kiddie pool, great breakfast, and more. The Come On In of Casper, Wyoming. And now, as we get set to start today's game, I'll toss it over to our play-by-play man for this first possession, Matthew Peterson.
It's going to be the North to receive to start the 48th Shrine Bowl. Eli Masry from Lander Valley, along with Jackson Pakula from Thunder Basin, stand at their own 7-yard line as the South gets ready to kick off to the North. This is the North team that looks to start the game off with an early score, as they have done so in the last couple games, winning 7 consecutive coming into today.
They've dominated those at least the last 7 years. There have been some close games, but it's all North.
As the kickoff is put up in the air by Nelson. It's going to bounce to Masry. He collects it at the 12, crosses the 15, is taken down at the far numbers, just shy of the 20. So it's going to be rough starting field position for the quarterback, Caleb Pryor, out of Cody.
That's something the South, I think, wanted to do right out of the gate. Coach Walk, the South head coach from Mountain View, a pretty intense guy, and he wanted to get things started on the right foot. They pin him back at the 19. That's a good way to get things going.
Here comes Pryor and company, starting at their own 19-yard line for the first snap from the line of scrimmage to kick things off here. In a scoreless affair, Pryor's going to stand in the shotgun formation. He's got one back to his right hip and a receiver on the near side. Puts a man in motion. He's going to hold on to it. Now he'll throw it across the middle, and it's hauled in by Phillips near that first down marker at the near numbers, and I think he's got 11 and enough for the first down.
11 yards to Phillips, the little run-pass option it looked like, and Pryor pulled it back, lofted it up, and placed it in a perfect spot where only Phillips could get it.
Here we go with the second play. From the 30-yard line after an 11-yard gain. In shotgun, Pryor takes the snap, flips it over to Massery. He's going to move towards his left, and he's bottled up and brought down behind the line of scrimmage.
And that was Cody Phillips again. This time he comes around. He's the wing back, and he gets to the pitch, but around that left side, nowhere to go. Joseph Turner, the defensive end, playing contained, doing his job.
Loss of 1 on the play. Pryor back in that shotgun formation, puts Phillips in motion once again. He's going to hand it off, and not a lot of real estate this go-around for Pikula, who is bottled up once again, this time behind the line of scrimmage. And it's going to be 3rd and long, Ryan.
That penetration by that South defensive line, all white jerseys in there, and leading the charge was, of course, Henson Bradshaw got in there first.
3rd and 12 for the North from their own 28-yard line. Pryor lines up in shotgun. 2 receivers split out wide. Puts a man in motion. Takes the shotgun snap. Hands it off and bottled up as Pikula spins out of 1 tackle. Got some room. Gets across the 30 and is bounced all around and brought down near the original line of scrimmage. Turned a loss of 2 into a gain of 2, but it's still going to be 4th down.
And that was like Barry Sanders' skill back there. I thought he was bottled up back around the 25, but Pikula makes some fancy moves and gets out to the 32 for a gain, but not nearly enough.
They spot him at the 32-yard line, so it's 4th and 8 for the North, and they line up in punt formation. Back deep for the South. It is Jagger Mitchell and Ashton Schofield, as the punt is a high booming punt. It's fielded by Schofield at the 31. He crosses the 35 on the far side. Now towards the 50, across the 50, and taken down at the North's 40-yard line. But the South is fired up after Ashton Schofield's big return.
Boy, give him about 30 yards on that return by Ashton Schofield. His coach, Brent Walk at Mountain View, trusts him to do those duties, and boy, he came up in a big way. He fielded that about the 32, takes it all the way to the 40-yard line, South in North territory to start this first possession. 28 yards on the punt return.
The South will start at the North 40-yard line.
South sends 4A Offensive Player of the Year, Graydon Buell, behind center in the shotgun. 3 receivers left, 1 out wide right. Ball on the right hash. That's the far side from our view. Here on the west side of Cheney Alumni Field. Buell takes the snap, fakes the handoff, running left, and he's got some room. Out to the 30 and slides down there at the 30 to avoid a hit. Buell a dual threat, and he shows it right there with 10 yards.
Let's look at the defense looking in on the fake handoff, and then Buell, he's a great athlete for a reason, and picking up 10 yards is no big deal for him on the quarterback option.
He averaged about 7.5 yards per carry as a quarterback this season, plus he ran for almost 1,000 yards, threw for more than 3,000 yards, and check out this number, 38 touchdowns, 5 picks on the season. 2 receivers spread left, 2 out wide to the right. This time the left side, the short side of the field. Buell takes the snap and looks over the middle. Pressure comes. He steps up and gets away inside the 25. Tripped up and dives down to the 22.
One of the 4 captains for the North, Quinton Mangus, he was in the backfield before the snap got there, it looked like, but a great move by Buell to get away from the pressure and turn a negative into an 8-yard positive.
Now, Buell has a couple of his receivers from East High School, Jackson Hesford and Jake Rail, the top 2 receivers for East during last season, and 2 of the top receivers in the state. He's got those 2 running routes for him, 2 of them either on the right side or the left here as Buell throws, slings it out to the right side, caught behind the line of scrimmage, makes a move. Jackson Hesford, not much room. In fact, he loses a yard as he dives out of bounds.
An excellent tackle right there from the North, evading an opportunity for the South to cash in and potentially pick up a first down that time, but Jack Sweeney in on the stop and a loss of 1.
So the first pass attempt for the South, not much success. -1 brings up a 3rd and 3 from the right hash. 2 receivers left, 2 out wide right. Carter Labados on Buell's left hip, fakes the handoff. Buell keeps it himself. Nothing up the middle, tries to bounce outside, and he's stuffed back at the 25. A loss of 1.
Wow, it's hard to credit one individual with that stop, but it looks like the first man in there was Jace George from Natrona County, playing on his home turf, Ryan, and he's got a better feel of where that linebacker should find those holes.
Brings up a 4th down and 4.5, 5 yards. Buell actually almost got back to the line of scrimmage there. The South lined up like they'll go for it. Trips out to the right side, those 3 receivers in a bunch. Labados moves to the right side, and Buell steps up to the line to call out to his teammates what the play will be. He steps back, takes the snap, fake handoff, looks over the middle, throws, and it's picked off at the 20. Out to the 25, 30. He's got some blockers to the 40, left sideline, back to the right, breaks a tackle at the 50, still on his feet to the 48-yard line. Nick Talich of Cody, 3A's Defensive Player of the Year, comes up big.
Your Defensive Player of the Year for a reason, Ryan, and you make plays like that. That time, Nick Talich, a UW commit, and Cowboy fans will enjoy seeing that. He's just going to sit back in the zone and read the quarterback, takes one step forward into that passing lane, and boom, the North has it in plus territory now after the interception.
South had things going, but they stall with that interception. And I pointed it out. Buell threw just 5 interceptions through the regular season and the playoffs and into a state championship for Cheyenne East. And it's just his 2nd pass attempt today. It's picked off. We've got a timeout on the field. I think we'll take a quick timeout as well. And we'll be back after this from our network sponsors. This is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com.
May of 2019, Uintah County School District Number 1 became the first school district in Wyoming to achieve a certified Level 1 on high reliability schools by the Rosanna Leadership Center. We're focusing on 3 levels. Level 1 is a safe and collaborative culture. Level 2, effective teaching in every classroom. And Level 3 is a guaranteed and viable curriculum. We are certified Level 1 in safe and collaborative culture. This is Superintendent Ryan Thomas. Congratulations to everyone in our district. Keep up the great work.
Uintah County School District Number 1, Pathway to Excellence.
We'll have it at the South 49-yard line after a Nick Talich interception to get them the ball in plus territories. The snap is to Pryor. He's looking. He's running now as he crosses the near hash marks across the 50 towards the 45 and is spun down just shy of the 40. Looks like a gain of 7 on the run on the quarterback keep by Caleb Pryor.
Jaron Smith in on the tackle. He's heading on to Dixie State next year. No longer Dixie State. They're still figuring out what the new name will be, but an 8-yard or a 6-yard gain for Caleb Pryor,
Bunch formation here, 3 backs in the backfield and a bit of a wing formation. Snap goes to Pryor in the shotgun. He's going to throw it across the middle, and it looks like the pass is incomplete, trying to hook up with his tight end that time, Spillane, but he was rocked as soon as that ball was sent to him. Check that. That's Jesse Trotter.
Torrington's Cody Pierce got the hit. Perfect timing and just jarred the ball loose.
3rd and 4. Shotgun snap to Pryor, who handed off up the middle, and it looks like it's good enough for a first down run this time by Bakula, and indeed they're going to give him 6. So the first down and then some.
Jackson Bakula of Thunder Basin ran for more than almost 1,900 yards, scored 19 touchdowns, and showing you why right there. Breaks off a few tackles and picks up the first down.
Snap goes to Pryor, hands it on to Bakula. This time, not a lot of room for him. He'll be stopped near the line of scrimmage, trying to bounce it outside, and is taken down by the numbers.
A loss of a yard there. In on the tackle, Noah Rimmer, who's heading on to, I think he said, University of Montana Western to play football.
1 receiver on the far side, 3 backs in the backfield for the quarterback, Caleb Pryor in the shotgun position. Takes the snap, wants to throw, heaves it down the near sideline, and has got his man. And it's going to be enough for Dice Shepard to stroll into the end zone. 6 points for the North.
Dice Shepard, a big target out there. He'll play football at Montana State next year. And, boy, he hauled it in through the contact and was an easy walk the rest of the way.
6-0 North with 8:45 to go in the opening quarter. And they're going to send out the kicker to add on the extra point. And the North is picking up right where they left off the last 7 years, Ryan.
A 36-yard touchdown. And the North, man, the way the South moved the ball on that first possession, surprised to see this happen this way.
As the kick is put up and good by Trotter, and it's 7-0 for the guys in brown and gold. We got brown and gold and white and gold.
Brown and gold. Yeah, you're right about that. Brown and gold, the North, South in the white and gold. Elon, our producer, should we take a break right here or keep it here? All right, we'll take a quick break, then we'll be back after this message from your local sponsors. This is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com.
What do you do when you lose a tooth?
Put it under your pillow. Under my pillow. Like a treasure chest so you could put it in.
Why do you do that?
Because then the tooth fairy comes for the tooth fairy, so the tooth fairy can come get them.
And then what happens?
I get money.
We may not be the tooth fairy, but we can still take care of your teeth. Bear River Dental in Evanston.
Welcome back to the 48th Wyoming Shrine Bowl, and a special thanks to Mel Orchard, the third partner at the Spence Law Firm in Jackson, Wyoming. The North puts together a scoring drive after an interception.
Didn't take them long. They turned defense into offense, and they're up by 7. Midway through the opening quarter, 8:45 to go.
North kicking off to the south. Jagger Mitchell and then Schofield back there to receive this kickoff. Mitchell fields it at the 3. The Emerson Red Devil out to the 25 or the 20-yard line, cuts out to his right, and is group tackled by a gang of North players right about the 25.
Yeah, I think Mitchell's grateful to get out to the 25, fielded that just by the goal line, and quickly that North kickoff coverage was on his lap, able to make a man or two miss, and it'll be decent starting field position now for the South, who trails by 7.
23 yards unofficially on that kick return. And the South starts at their own 25-yard line, ball on the right hash. Big number 87 was Dice Shepard, just caught the touchdown pass for the North moments ago. Buell back in the shotgun again with 3 receivers left, 2 out wide right. Gives up the gut. Labatos finds a little space across the 25, 26-yard line, maybe 2 yards.
I see 8 players from the North in on that stop. 2 safeties were the only players not in there. Everyone was in on the stop from the North.
Pick up a couple yards on the play, 2nd and 8.
Keaton Stone, one of the first guys in there for the North defensively. South faces a 2nd and 8 after 2 yards. Again, 3 receivers out left, 1 wide to the right side. Buell taking his time from the shotgun. Surveys the defense, a step or 2 toward the line, and then backs up to his spot in the shotgun. Again, gives to Labatos, and the South playing it conservative here as Labatos skips past a tackle or 2, slips through another, and dives backwards to about the 33.
Yeah, once again, Keaton Stone in on the stop, and while he can hit hard, sometimes players take things a little lightly in these All-Star Shrine Bowl-esque games. Not Stone today.
Give Labatos 5 yards on that carry. A 3rd and 2, and another give to Labatos. Starts right, hesitates, finds a hole, and dives through it for the first down at the 36.
Labatos carries.
Well, it's clear the South's response to that opening touchdown from the North is, hey, we're going to run the football, we're going to push it down your throat and hope to wear you out as we surface below 7.5 minutes to go.
1st and 10, and again to Labatos, right side, and not much room. A flag flies as Labatos picks up about 3 to the 34.
Let's check out the laundry's about.
A face mask. I didn't see an indication of personal foul.
Looks like they're walking it back 15 yards. So a first down, I'll check that. They're going to spot it at the 45, but it'll be a first down.
Labatos played for Cheyenne Central, averaged almost 6 yards per carry. He's at just over 3 yards per carry so far in this one. A 5-yard inadvertent face mask, so a first down and 1. Buell back to throw. Lots of pressure. He throws it back across his body to an open receiver. It was Lobatos, but off his chest and to the turf, incomplete.
Mangus was all over Buell. I mean, in the backfield, nearly brought him down, and that forced a bit of a poor pass slightly behind his intended target, and that brings up 2nd and short.
Graydon Buell threw for more than 3,000 yards this season, completed 68% of his passes, I should say, last fall. So far in this one, 1 of 3 with -1 yards and an interception. Give up the middle, and Lobatos fights his way across the 50 for the first down and a little more. This will be a 5 or 6 yard gain.
South is back into plus territory. They got there in their first drive thanks to a great punt return from Ashton Schofield, but an interception would wipe all that success away. But here they are at the North's 49-yard line. Quinton Mangus is stepping off the field for a quick breather. He's been a big part of this defense so far.
Keaton Stone again leading the charge defensively, made that tackle. Buell takes the snap, rolls to his left, looks back for the throw, nothing there. Tucks and dives maybe back to the line of scrimmage.
Looks like a loss of 1 on the play, and who else but Nick Talich getting in on the sack.
This is interesting. The South, so their first 2 plays, Buell ran 2 runs, 18 yards. His last 2 rushes have been for -2 yards.
Took a little while for that North defense to wake up, I guess. Not too long.
2nd down and 11. Ball just on the north side of midfield. Lobatos on the right hip of Buell. 3 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Man in motion out to the right side. And Buell takes the snap, looks left, nobody open, rolls to his right, then finds a man open on the right sideline, throws there, caught. Jake Rail, teammate of Graydon Buell, catches it and is immediately brought down after a gain of 7.
Yeah, give a lot of credit right there to Buell and his receiver, Jake Rail. Rail's going to come back. He realizes his quarterback's in a bit of an issue, so come back home and help out your QB. Big pickup.
That also sets up a more manageable 3rd down and 4. They're at the North 43-yard line. They need the North 39. Ball in the right hash, 3 receivers left, 2 out right. The snap, give to Lobatos, left side, nothing doing. He's brought down in the backfield.
Nick Talich once again. He's had a sack, an interception, and now a huge stop on 3rd and short to force a punt.
Near midfield at the North 45, the South loses a few, and they'll punt this one away. A loss of 2 for Lobatos. Ball near the middle of the field. South attacking south to north in this first quarter. We've got 4:45 left in the opening period, and the North leads 7-0. South to boot it away. North with 2 men back to receive. Good high kick by Seth White of Green River, but it's off angled to the sideline and goes out about the 20. Looked like he purposely kicked it in the direction of maybe keeping it out of the hands of those North return men.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Sure, he probably would have liked to get a few more yards on it, but a directional and intentional punt indeed. And the North's offense will start at their own, let's see where they spot it. It looks like the 26. Oh, they're walking it back a little bit. Right there on the 25. On the far hash with 4.5 to play and leading 7-0. Quarterback Caleb Pryor out for another series. He'll start as he's done all day long in the shotgun position with 3 backs in the backfield, 1 receiver on the near side. In a bit of a wing T formation. 1st and 10, puts a man in motion. He's going to hand it off up the middle and just a couple yards to be mustered up for this North back. And looks like a gain of 5, so good fall forward, and it's now 2nd and 5, that time from Jackson Pakula.
And it looked like that was Braxton Bundy on the carry this time from Natrona County. He gets it again.
Yeah, next handoff goes right to Bundy and up the middle as he is able to pick up 1.
Met first by 52, Turner.
On the tackle, Joseph Turner.
So 3rd and 3 now for Pryor and the North offense. Just under 4 minutes to play in the first quarter. 3 backs in the backfield, 1 receiver on the near side. Pryor in shotgun, puts a man in motion. He's going to pitch it over, and no room to operate that time from C.J. Lindsay, who is tripped up, and it'll be a loss of 2 on 3rd down. So 4th and 6 coming up, and it looks like the North will go 3 and out.
Saratoga's Noah Rimmer on the tackle, and he looked like he was going to be beat to the outside, but he was able to shake off a tackle, shrug it off, and get out there to make the tackle. What a play.
North lines up in punt formation from their own 29-yard line. Just over 3 minutes to play, leading by 7. Punt is off, and it's a high punt. It's going to roll towards Jagger Mitchell, and it's going to bounce his way. He'll scoop it up at the 28-yard line and immediately roll out of bounds. Good play right there by Jagger Mitchell, and with just under 3 minutes to play, the South will have it on their half the field.
A smart play there by Jagger Mitchell. Saw the ball, it might have kept on rolling down. It's close as far as maybe the 20 or further, so he just plays it safe, dives on it, gets down, and secures it. South trails 7-0 in this first quarter. Broadcast brought to you by Mel Orchard, the third partner at the Spence Law Firm in Jackson, Wyoming. Mel and the entire team at Spence Law Firm are longtime supporters of Wyoming student success in all areas. Buell in the shotgun. Lobatos again on his right hip. 2 receivers left, 2 wide right. And in motion, gets the handoff from the left side around the right is Jackson Hesford, and doesn't find much room. He gets back to the line of scrimmage. There's nothing outside, nothing inside. He just made the best of it.
This run defense from the North has improved as the game has progressed, and we are still in the first quarter, Ryan. It looks like every yard on the ground is difficult to come by for the guys in white.
Hesford, a guy who averaged 15 yards per catch and 6 yards per carry for Cheyenne East last fall, is averaging -1 on 2 touches in this game. Buell in the shotgun, ball right in the middle of the field. 2 receivers right, 2 wide left. Number 87, Brady Storbo, the big slot back on the right side. Man in motion again, and the give up the middle to Lobatos. He picks up a couple, but not much there after the 29.
3rd and long coming up here for the South. It looks like maybe he got a yard, setting up about 3rd and 9.
11 yards to go.
1:47 left first quarter. Ball near the middle of the field. Again, 2 receivers right, 2 left. Buell backs up into the shotgun. Surveys the field, calls for the snap, back to throw, looking left, rolling left, tried to get away from pressure and can't. He's brought down in the backfield at the 27.
Caden Abraham read that play like a book and then finishes it off with a great tackle. Buell's an athletic quarterback. He can slip out of those tackles. Not that time. The arms bring him down from Abraham and sets up a punt.
Buell, a little gun shy, it feels like, after throwing the interception on that first possession. Had a receiver on this near sideline, but just didn't want to pull the trigger. Seth White again to punt for the South. He gets off a high, wobbly spiral. Good-looking punt, fielded back about the 27. Working his way to the right. Nice juke move and finds some room to the 30, the 40, down the sideline, 50. No, he stepped out right near midfield. Big return, Riley Bennett of Powell.
North leading by 7, and they're going to start this drive in plus territory over midfield with 38 seconds remaining in the opening quarter. They're going to spot it at the South 48-yard line, it appears. Maybe a little more, actually. They're kind of walking it around a little bit. Oh, check that. They're going to move it to the North's 48-yard line, so on their half the field still, but excellent field position for Caleb Pryor.
20-yard return for Riley Bennett.
Pryor in shotgun, 3 receivers on the near side, takes the snap, got some pressure, throws it across the middle, caught that time and spun down immediately after the grab was Jesse Trotter. About a gain of 9 on the first down throw.
And an interesting defensive set there. Cody Pierce was there defensively, but he was the only defensive back on that side with 2 receivers. Same thing this time, only there's only no defensive backs. The throw quickly over there, sorry.
No, Trotter takes it, is grabbed and dragged down at the south 30-yard line near the north sideline with 13 seconds. That clock is stopped as the North has quickly advanced down the field.
All the way to the 31 for a 1st and 10.
Shotgun snap to Pryor. He'll hand it off, and not a lot of room here as the first quarter expires, and it looks like that's going to do it indeed. So we'll get you set for the second quarter, but right now it's the North leading 7-0.
That brings us to the end of the first quarter, so we'll take a minute. This is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com. The best place to stay when you're in Casper, Wyoming is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. This beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, 1 pool, a fitness center, and fabulous indoor atrium. Offering jacuzzi and fireplace suites, the guest rooms are comfortable and relaxing. Plus, every stay includes a delicious extended continental breakfast. Whenever you're in Casper, stay at the best place. Come On In Hotel and Suites. Come on in today. Come On In Hotel and Suites, Casper.
The big difference that sets Freeway Tire apart from other tire stores is the fact that we care. We care about the customer service we provide, we care about selling quality products at fair prices, and we care about your vehicle. So when you're looking for tires or having work done on your vehicle, everything from maintenance to major repairs, make sure you take it to the company that really cares, Freeway Tires, on Bear River Drive in Evanston. Stop in today or schedule an appointment with us online at freewaytires.com.
Pryor with 2nd and 8 at the south 28-yard line. Takes the snap, hands it up off the middle, and about a yard to be gained from Jackson Bakula. Or check that. Looks like the handoff went to Braxton Bundy from Natrona County. So 3rd and 7 coming up.
Julian Vigil on the tackle for the South.
Shotgun snap to Pryor. Hands it off once again, and not a lot of room for Bundy, who is swallowed up at the 25-yard line, about a gain of 2.5, and it'll be 4th and 4. Let's see what the North opts to do here. They're going to go for it. They're moving quickly.
Laramie product Michael Mayava in on the tackle.
4th and 4 from the 25-yard line. Pryor in shotgun. Whistles are blowing, and a timeout is called. It's going to be by Coach McFadden of the North. He wants to talk things over with his group before this big 4th down play. And Ryan, this is a 4th down. Sure, it's only the second quarter as there's 14 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. But if you're the South and you let a team that's won the last 7 matchups go up 14-0, that feels like a 28-0 hill decline.
Yeah, I think you're right. And these South players probably have heard too many times that the South hasn't won in 7 years. And so that's in their minds as well. And that's an extra speed bump or hill to climb, so to speak. So this is a big moment for both teams.
But this year was kind of dominated by the South when it comes to the state championships, winning 4 out of 5. So the South has, picked up some momentum coming into this game. But right now the North is just picking up where they left off, which is interesting because they're not picking up where they left off. They didn't play back in 2019. There's just some fraternity of the North in the Shrine Bowl with excellence.
The North won the last game that was played in 2019, 29-19. But as you said, Matthew, a South team won the 4A, 2A, 1A 9-man, and 1A 6-man. Only Cody from the North won in the 3A championship.
And it's helpful that winning coach is on the sideline for the North right now, Coach McFadden, as he sent his troops out for 4th and 4 from the South's 25-yard line. Caleb Pryor, the quarterback in shotgun. Wing T formation, 3 backs in the backfield, puts a man in motion, takes the snap. He's going to pitch it off. Cutting up the middle and being spun down was Mazuri, shy of that first down marker, and it's going to be a turnover on downs.
And give some credit to Noah Rimmer, excuse me. He came in, stuffed Massery, and made the play. But a flag in there may affect, personal foul on the North.
Didn't see what it would be, but on a run play, I wonder if it's a chop block. But it's going to go against the North, which has been declined. So the South will take over just outside or across their 20-yard line, and now it looks like another timeout's been called. Oh, here we go. Never mind. Yeah, just team switching fields. As that was a 4th down, turnover on downs. South defense does its job, and surely the South coaches right now are saying, hey, guys, your teammates did their job. Let's see you do yours. We need to tie this thing up. North leading 7-0 with 13:35 left to play in the first. Buell makes his way out. We've got Carter Labatos in the backfield again. On that south sideline, Drake Lamp, a Niobrara County man, went to Lusk High School, ran for more than 3,000 yards this season, 41 touchdowns. We'll hope to see him a little later on this afternoon. Man in motion. Buell fakes to the man in motion and gives up the middle. Big hole for Labatos. He cuts back against the grain to his left, across the 30, stood up, picked up 10, maybe 11 for a first down. Well, you can look back at that big run and give some credit to Matthew Mayava, the big offensive lineman, the Tufts commit. Just opened a huge hole for his back, and that spurred a first down run.
Out to the 34-yard line, moves the chains. Labatos ran for 761 yards this last fall for Central. Gets the nod again. No, Buell on the run-pass option. Slings it out to Hesford, and he is brought down in the backfield.
Sam Lopman in on the stop for the North, and it's a -3 play.
All the way back to the 31. Hesford has touched it 3 times for a total of -5 yards. And Graydon Buell just 3 of 5, 5 yards and an interception in the game. This North defense came to play. 2nd down, 13. Ball on the right hash. Trips to the right. One receiver, or trips left, one receiver on the right. Buell back to throw. Pressure comes. Rolls to his right. Throws over the middle. Storbo caught at the midfield line, but a flag down, and I'm hearing hold, and I'm seeing hold from the Whitecap official. This one's coming back. Would have been about a 25-yard gain.
Well, it's an excellent play by Brady Storbo. He's going to line up in that tight end, wide receiver slot position. He's going to just camp out in the middle of the field, but all this gets wiped away because of a hold.
And the hold, 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage, so this will go in the books as a 10-yard penalty, but, boy, it'll be costly.
Just when the South's offense was beginning to pick up some momentum a little bit since that first drive where they got across midfield and tossed an interception, but a hold brings it all the way back, and it's going to be 2nd and very, very long.
Repeat 2nd down, but the South needs the 44-yard line to move the chains. They're back at their own 21. Do the math real quick. Is that 23 yards, Matthew?
Something in that neighborhood. I just know it's a lot.
We're not bad at talking. We're not great at math. Buell takes the snap from the shotgun. Throws deep down the right sideline. His man, Jackson Hesford, had a step, but it's just overthrown.
Yeah, Buell's got the right idea. 2nd and long, why not take a shot? You don't have much to lose. I love the idea. He probably could have held on to it for another split second and let that separation really carry between Hesford and his DB.
Well, he obviously likes to look for Jackson Hesford, who caught 54 passes last fall, 801 yards. Jake Rail, also at East, caught another 53 of Graydon Buell's passes for 967 yards. Going to need a big reception from maybe one of those two guys right here. North showing pressure as Buell takes the snap, flushed left, and tucks to run. He sees some room, and then he's shoved out of bounds. A flag flies, and that'll give the South a first down.
Talk about a bailout, Ryan. It's 3rd and long. He's just going to run out, pick up 5 yards, and send the punt team, really hand the ball to the punter's belly. But a late hit is going to gift them a first down.
And it looks like a tough one. Buell, I mean, it was obvious he had given himself up. He was trying to get out of bounds. He'd ended the play. Talich probably looks and sees he's not quite out of bounds yet, reaches out with the shove, and it's kind of one of those gray areas a little bit, I think.
Yeah, Talich has been a special player through a quarter and some minutes here in the second, but makes a mistake that time. And not an automatic first down. It'll be 3rd and 3 after 15 yards were gifted at the end of that 4 or 5 yard run.
Now, on a personal foul, isn't it an automatic first down?
That was my first thought, and I think now they're going to change it over.
No, they discuss it. They confirm it is 3rd down and about 2 to go. South at its own 42-yard line. So a big moment, again, for both teams. 11:59 left, second quarter. The snap and a late handoff. Labatos tried to pitch it back to Buell. Then he throws, and he's got a man, but it's in and out of his hands. Jake Rail couldn't hold on to a high pass on a crazy backyard play. Buell handed to Labatos. As he was going down, he pitched it back to Buell, who then threw for Rail, who couldn't make the catch.
And the man left standing at the end of this play is Spillane from Kelly Walsh. Jars the ball loose and forces the incomplete pass, setting up 4th down and a punt.
So 4th down again for the South, and Seth White of Green River, who said last night he's going to skip college. He said, I'm skipping college and taking my talents to the NBA.
I loved it. That was my highlight, right? I wish him all the luck in that journey.
He is pretty tall, about 6'4", I think. A low snap, he goes down and gets it. Boots a wobbly, low-line drive that takes a south bounce at the 20 to the 10 to the 5, and fair caught. I didn't really see a real big fair catch sign, and the South actually made a hit, but no flags.
I'm a little confused on why he decided to fair catch it. It was rolling towards the end zone. I don't think it would have gotten there, but you might as well give that ball a chance to roll into the end zone for a touchback. That was a bit of a risky play, and it's going to be a long field right now for Caleb Pryor and this North offense.
What the South is looking for here is to get a quick 3 and out and then get the ball punted back to them and have good field territory. Take advantage of this being spotted clear down at the 3. 11:41 left, second quarter. North leads 7-0.
97 yards in front of Caleb Pryor and his 10 offensive teammates as they get set in the shotgun formation. 3 backs in the backfield, 2 receivers split out wide.
A different look offensively for the North.
Pryor trying a hard count, I think wants to pick up 5 free yards, but the South is not biting. Pryor looks over to the sideline, and Coach McFadden gets a new signal. Now puts a man in motion, takes the snap. He's going to hold on to it, passes it towards the sideline, and it's caught out of play by one of the officials.
Now prior to that, it was 4 of 5 for 69 yards with a touchdown. And he did the smart thing there. He didn't have anybody open, didn't want to take a sack, just toss it out.
2nd and 10. Pryor at his own 3-yard line has to be smart with the football here, not to give up 2 points.
He was smart last season for Cody, 13 touchdowns, just 2 picks.
Takes the snap, pitches it forward. Here's the open gap as the ball is pushed across the 10-yard line. Looks like a pickup of 8 that time as it went to Cody Phillips. And now some breathing room for the North, but it looks like maybe an injured player. Yes, an injured player for the North right now is down. Trainers come on with 11:23 to go in the second quarter. 7-0, and we'll step aside for a quick break. Actually, the injured player is coming off the field right now, so good to see that. Maybe just got his bell rung a little bit, but hopefully he'll be able to re-enter the game shortly.
And just apologies on this, but Elin, is our next break a local? Thank you. We've got a little bit of a network on the radio broadcast today. If you're watching online, of course, that's at mylocalradio.com. You can also listen live on KDWY of Star Valley, Cokeville, Kemmer, and Bridger Valley. That's the Spur. And, of course, in the Evanston area, KNYN and KADQ.
It appears that the banged-up North player is Reno Watson, but he's walking off the field under his own control. Here we go with 3rd and 1 for the North from their own 11-yard line. Pryor in shotgun, crowded backfield, 1 receiver on the near side, puts a man in motion, takes the snap, hands it off up the middle, and a big South response, but it looks like it'll be enough for the first down.
And it was that Pakula. He's just such a shifty and patient runner. And it didn't look like there was much of anything there, but he just dives into the line and picks up that first down.
Yeah, Jackson Pakula from Thunder Basin picks up the first, and it's 1st and 10 from the North's 15-yard line, just over 11 minutes to play. Pryor in shotgun, puts a man in motion. He's going to hold on to it himself, jots up the middle, and not much room that time as he's taken down by the ankles after a gain of 1.
And that may have been a broken play. He looked to his left as if he was looking for a teammate, and it was like, oh, he's not there. I better just make something out of nothing, and picked up a couple.
2nd and 9. Pryor, shotgun snap, looks to pass, drops back, has pressure, heaves it down the sideline, and he's got his man. Spillane comes down with it. That's Jesse Trotter on a huge gain for the North across midfield. He's tackled just outside the 45-yard line. They spot him at the 48 on a huge pickup from Pryor to Trotter.
And what a catch by Trotter. The defense was right there, and Trotter just went up and pulled it in.
From the 16 to the 48-yard line. Pryor takes a shotgun snap. He's going to hand it off once again. And good effort this time, but not a lot of room to operate as it's a pickup of 1 for the North on the run from Jackson Pakula.
In on the tackle there for the South, Preston Brewer. Heading on to play or to attend University of Wyoming, be a Cowboy.
2nd and 6 from the South's 44-yard line. Shotgun snap to Pryor. He's going to throw it, looking for his man. He had him, but Eli Masery was not on the same page as his quarterback. Wow, if he turned around and caught that, I think he's got 6 right in front of him.
Yeah, and that's one of those things in a game like this where you haven't played together, other than about 10 practices over the course of the last 5 days, just a little miscommunication.
3rd and 6 from the 44-yard line of the South. Pryor in shotgun, trips on the near side, takes the snap. He'll pitch it out, and mustering his way for a gain of 5 on that run.
And a shifty
Looks
run
like Jackson
again.
Pakula, and a shifty runner and really nimble player. It's going to be 4th and short. Wow, they gave him a generous spotting. About a yard shy of that first down marker at the 38-yard line.
That brings up a 4th and very short.
They're going to go for it. Trips on the near side. Shotgun snap. Hands it off. And this will be a first down and then some. Trotting down the sideline was Braxton Bundy. He's got the first down and knocking on the door of the red zone with the North already up 7-0 with a little under 10 to go in the first half.
Colby White on the tackle, but not until Bundy had picked up about 14 yards and a first down.
Shotgun snap to Pryor, hands it off to Bundy once again, who's tripped and falls at the 20-yard line. About a pickup of 3. It'll be 2nd and 7 from the 20-yard line. North leading 7-0.
Jaron Smith of the South with the tackle.
Pryor in shotgun. One receiver on the far side, 2 backs in the backfield, double tight end set as a late player comes on to complete the wing T formation. Puts a man in motion, takes the snap. He's going to hold on to it, has a man wide open, and walking into the end zone for his 2nd score of the day is Dice Shepard right up the middle.
On a 2nd down and 7, the South bit all the way, 100% on the play action, and Dice Shepard was all by himself.
Dice Shepard scored earlier on a 36-yard touchdown reception. This time it's a 20-yard throw and catch from Pryor to his tight end, and the North sends on the PAT unit to try and make it a 14-0 lead. The snap is good. The flags are flying in, though, as the kick was booted, and it's going to be against the North, maybe a delay of game, looking for a signal.
All right, that was a quick, I wouldn't think delay of game, but
I don't know where it would have come in unless they were going quickly.
Was it 12 men on the field?
Someone's running off right now, so that makes me believe you're correct. So they'll move it back, a little bit of a longer PAT as it'll be kicked from the 15 for a 25-yard point after attempt. Snap good, holds good, kick is right down the middle. So it's 14-0 North with 9:21 to go in the first half. Dice Shepard making a case for the player of the game. He's got 2 touchdowns so far.
We'll be right back after this message from your local sponsors. This is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com.
There's only one podcast that tells you everything you need to know about America's game in the Cowboy State.
307 Baseball.
Hear from great guests, know what games and players to keep an eye on, and don't miss the Coaches and Media Poll, hosted by Matthew Peterson.
Yeah, I mean, this is the chess game that I've been talking about.
Elin Olive.
Means so much more to the Rangers when they're going to get ready to take on Gillette.
And Cullen Holt.
So the games that really count are already here. We've been building up to it.
Don't miss 307 Baseball every Thursday during baseball season on mylocalradio.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, down, take it down that way.
The North is getting set to kick it off after completing a 97-yard touchdown drive, capped off with a 20-yard throw to Dice Shepard.
And that's just a backbreaker for the South, right? The punt,
pin 'em deep.
They pin them deep, and then the offense goes all the way, 97 yards. Schofield with the reception on the kickoff, about the 10-yard line, runs all the way across the field to the left sideline and across the 30 before he's driven down out of bounds about the 32. Ashton Schofield of Mountain View.
You know, that kickoff may look like a routine kickoff, but he ran from one corner of the field to the other that time, probably, accumulated 50 yards plus on the run, and it'll turn into some decent starting field position from the South, which they really need right now as they trail by 2 touchdowns with a little over 9 minutes to go in the second quarter.
Looks like they'll spot it right at the 30, so we'll give Schofield 22 yards on the return.
Really ran close to 50 yards probably.
Yeah, he did. It's a 51, the field is 51 yards wide. Plus the 22 yards up the field. Buell in the shotgun. South trying to get something going here. 2 receivers, they spread things all out. Empty backfield. Buell fakes the handoff and keeps it himself around the left side, breaks 1 tackle, and then is stood up as he goes to his knees around the 34. Gain of about 4, maybe 5 at the 35.
South is trying to piece together some offense, and a good place to start when you need to get some momentum is how much you run the football. That's what they're doing here early downs.
Graydon Buell averaged 336 yards per game between passing and running the football for Cheyenne East last fall, and a place to start is keep it in his hands. 4 receivers wide right, 1 out left. Buell the only man back in the shotgun in the backfield. Looks to throw, heaves deep down the left sideline and overthrows, plus it was out of bounds, looking for Jake Rail. Or no, that was Ashton Schofield of Mountain View, the intended receiver.
I know I just praised the running game, but I love the approach of 2nd and 5, down by 14. Air it out a little bit, see if you can catch a DB sleeping.
Now you put yourself in a interesting spot. 3rd and 5 at your own 35-yard line. Down 14-0. That's the North with the lead, 14-0, 8:28 left, second quarter. And in case you're not familiar with it, the Wyoming Shrine Bowl, they do things just a little bit different than traditional high school. Quarters are 3 minutes longer, so 15-minute quarters here at the Shrine Bowl. There's a few little intricate defensive differences as far as blitz packages and things like that. Back to one man in the backfield, Carter Labatos on the right hip of Graydon Buell for 3rd and 5. 2 receivers left, 2 wide right. Man in motion, fake the handoff there, and a screen over the middle. Labatos has it and lots of room to the 40, but well played defensively. First down, a little bit more to the 44.
Love the play call right there. 3rd and 5. You've been feeling the pressure all day. Why not lean into it? Screen calls enough to pick up the first down.
The North has been putting quite a bit of pressure on the South offense. Maybe some more screens and draws coming up. Labatos again on the right hip of Buell. Snap and the roll quickly out to his right. Slings it side-armed, and Storbo, as the ball came incomplete, he had a man come and hit him. He just shrugged him off.
Yeah, that was Tristan Trumpler, and that wasn't a good idea when you look at the size between those two guys, but an incomplete pass will bring up 2nd and 10.
Buell for Cheyenne East last fall completed 68% of his passes. Today so far, just 4 of 10 for 14 yards with a pick. Speaks to the talent this North defense has lined up out there. 2nd down and 10, South from its own 45-yard line. 14-0 North lead, 8 minutes left in the second quarter. Storbo in motion to the left. Buell back to throw, has lots of time, slings it to a wide open Jackson Hesford. Down the left sideline, dives inside the 30 to the 25-yard line.
Pryor's going to stand in the pocket with a lot of confidence, deliver a strike, and Hesford does the rest as he motors his way towards the red zone.
And there's a 30-yard pickup, without question the biggest offensive play of the afternoon for the South.
30 yards on the play, first down for the South.
You see what Buell can do to you when he has time to sit in the pocket and find that open man. 30-yard gain. Buell rolls to his right, and he's got Hesford wide open right side, overthrown, just incomplete. Buell takes a few extra hops in frustration that he overthrew his receiver.
I mean, you can look at it this two ways, right? That's a tough break right there, but the other way is get it back. You had him. You completed a nice pass the prior play. That should have been a completion for a touchdown. You're picking up some momentum here.
Boy, Hesford was all by himself heading for the end zone. A 2nd down and 10, the South at the North 25. Ball on the left hash, 3 receivers right. Hesford in the middle of those 3 receivers. Storbo closest to the line of or to the lineman, and out far to the right is Jake Rail. Buell with Labatos on his right hip, taking his time here. Now takes the snap. Fakes the handoff left, keeps it himself up the middle, and a strong run inside the 20 to about the 18. 6, maybe 7.
Yeah, for the first time today, the South is in the red zone now. They really can't settle for 3 at the rate of the North offense right now, so a huge 3rd and 4 coming up.
Jesse Trotter in on the tackle. Want to thank Joel Ellsworth being here today, helping us out, spotter, and just doing everything else that we ask him to do. 3 receivers right, 1 wide left for a 3rd down and 4. South trails 14-0. They're knocking on the door. Buell takes the snap. Back to throw, plenty of time. Then pressure comes. He slings it out to the right side. Caught, but stumbling forward. Nate Barnes of Cokeville lost his footing and
I don't think he
got
gained
back
anything.
to the line of scrimmage is all.
It would have been tough for that 1st down. You had some defenders crashing in, but you would have netted some yards and made 4th down, 4th and short, and not this 4th and medium distance.
Buell 6 of 13 for 44 yards. Big question here, or is it a big question? Do you go for it? Do you kick a field goal?
I think you go for it for 2 reasons. 1, you've seen the North's offense can go 97 yards. 2, it's the Shrine Bowl. Why not?
Yeah. Barnes on the left hip of Buell. 3 receivers left, 1 out wide right. Buell takes the snap, fakes the handoff, keeps it himself. Starts left, no room to run, so he dives into the line and pushes as best he can. The North starts to celebrate. Looks like they've stopped the South again.
Needed 4 yards. I think he got 2.5 maybe. He's a yard short at least, maybe then some. And making the tackle was Quentin Mangus out of Sheridan. And it's going to be the North football now with 6:10 to go in the first half, leading by a pair of touchdowns.
Mangus, the 4A lineman of the year last fall, and showing his worth with that stop. The South sputters again.
North will start at their own 16-yard line, 16, 17-yard line. That's where they spot it with 6:10 to go. Shotgun snap to Pryor. He's got pressure. He's going to dish it out. Good looking pass. Here's some yardage right now. Bundy across the 35 towards the 40. Crossing midfield and up towards the 40-yard line of the South. A huge pickup by Braxton Bundy.
All the way to the South 42. That's 44 yards on the little dump off to Braxton Bundy.
Braxton Bundy, a very special player for Natrona County. Off to UW this fall. Pryor in shotgun, 3 backs in the backfield, puts a man in motion. He's going to pitch it back to Massery. Massery bouncing it outside, looking for real estate, but he's not going to find any. He's going to be brought down for a loss on the play.
Massery made the mistake of trying to keep stretching it further and not going straight out toward the sideline, but looping back. Ended up losing 3.
Ryan, are you a north-south guy, not an east-west kind of football watcher?
A little bit, yeah.
Second and 13 after the loss. From the 45-yard line, Pryor takes the shotgun snap, hands it off up the middle, and the South defense is not giving an inch right now after that big chunk play a moment ago. Just a pickup of 1.
Inside the 45.
And I think that was Bundy on the carry. He rumbled all the way, or was that Bakula?
I think
this
Jackson
time?
Bakula.
Yeah.
So 3rd and 12 coming up for the North from the South's 44-yard line. Pryor in shotgun, puts a man in motion, takes the snap, fakes the pitch, has plenty of room, heaves it down the middle of the field, looking for a wide open Banks, but could not connect with him. It would have been 6. So both sides have had big miscues that resulted in no touchdowns going on the board. It's 4th down now, and it looks like the North will punt.
A coverage breakdown. Tyler Banks started on this left side and just did a deep post that carried all the way back to being like a flag from the opposite side of the field or a fade toward that far end zone, and the defense just didn't get back far enough to be on him.
The North will punt it from the South's 44-yard line. Is that Ashton Schofield for the South, standing at his own 5 right now?
That is Schofield.
Schofield did a nice return earlier.
Jagger Mitchell up, maybe to try to put some pressure.
Flag. The punter for the North, yeah. Tristan Trupler trying to get the punt off, but
the South had been lining up 2 men back deep to receive, Schofield and then Evanston's Jagger Mitchell, but this time Jagger up on the line and looking like he's going to rush in and maybe try to block a punt or at least put some pressure on.
5 false start brings it back 5 yards. So from the 49-yard line, Tristan with the punt. It's a high punt, and Schofield's going to wave it off immediately as it escorts its way out of play just in the neighborhood of the 25-yard lines. The official continues to run up, and they're going to spot it at the 25. So after a huge play from Braxton Bundy, the North can't do much with it. They punt it away, and the South has it on their half the field.
This is the Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification.
You're listening to live coverage of the Wyoming Shrine Bowl on KNYN, Fort Bridger, Evanston, KADQ, Evanston, Randolph.
14-0, the North leads, 4:42 left, second quarter. South has had some offensive opportunities. They got down inside the 20 on their last drive and then stalled on a 4th down. Couldn't convert, turned it over on downs. They start this drive from their own 25. 2 receivers left, 2 wide right. Graydon Buell brings a man in motion, fakes the handoff there, keeps it, now slings it out to Hesford. Jackson around the right side, gets to the corner and lowers his shoulders at the 30 to the 31.
You know, Ryan, plays like that remind us why they're in this game. That's a broken play in a lot of ways, and that should have been a loss, but Buell, an excellent athlete, while he's getting tackled, flips it out, and they end up picking up a handful of yards on it.
Actually pick up 7 on the play. Brings up a 2nd and 3 out at the 32. Ball on the right hash, trips left. Quick pitch out to Labados. Not much room. He hesitates, then bounces backwards, spins back to the line of scrimmage, maybe.
Carter Labados, the Cheyenne Central product, ran into a big brown wall as he bounced it outside towards his own sideline, and it'll set up 3rd down and about 3 to go.
They spot it right back at the line of scrimmage, 32-yard line. 4:03, clock running in the second quarter. And we'll have a timeout on the field. The South takes a timeout, recognizing they've got to get something on the board here, trailing 14-0 with under 4 minutes left in the second quarter. We'll take a quick timeout. This is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com.
When you want something custom built for your home, farm and ranch, vehicle, or trailer, it needs to be done with precision, be strong, and be affordable. Get all this and more when you work with the Steel Shop at Ellingford Brothers. You bring the plan or idea, and they'll make it a reality. The Steel Shop sells and installs vehicle accessories like bull bars, running boards, and bed liners. They also specialize in truck and trailer hitches as well. Get it built to last. Ellingford Brothers, 221 County Road in Evanston.
Welcome back to the 48th Annual Wyoming Shrine Bowl. Matthew, the North leads 14-0. They've just been more balanced, more consistent. What else?
It's hard to think of more adjectives and verbs to describe how excellent they've been on offense. It's been Dice Shepard with 2 touchdown catches. And on defense, Nick Towledge with an interception, a sack, some excellent tackles. They're doing it in all phases right now. But, hey, we still got a lot of football left, and this is a South team that's littered with talent.
A 3rd down and 3 for the South. Ball on the left hash as they line up with 3 receivers left, 1 out wide right. Grayson Buell, the 4A Offensive Player of the Year, has been shut down for the most part today. He's in the shotgun. Storbo in motion to the right side. Buell steps back looking to throw. Pressure comes, and he throws to Storbo. Catch, and he breaks a tackle long enough to dive ahead for the 1st down at the 36.
Brady Storbo with a huge catch and then sheds a tackle and reaches out for the 1st down. It's little plays like that, Ryan, that will help the South turn the tide a little bit.
They needed 3. They got 4, and it's big Brady Storbo, 6'5", 225 on the catch. Buell slings it as he weaves through traffic. It looked like he was going to run, then at the last second he just flings it forward to Jake Rail for the catch.
Rail will lean back here. This throw slightly behind and makes an athletic play look easy, and the South is moving down the gridiron with 3.5 to go.
12 yards on that pass and catch. That combination, Buell to Rail, hooked up more than 50 times last fall. Nate Barnes in the backfield next to Graydon Buell.
I like Nate Barnes a lot. He's a really special player to watch out of Cokeville.
South taking his time. Storbo in motion. And the give, no. Buell fakes the throw, fakes it again, then throws and finds Storbo, who dives ahead close to a 1st down, about 9 yards.
Whoever said man's best friend is a dog clearly never had a tight end to throw to, because these two have been linking up at very difficult times. Buell has all sorts of pressure around him, uses a couple pump fakes to buy some time, and by time I mean a 1/4 of a second, and flips it out for a pickup of 8.
2nd down and 2, ball in the left hash, under 2.5 left to play in the period. Buell back to throw, pressure comes, he steps up and then throws last second. He fired it too high, too hot, out to the left sideline, looking for Nate Barnes.
This is a drive that really needs to result in points for the South. A big 3rd down coming up. It'll be 3rd and short, and Ryan, you've had a lot of success passing on this drive, but 3rd and 2 here, would you go on the ground?
I don't know. It's hard to say, and I'm
go back to Storbo.
Thinking, yeah, why haven't we seen Drake Lamp, who ran for more than 3,000 yards in the fall for Niobrara County? Of course, Nate Barnes ran for, I think, 600-700 for Cokeville. And, of course, Graydon Buell ran for almost 1,000 yards. You got a lot of weapons, and Lobato's one of them. Storbo's a big guy, too. I mean, he's his size. If you can get it to him, he'll probably get the 1st down.
Coming into the game, they said the South has the speed, the North has the size. Let's see which one will win this battle on a 3rd and 2.
Buell in the shotgun, trips out to the right side and fakes the handoff, then dumps it over the middle, and it's caught. Jackson Hesford tripped up at the 34-yard line and a first down.
Well, that pass looked a little wobbly coming out. Maybe it was tipped or something out of the line of scrimmage, but Hesford readjusts, comes back to the ball, and huge reception to keep the drive alive.
Like the old tip drill in practice, and Hesford, with the great hands, makes the catch, moves the chains. Just over 2 minutes left in the quarter. Buell steps back to throw, rolling left pressure coming. He dumps it off. There's big Storbo, and he's upended inside the 30, about the 28. It's another 6 or 7.
Yeah, just shy of that first down marker with less than 2 to play now in the first half.
Give Storbo 6 yards on that catch. That's 3 catches on this drive.
3 yards to go, the ball at the 17-yard line.
Passing game has certainly opened up on this drive. 1:30 left to play in the first half. North leads 14-0. South knocking on the door. A 2nd and 3. Fake to Barnes, then Buell slings it out to Hesford again. He's got it at the 25, getting around the outside and steps out at around the 20. Close to a first down. No, he will have a first down and a little bit more.
It appears that he's just shy of that 20-yard line. I think they're going to put him right at the 21, but 7-yard pickup on the throw and catch, and that's good enough for a 1st and 10 with $1:20 to play.
And he got out of bounds to stop the clock at 1:20 left in the second quarter. 3 receivers out left, including Mountain View's Ashton Schofield, who caught 51 passes for just under 900 yards and 10 touchdowns for the Buffs last fall. Buell in the shotgun. He got Barnes on his right hip. Man in motion. A couple of fake handoffs. Buell flushed right. Hesitating, trying to make some time. Throws for the end zone, and Hesford knocked away incomplete at the last second. And a flag came down as well near the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, near the line of scrimmage may indicate a holding against the offense. Officials will have a conference. I didn't see anything necessarily. I wonder if it's some sort of pass interference from a running back or a holding on the defense as a running back was breaking out.
Buell kind of hanging out over there by the officials.
Oh, an eligible man downfield.
He clapped as if it was something against the North, but yeah, against the South. That'll push him back a couple yards.
That's a little tough on the offensive line because if your quarterback's going to scramble, there's this bit of telepathy that needs to be known. Hey, am I going to run down and block for you, or are you going to stay back and pass? Because I can't proceed any further down the field that time, not on the same wavelength, and that's kind of a product of an all-star game or a Shrine Bowl where these guys have been practicing together for just a week.
So the ineligible man downfield is a 5-yard penalty. That's 15 yards on 2 penalties against the South, pushes them back to the 26. And the South faces 1st down and 15. We invite you to stay tuned for our halftime show. We've got a few special things planned coming up, including a talk with a couple of Shrine kids.
Another flag or a whistle. Pre-snap penalty if there's a flag to be had here.
I didn't see a flag on the field.
I didn't either, but no one's acting that they called a timeout, so maybe they want to change something on the clock.
Oh, yeah. 1:20. Oh, yeah. That's.
Yeah. 22 seconds will run off.
14-0 North leads. 2 passes from Caleb Pryor to to Dice Shepard. Big tight end has 2 touchdown catches. South got into the red zone on its last possession and then stalled on a 4th down. South at the North 26, facing a 1st and 15. Buell steps back up to the line, trips out to the left, ball on the right hash. One man out right is Jake Rail. Buell fakes the handoff and keeps it himself. Dives into the right side of the line, down to about the 20. 5-yard gain.
44, Logan Cole with the first hit.
Get back to where they were a moment ago before that 5-yard penalty. Clock is ticking, though, just over a minute to go.
Logan Cole on the tackle. Headed to South Dakota School of Mines to play football. Plans to be a defensive end there. He's the nose tackle for this North team this afternoon. 2nd and 10, under 50 seconds to go. South doesn't seem to have a lot of urgency here. Buell takes the snap, looking to his left, still looking that way. Pressure comes. He tries to get away and does for a moment, but then he's caught from behind by who else?
Logan Cole out of Hot Springs makes the tackle. A big loss, and all of a sudden they had some time to play with. Now they don't.
Back to a 3rd and 15, and the North forced to take a timeout to get the right personnel package on the field. We'll keep it right here for this one, unless our producer Ethan, do we need to take another break?
Elon is getting ready to
head down to the field, isn't he?
Get a sideline interview with the coach.
So we will keep it right here. 22.4 seconds left to play in this first half. And now one thing, a couple great things going on this weekend. And, of course, one of those is you think about all that takes place to make a game happen and maybe a lesser thought, or at least in my mind, something that I don't think of quite as quickly as the officials. And I just want to give a shout-out to the guys who are willing to be out here on a Saturday afternoon and do a great job and do their best as officials. Sean Gear, Ron Erickson, James Bratton, Evan Hellenbolt, Dan Edwards, Monty Gilbreth, Nate Hellbaum, and Kurt Engel.
And, Ryan, to add on to that thought, you've got the best players, you've got the best coaches. That's going to come with kind of an all-star ensemble of an officiating crew as well, and it's been a very well-officiated game so far.
The broadcast today is brought to you in part by Mel Orchard III, partner at Spence Law Firm in Jackson, Wyoming. They really appreciate working with one of Wyoming's best. Mel Orchard III, partner at the Spence Law Firm and past student athlete at the Wyoming Shrine Bowl. He's a former Evanston Red Devil. I think that year there were 4 Red Devils that played in the Wyoming Shrine Bowl, and Mel Orchard one of those.
Just one this year. Jagger Mitchell representing that southwest corner of Wyoming.
And Jagger's got an interesting schedule this weekend. He plays for the Evanston Outlaws AA Legion baseball team, which has a doubleheader in conference play tomorrow back in Evanston against Casper.
You got to imagine there's some Casper players here right now that could be going over there for that one too.
3rd down and 15. The South trails 14-0. 22.4 seconds left in the first half. And the South looking to get something here. Double team out wide on Jake Rail. Oh, no, that's on Ashton Schofield. Barnes on the right hip of Graydon Buell. Trips on the left side. That's the short side of the field. Buell back to throw. Steps up away from the pressure. Throws over the middle. Got his man. Caught. Touchdown, South. Jake Rail with the catch. 26 yards for the score.
Well, it's just what the doctor ordered for the South. They pick up 6, maybe 7, just before the end of the half, and they could go into the second half trailing by just a touchdown. Huge momentum builder for them as they trailed by 14 for most of this one.
The South will also receive the second half kickoff, so that's a huge...
The 2-for-1 special.
Yes. 16.3 seconds left, so the North will have a little bit of something to do here before the half ends. The hold is good. The kick is up and straight through the uprights. The South on the board, 14-7. The North leads with 16.3 seconds left in this second quarter of action. Again, we thank Spence Law Firm and Mel Orchard III, partner at Spence Law Firm in Jackson, Wyoming. And we thank you for tuning in on KDWY. If you're listening in Star Valley, Cokeville, the Bridger Valley, or Kemmer, on KDWY The Spur. Also, thanks to KNYN, 99.1 FM, The Big Dog in the Evanston area, and KADQ FM, The Wildlife, and those of you listening there. You can also watch the game live on mylocalradio.com. That drive for the South started at its own 32-yard line, if I'm reading Matthew's notes correctly. And a lot of success on that drive through the air. Graydon Buell finishes it off with a 26-yard touchdown pass to Jake Rail, a guy that he found 12 times during the fall season at Cheyenne East. as those were two of the key players in East winning the state championship over Thunder Basin 29-15 last fall. Jake Rail with 3 receptions in the ball game. .45 yards, including that 26-yard touchdown a moment ago. South to kick it away. Take it away, Matthew.
This kick is going to go through the back of the end zone and out for a touchback. 16.3 seconds to go in the second quarter, and let's see if Coach McFadden wants to just take a knee and go into the locker room. It's a beautiful day here in Casper, Wyoming, but a little toasty indeed. They may want to get some towels on their heads and some water through those veins.
Forecast today was for a high of about 90, and we're at 86 degrees here in Casper this afternoon.
And for the first time, it's not very windy, which I think people were looking for.
Hoping for a little breeze.
Usually that Wyoming wind comes in abundance, but right now it is nowhere to be found.
Those flags in the northeast corner at Cheney Alumni Field just laying down right against the pole.
Pryor comes out. He's going to line up in the shotgun formation. 2 receivers split out wide. 2 tight ends in the formation. Takes the snap. He's going to look to throw. Gets it out to an open man of Trotter. And Jesse Trotter made one man miss for a moment. Looks like it's a pickup of 5. And quickly a timeout is called by Coach McFadden with 8.4 seconds to go. I think he's trying to get something, I guess. It may not be a score, but some yardage before the end of the half, or put himself in position for a Hail Mary.
Maybe. I think it was Ashton Schofield on the defense over there, and he ran right past the man who caught the ball, covering the man who was to get the lateral. It was an interesting defensive decision.
So it'll be 2nd and 5 after this timeout. Coach McFadden talking things over with his company. And as for the South here, I mean, talk about prevent defense. Just sit back a little bit. Let everything be in front of you, and don't be on the wrong end of a make-your-own miracle name.
No. If the North picks up 57 yards here or 63 yards, that's okay, as long as they don't get that 65 or 75, right? They're at the 25-yard line.
That's how I think the math works.
Yeah.
25-yard line indeed. 2nd and 5. Pryor in shotgun. 2 backs in the backfield, 2 receivers in the wing T formation. Takes the snap, looks to pass, has some pressure, steps up in the pocket, flings it out, and it's caught by, that is Jackson Pakula with 1 second remaining as he stepped out of bounds across the 35, so enough for the first down on the 7-yard pickup, and it'll be 1st and 10 for the North with 1 second on the clock from their own 38-yard line, pickup of 8.
A very efficient first half for Caleb Pryor. 2 touchdown passes, 9 of 13, 171 yards.
Snap to Pryor. This will be the last play. Has some pressure. He's going to run with it. He's taken down after picking up some meaningless yards, and that's going to do it for the first half of the Shrine Bowl. Shrine Bowl number 48. We got 1 half in the books, and it's 14-7 to North, looking to make it 8 consecutive wins over their foes from the South.
14-7. The North struck first. 2 touchdowns from Caleb Pryor, both to Dice Shepard, who has 2 receptions, both of them for scores. 56 receiving yards on the day for Dice Shepard. South answered right before the end of the half as Graydon Buell found Jake Rail, fellow Cheyenne East graduate, for 26 yards and a score. We'll take a timeout. We've got a halftime show, which includes a message and a chat with a couple of Shrine kids, plus another interview with one of the players in this Wyoming Shrine Bowl. But first, a message. This is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com. Two roads diverged in a wood, and I just purchased new tires at Plains Tire in Evanston. The trained tire technicians at Plains Tire expertly mounted, balanced, and aligned my new tires, so I was feeling good. While I was there, they changed my oil, checked my brakes, fixed my AC, and made sure my shocks were in tip-top shape. And with their lifetime alignment checks and tire rotations, I was ready to roll. So, thanks to Plains Tire, when 2 roads diverged in a wood, I took the one less traveled. Plains Tire, 157 Bear River Drive, Evanston.
Wyoming is unique. When it comes to high school sports, we might travel 6 hours to a game, but when we get there, we know the other team, their parents, and the coaches. Wyoming is like one small town with really long streets. When your travels take you to Evanston, always stay with your friends at the Best Western Dunmar Inn. Clean, comfortable rooms, a restaurant serving healthy, delicious food, and breakfast is always included. If you're bringing the team or following the team, stay with us every time you're in Evanston. The Best Western Dunmar Inn.
School may be out, but the top high school athletes in Wyoming aren't slowing down. My Local Radio has you covered this summer for all the high school sporting events. Catch the Shrine Bowl on June 12th, the Soccer All-Star Game on June 19th, basketball boys and girls, and the volleyball All-Star Games on July 24th, along with the entire AA American Legion Baseball Tournament July 26th through the 31st, live from Laramie. Join us all summer long for the My Local Radio Summer of Sports to watch every game live or on demand at mylocalradio.com.
Welcome back to the Come On In. No, we're not in the pregame show anymore, are we? I just got in the habit of that. The Wyoming Shrine Bowl, 48th annual, and at the half, the North leads 14-7. We've got sideline reporter Elin Olive with a quick report from the North coach, Matt McFadden. Let's go down to the sideline and join Elin.
Here with North coach Matt McFadden. Coach McFadden, you guys are up 14-7, great game so far. Real quick, what do you like that you're doing in the first half and what's going to be the focus in the second?
I think we threw the ball well. At times we ran the ball well between tackles, but got to really establish the line of scrimmage. We got to be able to get our perimeter run game going. Love the way we threw the ball. We missed a couple. I feel like we left 2 out there. So we just got to connect on those, and we should be okay.
Thanks, Coach. Good luck in the second.
Hey, thank you.
Hey, thanks so much, Elin and Coach Matt McFadden, for being willing to chat with us for a moment. Matthew, just real quick before we get into any stats or anything, your thoughts on that first half?
Well, first impressions are the North has been doing it successfully on offense and defense in terms of limiting the big plays from the South. We saw some chunk plays come along the end there for the South, and offensively, 14 points in the first half against a South defense that has all sorts of accolades all over the place. Nothing to be upset about. And then for the South, if they want to try and get back in this one, not a tall mountain to climb, down by 7 thanks to that late score. Get off to a good start in the third quarter. They'll get the ball to begin the second half.
The North finished with 171 yards of passing offense. Caleb Pryor, very efficient, as I said, 9 of 13, 171. The 2 touchdowns, took care of the football, no turnovers for the North.
Yeah, taking care of the football is a big difference maker right there. Nick Talich for the North has that lone interception for either side. The only turnover, excluding 2 turnovers on downs for each side, and that's right now proving to be the difference maker because they turn that turnover into points, and those points are the difference maker at the moment.
I've got unofficially the North with 251 yards of offense. Not a lot on the ground for the team. Jackson Pakula, 29 yards on 10 carries. Braxton Bundy a little bit more, 6 carries for 29 yards. But most of that offensive production came through the air. And, boy, that connection from Caleb Pryor to Dice Shepard, what a connection so far.
Well, you've got the South defensive line consisting of a Defensive Player of the Year, Micah Mayava, going off to Tufts University. I mean, it's just got – and, of course, how about Hanson Bradshaw to a Linebacker of the Year. So a lot of accolades. They've been limiting the running offense from the North, but this North quarterback play from Caleb Pryor has been terrific.
As for the South, 124 passing yards. Graydon Buell, not his what he typically for him, his typical self. Again, during the regular season with East, he completed 68% of his passes for 250 yards per game. Here so far, maybe on pace for the 250, but just 14 of 22 with an interception. Did get that 1 touchdown right there at the end of the half.
Yeah, what I'm going to look forward to in the second half is In a close game like this so far, just 7 points separating the two teams. Will the coaches stick with these first-line players? Because in a Shrine Bowl game like this, at some point everyone's got to get on the field, one would think, but where does the competitiveness kick in to keep their starters in there that have been picking up that momentum and chemistry as the game has progressed?
68 rushing yards unofficially for the South in that first half, 38 of those from Graydon Buell, and then Carter Labatos had 30 on 9 carries. And then 124 yards through the air. Add that together, 124 and 68 is 192 yards of offense. So not a huge difference from north to south, but especially when I think of that first half, it feels like the North went up and down the field, didn't have much trouble to move the football, whereas the South did.
Yeah, but you look at all that, you take what you felt from the game, and you look at the scoreboard, and you go, well, it's only 7 points here. So the South has got to be somewhat content with how the scoreboard reflects the first half of play, because for them to be trailing just by 7 after, like you said, Ryan, the North really moving up and down the field with ease at parts, and the defense coming together with stop after stop. This South team may have a bit of a break here going into the second half, down by 1 touchdown and getting the ball to start the half.
A special thanks to Mel Orchard, the third partner at the Spence Law Firm in Jackson, Wyoming, one of the sponsors of today's game. Also, according to Iowa Football, 22 completions ties the record set by Upton's Darren Schiller in 1984. So Graydon Buell not far from that with 14 completions in that first half, 20 on 22 attempts.
Where's Pryor?
Pryor's at 9 of 13
okay.
Unofficially. I have a tendency to miss 1 or 2.
Yeah, no,
per
we're
half.
human up here in the broadcast booth. My only thought will be, will they play 4 quarters, or, will we see some backups come in? You look at the North, who's backing up Caleb Pryor? How about the state runner-up at that 2A level, Brad Kruger from Upton Sundance?
Yeah, that'll be interesting. And for the South, Graydon Buell, as great as he was during the season last fall, you've got another quarterback out of Star Valley who had a great year, and Brant Nelson, and we've seen him play some defense today, but we'll just have to see how teams decide to play this thing in the second half. I know Coach Walk real intense about trying to get that, bring the trophy back south, so we'll see.
And to clean up what I just said here, I said Brad Kruger, Upton Sundance, state runner-up. I know we got a lot of Cowboy fans and Wyoming high school fans across the state watching. As a Upton Sundance team that lost in the semifinals. But nevertheless, that's one of the best parts about the Shrine Bowl. Your 2 deep is just as good, right?
Right. Yeah.
There's no big step off or step down. These are competitive and excellent athletes from the top of the roster to the bottom.
Well, coming up on the halftime show, we're going to hear from one of the players playing here at the Shrine Bowl, Jagger Mitchell of the South, played for the Evanston Red Devils, and he's got an interesting weekend with the baseball tomorrow. He's also committed to play for
Arizona Christian University.
There he goes, play baseball there, right? So but he's playing here for the South team. We'll also hear from a couple of Shrine kids, Gage Kennington and Gunnar Depew, during our halftime show. So let's move along in the halftime show, and we'll be back right after this message from your local sponsors. This is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com.
Gee, Tommy, you look amazing. Did you try something different with your enamel?
No way. I wouldn't do anything to alter these pearly whites, but I did see Dr. McKay Frankham, who told me if I didn't floss, I could miss up 35% of food particles.
Really? He told you that?
Yep, and you know what? He's 100% right. I started flossing, and now I look better than ever.
Wow, I want to see Dr. McKay Frankham.
Well, give him a call, 307-789-8910. Easy to remember, right?
That's super easy. Dr. McKay Frankham at 307-789-8910. I'll call today.
America keeps moving, and Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to help you keep rolling. Whether you need a brand new vehicle or service on one you already own, Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to lend a helping hand. Our certified mechanics are knowledgeable, and our sales team takes the time to get to know you and what your needs are. Stop in today, Auto Farm Chevrolet, 624 Front Street, Evanston. Evanston's community-driven dealer.
This presentation on mylocalradio.com is brought to you in part by Todd Hoover at Hoover Chiropractic. Dr. Hoover does all the chiropractic work you need, as well as blood work, dietary supplements, a weight loss program, and he can help you get rid of migraines and allergies. That's Dr. Todd Hoover at Hoover Chiropractic in Evanston.
A little housekeeping here.
And coming up now, we've got an interview with Evanston or former Evanston Red Devil, Jagger Mitchell.
Kneeling off here with Evanston Red Devils and South player Jagger Mitchell. Jagger, real quick, Evanston knows you as one of the top athletes in the town. Where does participating in the Shrine Bowl rank for you in crazy things that you've been able to do?
Well, I've been kind of blessed and honored to be able to represent both my family and my town in pretty much everything I do in life. But this is bigger than me and bigger than my family and bigger than my town. It's for those kids who can't play. And to me as an athlete and a person, it just means that much more.
Can you talk to us a little bit about how they've brought the meaning of Shriners Hospital and the mission of Shriners Hospital to you guys here in Casper, even though you weren't able to go to the hospital this year?
Yeah, there's a saying on all the shirts and gear we've been given, and it says, the strong legs run for those that are weak and so that they can walk. And players kind of take that in perspective, like we're kind of given that God-given gift, and with hard work we can do the things we do, but there's some kids who they roll the dice and they're not as lucky as we are. So I think it puts into perspective how lucky we are and why we should do what we do.
If you could, what would you say to future Evanston Red Devils or future players that get the invite to come play in the Shrine Bowl? It's a week during your summer. Talk about, is it worth it? Would you recommend it?
Absolutely. I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. I've met kids that I didn't ever think I'd be playing next to. Some that were rivals, some that were friends, but all in the end, we're all going towards the same goal. But those kids back at home and little old Evanston, Wyoming in the corner, anything's possible and you just got to go for it. Set your bar high and get there, because once you're here, everybody's equal.
I was going to ask about those kids. I mean, you're going to suit up alongside the Gatorade Player of the Year, Graydon Buell. You're going to suit up alongside Brent Nelson, who you're very familiar with playing against the Star Valley, Seth White from Green River. What's it like to be on the same side as those guys?
It just kind of shows who you are and what you're about, because all of us are here for the same reason. We've all been given the invite to come play in Wyoming's All-Star game. So whether they're your enemy, your rival, your teammate, you guys are all equal now. You're all going for the same goal. So it's really cool to play with all this talent and see how it meshes, but I think tomorrow we're going to figure out how that figured out.
And you guys are playing the North, but at the end of the day, this is about more than a football game. Have you guys been able to talk with the players from the North or kind of unite in this cause or anything like that during this, I guess you could call, camp?
Yeah, it's been good. We've all been going to the Shrine Club for dinner together and kind of doing that thing, but no, everyone's here for the same reason. It's for the kids.
And Jagger, just kind of a personal question for you. That you're going to be playing baseball on the next level, so this is probably your final competitive football game. What's it going to be like to go to the gridiron and suit up in the pads and the helmet one last time?
Yeah, it's going to be emotional. There's no ands, if, or buts about it. I've kind of my whole life been playing this game, and to watch it come to an end is kind of a sad thing, but life moves on. I just know that I always walk out there and strap it up for my city and give it all I got. So, Evanston, we got one last ride.
That's Jagger Mitchell, Evanston High School graduated senior and player for the South in the 2021 Shrine Bowl. Jagger, I must say it's been a pleasure covering you the last 2 years on football. Thank you so much for the time and speaking with me. Anything else?
No, thank you for everything, and thank you for the city of Evanston for believing in me and having my back all these years. Go Big Red.
Big thanks to Jagger Mitchell from Evanston for giving us some of his time. Coming up next right now, we've got two Shriners kids. It is Gage Kennington and Gunnar Depew, along with Nancy Wiscombe, the event coordinator for Shriners Hospital out in Salt Lake City.
Hi, my name is Gage Kennington.
I'm from Star Valley High School. I love Green Bay because their players are amazing.
The Shrine Bowl is a unique experience for us because our Shriners here in the Wyoming area have started this 48 years ago, where they wanted to hold the Shrine Bowl in order to support our hospital and raise funds for our hospital. We love to support the Shrine Bowl because it's such a great cause, and they are so good to us when they bring us those checks.
Back when I was 8 years old, I used to run all the time as a little kid. But then all of a sudden it kind of became a lot harder to do that because I had this thing where my ankles were rolled so much that they were almost kind of touching the ground. My feet were kind of splayed out, and it was a really hard thing because I played a lot of soccer sports, stuff like that, and it was just a hard thing. And my parents were kind of trying to find something to like help me out, but it's a tough situation to deal with stuff like that, especially like feet surgery. So then up and comes the Shriners Hospital, and they offered me all these treatment plans and whatnot to get my feet back into shape. I lucked out where I didn't actually have to get surgery. I was able to do PT, get inserts, do all these exercises and stuff to get my feet back into where my feet are good enough now to where I can do weightlifting and do track. I do discus and shot put, which requires a lot of turning, balancing on the balls of my feet, stuff like that. Same thing goes for weightlifting as well, where if you don't get the proper stance, it's gonna hurt your feet.
We are truly a nonprofit hospital, and without the support of these proud supporters, we would not be able to offer these services. We offer everything from a simple fracture to physical therapy in more complex cases where our physicians will work with a group to determine the best outcome. The advantage that we have is that we are not concerned about the cost of these procedures. We're concerned about what is best for the child.
How far they are willing to go to help people, how bad the situation is for people, they'll still come out and try to help them to the best of their ability. It's still non-profit, but like Nancy said, they'll treat multiple very complex injuries that people can have all without money, and it really doesn't matter what your background is, they'll help you with it. This is one of the best organizations to give back to in terms of like how helpful it is, because I have never heard of, at least in my experience, another hospital quite as giving and caring as this one. This is, in my opinion, one of the best things to give back to, because as I think I know, a lot of kids who are here have been affected positively by the Shrine themselves, or someone who they know who's been affected positively, and because of that, they probably understand that there are also more kids that the Shrine is still going to help out with.
And welcome back to our halftime coverage. We're about to get started with the second half as the North leads the South 14-7. Just under a minute to go until second half kickoff gets underway. It will be the South to receive, and if they're able to put some points on the board, it would be a bit of a run of unanswered, as they scored not too late into the second half to get themselves some points to show for. With 16 seconds left, they struck for 7. Both teams coming out of the locker room and getting set for the second half of action. We're going to hear, hopefully, from the South head coach, Coach Walk, out of Mountain View, out of the Bridger Valley area.
The South down by a touchdown. It wasn't an overwhelming yardage dominance by the North, but one issue the South had, obviously, they got down inside the red zone, stalled on a fourth down, and then the first time they got the ball, it seemed like they were moving well before that interception. So they've had a couple of miscues that have been key parts in what we have of our score right now, 14-7 North on top.
It'll be fun to see some other players take the field as well, because it's one of those games where even the backups are just as good as the starters in some other ways. So it's always a great sight to see, and it's fun to get different numbers and different players on that field.
Right now, if we want to talk about, at the end of the game, we'll see offensive and defensive players of the game. And talking about that a little bit right now, you've got to have in the conversation the North's Dice Shepard, 2 receptions. He hasn't touched it a lot, but the touches have counted, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, and on the defensive side of things, I don't think this was a long shot coming into today, but Nick Talich, he's been flying all over the field from that middle linebacker spot. Has an interception, a decent return afterwards as well, tackles for loss in key moments. He has just been the go-to guy so many times for this North defense.
Another offensive player to look at, certainly Caleb Pryor, very efficient, the quarterback for the North, 9 of 13, 171 yards, 2 touchdowns. Not a ton, but on the ground also solid. 3 carries, 15 yards. So he's had a good day so far. On the South, I don't know that anybody really stands out. Jake Rail, 3 receptions, 45 yards and a score. Graydon Buell, he's going to have the ball in his hands a lot, 124 yards passing and a touchdown, but also that interception.
Yeah, on the South side of things, I think the most impressive offensive player, maybe Brady Sturbo, just from those big receptions he had down the stretch to keep that touchdown drive alive and move the chains. So he's kind of the unsung hero at that tight end spot. Both tight ends, Dice Shepard for the North and Brady Sturbo, have been the favorite targets in a lot of ways for these quarterbacks.
Well, and you can see why guys like Tom Brady have used their tight ends so well at at that level. And these guys down here in the North and South both liking to go to their tight ends. Hey, should we take it down? Do we need to take a break, or are we going to go down to the field right now? I think we got a message from our sideline reporter. Talk with Coach Brent Walk. Let's hear what they had to say.
Here with South Tech Coach Brent Walk. Coach Walk, great touchdown by Graydon Buell to end the first half. You guys are down by 7. Competitive game. What did you do well in the first? What do you want to improve in the second?
Well, first of all, going to the defense, I think we're playing really good defense except for busting coverages. We've been talking about that all week. Our kids are in positions to make plays, or if we have one busted coverage. Long story short, we got to stop giving up big plays. I love the way our run defense is playing. Guys are flying to the football, and so we're doing really good except for giving up big plays. Take away a couple big plays and a couple of mental errors, I don't think they score on us. As far as offensively, we still haven't got clicking, but except for that last drive, and now it's, when the kids were over, I told them this is huge, man. We go down and score, and we flip the entire game. We have the ball on this first series, and go down and score, and here we go.
Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck in the second. Thank you.
All right, that's Elon Olive with Coach Brent Walk. Thanks so much. Just for our affiliates tuning in, if you're listening on KDWY, we did have one more network break we needed to get to and didn't quite have a chance here at this halftime, so we'll squeeze that in at some point during the third quarter. We're starting third quarter action, and the North kicks off to the South, a low line drive kick that just fires its way right through the back of the end zone for a touchback.
So the South will start from their own 20-yard line.
South had 192 yards of offense unofficially in that first half, 124 through the air, 68 on the ground. And it was really 2 guys that got things going on the ground. Carter Lobatos from Central had 9 carries for 30 yards, and Graydon Buell 10 carries for 38 yards as a quarterback. He's a dual threat guy, and they'd like to open things up a little bit more, I think the South would. South taking its time to huddle up, get the play, and head out. Graydon Buell looks like he'll be our quarterback again. Ashton Schofield and Jake Rail out wide to the right side. Jackson Hesford, the receiver, kind of the slot man. And then one wide receiver out left. And is that Nate Barnes again in the backfield?
Yeah, looks like it.
Next to Graydon Buell. Fake the handoff to Barnes, and then the throw over the middle on the RPO, run-pass option. Hesford makes the catch and dives to his backside for a gain of 10.
Excellent start there, 10 yards, and get the chains moving. South looking to move themselves down the field to knot up this game.
South moves the chains. Storbo on the right side, in motion to the left. Ball near the left hash. Buell takes the shotgun snap, takes his time, steps up away from pressure, can't get away from the second man of pressure, and goes down back at the 26.
Yeah, looks like who else but Nick Talich in on the sack. That's his second of the day.
Talich, you mentioned him a minute ago as certainly a candidate for a defensive player of the game. He was the 3A, right? Defensive player of the year.
Yep, out in Cody.
Yep, for the 3A West. So a loss of 4. Buell takes the snap on 2nd and 14. Pressure coming. What may have been trying to set up a screen, but Buell didn't even have time to get rid of it. And it's caught by Nate Barnes back at the 24. Another loss of 2.
If that was a screen, then clearly half the team was not on the same page because the offensive line was a bit of a turnstile right there. Players got in the backfield quickly, and it didn't look like Buell was ready for a dump-off.
So Buell back again in the shotgun as the South faces a 3rd and 16. 3 receivers out left. Buell takes it. Back, plenty of time. Then he steps forward away from pressure. Going down, he slings it forward. It's caught down across the
down.
40, but the whistle came, and they'll say he was down. Buell can't believe it.
I didn't get a good look at it. I'm going to go with the officials' point of view because all of them seem to be in agreement, and he was definitely on his way down, so it wouldn't shock me if his knee was down, and it's not the NFL, so that plays over the moment the knee touches.
He certainly was stumbling going down, but that, just like you, we'll have to default to the officials and their perspective, their eyes, their expertise.
The replay shows he was down indeed, so punt coming up here.
So a loss of 1, and Seth White boots it away for the South. A high punt that was almost blocked. It's a short punt and takes a north sideways bounce. South downs it, but at their own 46-yard line. Not a great punt.
Yep, the North will get it in plus territory with 13:02 to go in the third quarter, leading by 7. And as we get ready for the North to get things going, Caleb Pryor out there to start the second half at the quarterback position. 3 backs in the backfield, 1 receiver on the near side. Takes the snap, looks to pass, has a man wide open. It's picked up and dragged down across the 20-yard line for a huge chunk of change, and Spillane makes the catch as the officials call him down at the 20.
And why Spillane was so wide open on this near side, the coverage breakdown that Coach Walk mentioned to our sideline reporter, Elon All, if that happened right there. Nobody on Spillane.
Snap, and then the handoff goes nowhere, bottled up near the line of scrimmage.
54, Henson Bradshaw leads the charge.
Bradshaw made the stop, and it brings up 2nd and 10 from the 20.
No gain on the play, 2nd down, 10 yards to go.
Shotgun snap to Pryor, pitches it out, off to Bundy, makes a man miss, gets towards the sideline, and that was Jackson Bakula, check that.
All the way into the defensive secondary. Defensive back Ashton Schofield makes the tackle. It was a 9-yard gain.
3rd and inches. Pryor in shotgun, takes the snap, hands it off to Bakula. Across the first down marker, making his way towards the 5, and he stopped at the 6. So a 5-yard gain on 3rd and inches gets them a new, fresh set of downs, and it's 1st and goal from the 6 for the North, looking to add on to their 14-7 lead.
Adam Succo and Cody Pierce on the tackle.
Pryor gets the sign from his coach, McFadden. Puts a man in motion. Takes the snap, pitches it back. Phillips getting around inside the 5 and spun down at the 5.
He made a nice move to look like what was going to be a nice big hole, but closed up quickly by Preston Brewer of the South.
So it'll be second and kind of give him a second and 5 from the 5, second and goal.
Yeah, about a 1-yard gain for Phillips.
Pryor in shotgun. Double tight end set, one back in the backfield, puts a man in motion. Hands it off up the middle, and this will be 6. It's Bakula getting across the goal line, and the North tacks on 6 more. They lead 20-7 with 11:29 to go in the third quarter, thanks to a Jackson Bakula 5-yard touchdown run.
Bakula quiet for the first half. I mean, he was solid and did what he was asked to do, but on that drive, 4 carries for 21 yards and the touchdown.
And as for the PAT, it is blocked, but a whistle and a flag comes in, a false start. Wow. The North got bailed out there on that false start.
Because the extra point was blocked.
Yeah, but you cannot decline a pre-snap penalty.
No. It was Julian Vigil who came in, and, boy, he's got some size. The height just got in there and clearly, easily blocked it.
He's going to go play at the collegiate level next year. Here comes the snap, the hold, the kick. It's all good. Oh, no! It's off the upright. Wow, it just, all of a sudden that Wyoming wind came and he missed right, and look where the flags are blowing. Just right, so just 6 points on this trip for the North, but they add on to their lead. It's 20-7 over the South, 11:29 to go in the third quarter.
With that, we will be back. It's the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com.
There's a reason Rocky Mountain Yeti is Southwest Wyoming's #1 dealer. Come in and see what all the buzz is about. Voted Best of Evanston by you. Best of Evanston in new car sales, used car sales, and Best of Evanston in service. We have the best selection of inventory in town, paired with our legendary 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Come see us today at one of our 2 locations, 100 Wasatch Road or Yeti on 3rd next to Walmart. Let us help get you on your next adventure today. Rocky Mountain Yeti, legend driven.
The Spence Law Firm is a different kind of law firm. We're a small, passionate group of trial lawyers dedicated to fight for the rights of people who have been injured or killed, working across the country wherever people need us. No case is too big or too small. We take cases where we believe we can help people get justice. If you're looking for a law firm with experience taking on America's large corporations or the government, or if you just want somebody who cares about ordinary people, we are your law firm. 23-yard kick return by Ashton Schofield. The South trails 20-7. North had no trouble moving the football.
No, they did it through the air and primarily on the ground with the Jackson Bakula 5-yard touchdown run. But great field position got him started on a bit of a poor punt.
We'll see what the South can do. They already stalled on one drive, picked up 1 first down, and then had to punt on the first possession to start this half. A 13-point game. Buell fakes a handoff. There was no one to fake it to, and then he tucks it and runs for a gain of about 8 right up the middle to the 40.
Yeah, that's what makes Buell such a special athlete. When there's nowhere to go, how about just running up the gut for 8 yards like it's no big deal?
On the tackle, Logan Cole. He's going to play football at the South Dakota School of Mines this fall. 2nd down and 2. Ball in the left hash. It's the far side hash from our view. South attacking north to south in this third quarter action. Buell hands off up the middle, and Nate Barnes, lots of room, cuts up the field to the 35 and brought down right about the 36.
Coverage of the Wyoming Shrine Bowl on KN.
Nate Barnes, the Cokeville Panther. I don't know if he was running like a Panther or if he was trying to run back to Cokeville, but wow, is he quick.
Covers a lot of ground in a hurry all the way to the 37-yard line and a first down.
23-yard run.
Buell takes the snap, throws back across the middle to Storbo, diving to make the catch for about 10.
Storbo with another reception. He got into a groove down the stretch in the first half and picking things up where he left off here at the top of the second half.
Storbo with 4 receptions, 29 yards, but it's the dependability. That's one of the best abilities out there. A 1st and 10 for the South at the North 27. 3 receivers left, 1 out right. Fake the handoff to Barnes. Buell keeps it himself, RPO, and he throws for Storbo. Catch at the 15, runs over a man to the 12.
15-yard dump off to his number 1 man, Storbo, and the South is looking to quickly get themselves back within a score.
That's 170 passing yards now for Graydon Buell, 17 of 26. And the South just outside the 10 for a 1st and 10. Again, Buell fakes the handoff to Barnes, keeps himself up the middle, cuts to his right, into the end zone, touchdown, Graydon Buell, 12 yards, and the score. Offenses have come alive on these last 2 possessions.
Only took him 5 plays, Ryan, to go pretty much the length of the field. A 70-yard-ish touchdown drive, capped off with 6, and what's interesting is if they make this extra point, a touchdown and a PAT would put them ahead after the miss earlier from the North.
It feels incredible that the South is close in this game. The way that first half went, it just felt like a North domination. But the extra point kick is up straight through the uprights and out of the stadium. 20-14, the North lead cut to just 6. And we'll take a timeout. A local break, so we'll be right back after this message from your local sponsors. This is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com. Evanston Regional Hospital is an affiliate of the University of Utah Health. Our partnership builds on a long tradition of collaboration between Evanston Regional Hospital and University of Utah Health. Inside these doors, our dedicated staff is committed to being your caring partner in your healthcare journey. Whether you need an MRI or surgery, are expecting a new baby, or you're having a heart attack, Evanston Regional Hospital is here to help. Evanston Regional Hospital. Healing begins here. Back at the 48th annual Wyoming Shrine Bowl, where the South just scored to climb to within 6. 20-14 North leads. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification.
You're listening to live coverage of the Wyoming Shrine Bowl on KNYN, Fort Bridger, Evanston, KADQ, Evanston, Randolph.
South with a touchdown right near the end of the first half. Their first possession of the second half, nothing. And then their second possession, they just marched right down the field.
Yeah, 5 plays. Started at their own 32-yard line, 68-yard touchdown drive. Kickoff is in the direction of the corner and out of play, and it's going to be a flag, kick out of bounds, and this will bring it into the 40-yard line, 35-yard line area. Let's see where they mark it. I know the Shrine Bowl's got their own nuances and different rules, so I'm almost hesitant to say anything definitively.
There are a few different rules. Kicks can be returned. I think players don't really think about it or realize it, but a kick in the end zone in regular high school play is automatically a dead ball touchback. But in the Shrine Bowl, unless they've changed the rules, they can return kickoffs from the end zone. There's actually a rule where if a team is down by more than 2 touchdowns and scores, they can elect to then receive the ensuing kickoff.
I'm waiting for that one. I'm waiting for that one. Ball comes out to the 35-yard line of the North. Caleb Pryor, the quarterback, with 3 backs in the backfield, puts a man in motion, takes the snap, pitches it to Bundy. Bundy working on the near side, getting around the edge, but not much room to be found as he is escorted out of play after a pickup of 1.
And Noah Rimmer, the defensive end on this right side, this near side of the field defensively, just did his job. Contain. He just worked that block, kept working his way out, and then made the tackle on Bundy for a minimal gain.
Yeah, 2nd and 8. Give him 2.5-ish. Pryor in shotgun. Puts a man in motion once again. He's going to hand it off to Braxton Bundy. This time, not much room to be found. It looks like maybe a gain of 1. So been some tough sledding for Bundy in this drive. 2 plays and 5 yards.
75, Julian Behill on the tackle along with 50.
Behill on the tackle for the South. Brings up a 3rd and 5.
And it's Brad Kruger, I beg your pardon, in quarterback now. Kruger drops back to take the snap. He's going to throw it over the middle, and it's incomplete. Trying to link up with Hadley Abar, but just out of his reach. So Kruger's first pass is incomplete after Caleb Pryor takes the seat. Sorry about that, folks, but it's going to be 4th and 5 from the North's 40-yard line, and it looks like they're in punt formation.
Pryor had, or not Pryor, but Kruger had a man open down the field, just overthrew him a touch, and better to overthrow than underthrow on that type of pass.
Especially with some safeties and DBs looming in the area. Punt from Tristan is off. It's a good-looking punt, and Schofield's going to watch it get out of play on the far side. And this is an excellent punt that is marked out of bounds at the 15-yard line. So here comes a potential 85-yard drive for the South to try and take the lead, and Ryan, tell us all about it now.
Well, the South had, on their last drive, just put things together. When the passing game is working, they're not having trouble. I think they got a little gun-shy on passing after that interception on the first possession they had of the first half. But since then, when they are effective in the passing game, they've moved the ball without trouble. We'll see how they do here with Graydon Buell. When we saw the North just move to its second-string quarterback, the South huddled over by its sideline. I haven't seen yet. I do see Nate Barnes, who seems to have won the tailback position for this game.
What makes this game a little extra fun is when they put all the stickers on their helmets. They just don't keep us in mind. It's a little difficult to separate them sometimes.
Little bunch trips right. The South again attacking left to right from our view.
And that looks like Buell's still out there. Yes, it is.
One receiver wide left and then 3 on that right side. And Barnes in the backfield with Buell. 1st and 10, South from its own 15. Buell on the snap. Drifts to his left, throws strong over the middle to Storbo. Caught, breaks a tackle, spins at the 30 to the 40, 45. Drugged down from behind near midfield. 15 all the way out to the 48.
Michael Coleman makes the tackle.
Well, I'll tell you one player that's not going to come out of this game, and that is Storbo. He has just been the go-to target for Buell, especially when his first or second read isn't there. Huge pickup on first down, out to the 46.
32 yards. That puts Buell over 100 passing yards in the game at 202 unofficially. He fakes the handoff up the middle, keeps it himself, breaks a tackle into North territory. 45, his helmet's ripped off as he goes down at the 42.
North territory. Race makes the stop along with Talich.
Race and Talich on the tackle, and Buell picks up another first down on a gain of 11. That's 69 rushing yards for Buell, who during the regular season for East averaged 81 rushing yards and 255 passing yards. And he's on pace for about that.
That was en route to a state championship, too.
Not sure what's going on here. Players are pointing.
I think Buell needs to come out of the game because of a. Did his helmet come off at the end?
It did come off.
Then he's got to come out for a play. So for the first time, we have a new quarterback in.
Brant Nelson, number 5 of Star Valley. 14 touchdowns, 7 picks last year for the Braves. Calls for it, and a quick handoff gives to Barnes. Left side, he stutters and then dives forward for a gain of 2 yards to the 40.
I love that play call from Walk. You got your backup quarterback in a little out of the blue, so why not have one Panther handed off to a teammate like Nate Barnes, which he had done all fall, all year long.
Little positive yardage brings up a 2nd and 8. 7:37 left, third quarter. North leads 20-14. Remember, North had a false start penalty on an extra point attempt, and then from 5 yards further back, kicked it off the upright. No good. Buell with Barnes on his left hip, takes the snap, looking deep, and then throws short. Storbo slips down just shy of the first down as he caught it out near the sideline. Graydon Buell approaching a Shrine Bowl record for completions in a game. He's at 19.
What's the magic number?
22 is the record. Storbo picks up 6 on that catch. 3rd down and 2. Fake to Barnes, and Buell keeps it himself with nowhere to go. Stuffed in the backfield.
Huge 4th down play coming up here. Really interested to see what Coach Walk does. Kind of no man's land. You can get away with not punting here, even if you don't get it necessarily. And he's going to go for it. Why not? So now the next question is, do you try and look like you're going to run and then pass? Although they're lining up like they're going pass all the way. So maybe it's a look like a pass. We'll run it instead.
Storbo in motion left from the right side to the left. Buell back looking to throw. Has time, then flushed right. Lofts it over for Storbo. Too high, incomplete off his fingertips.
Storbo is incomplete. Spillane depending on the play.
So the South drive stalls after an incompletion.
Second turnover on downs by the South, and the North will take over a pretty decent field position. They're going to get it at their half of the field, but at the 35-yard line with 6:04 to go in the 3rd quarter, looking to tack on to their lead and not let the South team get too close. Quarterback Brad Kruger out for his 2nd series. A Patriot from Upton Sundance. And flag comes down before the snap, and it's going to go against the North. Not really sure what the call is unless it's a delay. I didn't see a jump or a signal for a jump.
I think I saw the official indicate 12 men. I just saw the tail end of him
off.
indicating, yep.
So, yep, can't have 12 men in the huddle on offense.
That's the 2nd time in the game the North's been called for 12 men on the field.
So 1st and 15 from their own 30. Snap and the pitch back. It's a double reverse. It gets over to DeVries. DeVries is going to throw it downfield, and it's just out of the reach of Phillips. Ooh, what is in that magic bag of Coach McFadden?
Boy, Phillips had 4 or 5 steps on his defender. If the throw is anywhere close to on target, that may go for 6.
So 2nd and 15 coming up. You knew these coaches were going to build in some trick plays. This is the best time to do it, right?
You think?
I would think maybe it's a bit of an experimentation before the fall comes around where you really can't mess around.
Right.
2nd and 15 for Kruger in the offense. Shotgun formation, fakes the pitch, will throw it now, and goes through the hands of Phillips at the near 40-yard line, and would have been a gain of 10+, but instead it brings up another incompletion, and 3rd and 15.
That was a little behind Phillips. He had to stop and turn, but I think he'd be the first one to tell you he should have caught it.
3rd and long for the North from their own 30-yard line with a little under 6 to go, leading by 6. Kruger breaks the huddle. Double tight end formation. 2 receivers split out wide, one back on his left hip. Takes the shotgun snap, drops back. Has plenty of time. Now feels the pressure. He's going to run with it. Crosses the 35 towards the 40 and is going to be ushered out of play. Just shy of that 1st down marker, it appears. I think it'll be 4th and 1.
Boy, and that's quite an open field tackle by Jaron Smith. He needed to stop Kruger right there at the 45 and just got him in time for a 4th and 1.
4th and 1. Kruger in shotgun, puts a man in motion, and gets the defense to jump on the hard count.
You know that's just what the South was going for, the free 5 yards.
4th and 1, it's almost a crime if you don't put someone in motion because when they start moving, you want to start moving. So a fresh set of downs for Kruger and company from their own 49-yard line. Brad lines up in the shotgun formation, double tight end set. 2 receivers split out either side of him, one back on his right hip. Takes the snap, looks to pass, and it somehow gets to the hands of the defender and out of the hands of his intended target, Trotter. So no harm, no foul, but that was either going to be an interception or a 5-yard gain. I don't know how those are the 2 options, but we end up with an incomplete pass.
That delivery reminded me of like a Patrick Mahomes type delivery. It was a sidearm, get around the defender rather than try to loft it over the top.
2nd and 10. Same formation, now puts a man in motion. Shotgun snap. Looks to pass, heaves it down the near sideline to Trotter, and he is unable to make the catch as he was getting out of play. And it is incomplete, so 3rd and 10 coming up.
Noah Rimmer wears number 44 and is the free, apparently the free safety, or he was the free safety on that play. And you don't often see that number break up pass attempts deep down the field over the top of the cornerback, but he did his job.
Rimmer's going to play collegiately at Montana Wesleyan next year. 3rd and 10 coming up. Shotgun snap to Kruger. Pressure coming. Throws it down the middle, and it's incomplete. In and out of the hands of his intended target, Tyler Banks, and harmlessly falls to the turf. So 4th and 10 coming up, and this time I will speculate Coach McFadden will opt to punt from midfield.
Again, that throw a bit behind the receiver, but catchable, and I can't help but wonder if guys are more, on this North team, those receivers may be more used to the delivery. Is there a different, we talk about it in baseball so much, spin rate, but it applies a little bit in football as well. It's just a different delivery is throwing these guys off. That's 2 or 3 incomplete dropped passes.
Lining up in punt formation, Tristan Trumpler. Punts it away high into the Casper sky. Schofield runs in and makes the fair catch at the 12-yard line. Probably had some more room than he realized, but the South's offense will come on looking to take the lead for the first time. A touchdown and an extra point will do it.
South has already turned it over once, and while you'd like to get more out of that, I think you're right. Schofield had some room to run if he just makes the catch and takes off, but better safe than sorry, especially down 20-6. Or 20-14, excuse me.
And the other factor is, hey, it's the Shrine Bowl. You really want to get your bell rung in June out in Casper?
Probably not. Probably not.
I wouldn't have caught it actually if it was me out there. Let that roll somewhere.
1st and 10 for the South. Attacking left to right from our view. Trips out to the right side. Buell again in there, and we see Carter Labatos back in there at running back for this South squad. One receiver out to the left side, ball in the left hash. Buell takes the snap and gives to Labatos up the middle. Breaks a tackle, breaks another across the 20, drug down at the 22.
A healthy 10-yard pickup on 1st and 10. That's exactly what they did, Ryan, on their last drive was 10 yards on 1st down and set the tone for the series.
That puts Lobato at 10 yards or 40 yards rushing in the game. I think that's the leading rusher except for Graydon Buell, who has 68 yards on the ground. Again to Lobato, and he goes up the middle for another 10 before he's sandwiched and put to the turf.
It's worth noting right now on the South bench, the defense is huddled up and talking things over on the bench. For the North, everyone is standing and watching. Just a bit of ease on this North offense, I suppose.
Buell takes the snap. This time pulls it, does not give to Lobato. Breaks one tackle, tries to throw. This will be a fumble. It's on the turf. North picks it up, and they're heading for the end zone, but no, a whistle comes. It was Quentin Mangus who scooped it up and was headed for pay dirt, but they say incomplete pass, 2nd down.
Coach McFadden is livid, and I don't blame him. That's a fumble in my eyes.
Buell was going into the throwing motion. Had he started moving his hand forward is the question, right?
That ball, I guess, came out forward, so that's one thing worth noting, but that could still be a fumble.
Right.
It looked to me like it was a fumble initially, but an incomplete pass, so 2nd and 10.
Ball near the middle of the field, trips left, one receiver wide right. Buell takes the snap. Lots of pressure, and he'll go down. Boy, he had no chance. The North came with fury and bring him down for a loss of 6 or 7.
Ryan, you know the expression, ball don't lie?
There
it is. Big stop right there from the North, as it would be Logan Cole out of Hot Springs coming in.
And a loss of 7 to the 26. 2nd sack of the day for this North defense. Brings up a 3rd and 17. 4:04 left to play. 3rd quarter. North leads 20-14. Trips right. Again, a special thanks to Mel Orchard III, partner at the Spence Law Firm in Jackson, Wyoming. Buell takes the snap. Plenty of time to throw this time. He looks up the middle, directs some traffic, tries to escape, but won't get away. Did his knee go down? He says no. He tries to keep running, but they've called it dead.
Yeah, I mean, Buell is really pleading his case here. He's not going to get an overruling coming in his favor. Makes you wonder if maybe that was a bit of a makeup call. 50-50, why not go to the North?
Yeah, maybe.
After the fumble, 50-50, kind of balance things out. So
Quentin Mangus, the one that got there first, and he'll force the punt. Buell goes down, a loss of another 3 yards. And Smith from Green River on to boot this one away. A little bit of pressure, and he boots it high and short. A North bounce, and the South grabs it at the 33. That's the original line of scrimmage on this set of downs. That was only about a 12-yard punt.
Well, needless to say, excellent field position coming up for this North offense, leading by 6 with a little under 3 minutes to play in the third frame. As we get quarterback Caleb Pryor back into the offense. So a couple series for Brad Kruger, and he is done for the moment. Here comes Pryor, the Cody product.
And watch out for Dice Shepard. He's lined up wide on this near side.
2 receivers on the far side, and a pitch forward towards Massery, who has nowhere to go as he was bottled up near the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play.
Massery was a dangerous runner during the season. 717 carries, 770 yards. That's 85 yards a game, 6.6 yards per carry. But today, 3 carries, minus 4 yards.
2nd and 10. Pryor, more of a bunch stack, puts a man in motion. Takes the snap. He'll hand it off. No, he's going to throw it across the middle. Reeled in by Shepard. Makes one man miss and is tackled from behind at the 15. It's a first down for the North.
19 yards. And for Dice Shepard, that's his first catch that wasn't for a touchdown.
He's 2 for 3 still.
2 for 3. That's still pretty good.
1st and 10 for the North from the 15. Pryor puts Massery in motion. This time he'll hand it off to Bundy across the 10. Keeps his legs moving as he makes his way closer to the 5, but is stopped shy. And about a 6 or 7 yard gain on first down.
In on the tackle, Gabe Borman.
About a 6-yard pickup. 2nd and 4. Whistle blows as Pryor was putting someone in motion, and it's Coach Walk of the South calling time.
Oh, and he's fired up, not happy about something going on. That gives us a chance to take a quick break. We'll be right back after these messages from your local sponsor. This is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com.
Time flies, especially when you're having fun. This is Jeremy Rex, manager at T-Bar S in Evanston. It's hard to believe that we've been here almost a year with our new management team and staff. Did you know that you can have your vehicle detailed, your windshield replaced, chip repair done, or get your trailer refinished or rewired at T-Bar S? Of course, we are a full-service collision repair shop, too. You can even change your oil and your brakes. Visit T-Bar S today. Let T-Bar fix your car. 515 County Road, Evanston.
Welcome back to the Wyoming Shrine Bowl, presented in part by Spence Law Firm in Jackson, Wyoming, and Mel Orchard III, a partner there at Spence Law Firm. Mel and the entire team at the Spence Law Firm are longtime supporters of Wyoming student success in all areas, Matthew.
2nd and 4 for the North at the South's 8-yard line. Pryor in shotgun, puts a man in motion. Pitches it to Bundy on the near side. Wide open grass, and 6 points for Braxton Bundy.
He went in untouched. The blocking on that side, perfect. That's how it's supposed to be done, boys and girls. The North just created a lane. They block in, they block out. Bundy follows the blocks and goes in almost untouched.
His first score of the day, and the North extends their lead once again, 26-14, and they're going to go for 2 to try and make up for a missed PAT attempt earlier to make it a traditional 2-touchdown game. Pryor in shotgun, moves Bundy from one hip to the other, hands it off to him, makes his way towards a pile up the middle, and I don't think he has enough for a 2-point conversion, and they will be stuck with 6. So It's a 12-point lead, 26-14, with a little under 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. But the North doing all they can to separate themselves from the boys down south.
For Braxton Bundy, that's familiar territory. He is a Natrona County High School product and scored 12 touchdowns last fall for the Mustangs.
You think he has a favorite end zone?
I don't know. That's a good question. I'm sure
I
he
would
does.
think that one because the end zone he just scored and has this great statue of a horse.
Run for the horse?
Right. On the other side, you got the school, so run for class? I don't
Get
think so.
Away from class.
Yeah.
That's what he's trying to get away from, huh? Hey, while we've got this moment, last night, every year on the Friday night before the game, they hold a Shrine Bowl banquet. They honor Shriners, and a lot of other things happen at that banquet. It's a pretty neat thing. And one of the things they do is the Mike Priest Award. Mike Priest was a young man in the 90s, played for Natrona County High School. He dreamed of being a University of Wyoming Cowboy and played 1 year elsewhere before then transferring to the University of Wyoming. He was a great young man, respectful, an athlete, and just a good individual, a good community member. And unfortunately, he had an issue in his brain and passed away one day when he was just a sophomore or a junior at the University of Wyoming. And each year in his memory, the teams award a Mike Priest Award. Last night at the banquet, C.J. Lindsay Jr. was given the award for the North and Dakota Heckman from the South. And both coaches talked about the guys and just how respectful, how serviceable, how kind, and kind of leadership qualities those guys demonstrated.
We'll add on to that in a moment as the kickoff is in the direction of Schofield. Fields it at the 5, crosses the 15 towards the 20, makes one man miss, approaching the 30, and he's spun down after a pickup of 28 yards on the kick return. So decent field position for the South. And Ryan, to close the thoughts there on that award, this is, nearly 80 players who are all outstanding young men.
Yeah.
You don't get here just on talent alone. You represent yourself, your family, and your community to the highest standards. So to be among the top of the top really speaks volume to those two individuals.
The South trails 26-14. 1:44 left in the third. South with the football. Ball on the left hash at its own 30-yard line. Nate Barnes back in at running back. Trips to the right. One receiver left, Graydon Buell, who's attempted 30 passes in this ball game, completed 19 of them. Buell takes the snap, fakes the handoff, and then does throw back behind Storbo, who makes the catch, bobbles it, and holds on as he goes down. See a couple different officials indicating, yes, indeed, he did hold on for the catch out to the 44.
I think that bobble was going to turn into whether it was a fumble or not. I thought he clearly caught the ball, so great job by Storbo for the concentration to maintain possession and not cough it up to the guys in brown and gold.
Buell again to throw, slings it out left side, caught by his man, Jackson Hesper, diving out of bounds, a gain of 5 or 6.
Yeah, into plus territory now as they cross over midfield. This drive really seems important, right? You're down by 2 scores. You don't want to hand it over and all of a sudden find yourselves down by 3 scores going into the fourth quarter.
A gain of 7. Buell steps forward, throws out to Hesford again, trying to break a tackle, but he's ripped down to the ground, and a flag flies in. Hiram Hatch on the tackle. He's wondering, what did I do wrong? So that completion by Graydon Buell would tie the record. The previous record was is 22 completions in a Shrine Bowl. And Buell just unofficially completed his 22nd pass.
And they are going to enforce this. I think it was a face mask or maybe a horse collar tackle.
It was just a 5-yard gain, but on top of that, 15 yards to the 30.
Minute 13 on the clock in the third quarter.
That's 55 yards in penalties against the North. The South at just 20. So Hesford with 5 more yards.
Look at the double team at the bottom of your screen right now. No room for Real.
Buell has a run-pass option, fakes the run, then fakes the pass, then does pass. Hesford catches inside the 15 and runs to the 14.
Casper with the catch. Knocked out of bounds by Hatch.
16-yard pickup on a beauty. And the South is knocking on the goal line.
And that's a new record in completions for a Shrine Bowl. Graydon Buell, 23 of 34 for approaching 250 yards passing. The South just 14 points to show for it, though, trailing 26-14 with under a minute left in the third quarter. But knocking on the door, they're down inside the 15. Buell gives this time to Barnes up the middle, breaks through the line and sprints to the end zone. Touchdown South, and Nate Barnes, the Panther from Cokeville.
This is a perfect play in terms of the running game coordinator. The blocking's all there. Barnes has a moment of patience and then just bursts through the gap, doesn't look back, and keeps his head forward and just trots into the end zone for 6 to bring his side potentially within 5 now after a missed extra point and a failed 2-point conversion by the North.
The extra point kick is low off to the left and no good, so it's still a 6-point game.
I think it might have been tipped.
There was a lot of pressure in the backfield.
A lot of pressure. I thought it was for sure going to be blocked for a moment. But nevertheless, a touchdown separates these two in what's been a back-and-forth contest since the second quarter, really.
And how about Nate Barnes? He was not even listed on the 2-deep as a running back when Coach Walk gave that to me this morning, but he's come in. He's got 5 rushes for 37 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah, he's just been a catalyst for this South offense so far, lining up wherever they need him, whether it's out wide, in the slot, in the backfield. And when he gets the ball in his hands, he has just been a producer.
14 yards scored makes it 26-20. This is the 48th annual Wyoming Shrine Bowl. And Matthew, one of the things, again, that stuck out to me, and another thing I should say that stuck out to me from last night's banquet was that that dollar figure of money that has been donated from the Shrine Bowl to the Shriners Hospital in Salt Lake City over the course of these 48 games.
Yeah, and for sports nuts like us, it is truly the greatest event because all we have to do is watch football while so many amazing things are, created and built and paid for out in Salt Lake.
$737,000 the Shrine Bowl has produced and donated to that Salt Lake City Shriners Hospital. And we got to hear from a couple of individuals, Gage Kennington, Gunnar Depew, during the halftime show, and just how much those donations have helped and meant to them. Strong legs run, that weak legs may walk. The kickoff by Brant Nilsson, a high kick, and bounces at the 1 and then into the back and through the back of the end zone for the touchback.
So the North will get it at their own 20-yard line with 50 seconds to go in the third period. And I'm curious to see, what was that?
I'm sorry. I laughed because I thought I just heard an announcement. Somebody won a Texas Roadhouse gift certificate.
That's worth its weight in gold.
I thought you were going to say, I'm curious how he entered that drawing. I want to get in.
I'm shocked I wasn't the winner. A big advocate for Texas Roadhouse. Always fun to come on down to Casper. 1st and 10 for the North offense at the 20-yard line, and Caleb Pryor, the quarterback who started the game, is back in with 2 receivers on the near side, 1 on the far side. 1 back in the backfield. Gets the snap. Wasn't ready for it. It's a live football. It's scooped up for 6. It's a touchdown for the South, and the game is tied.
Julian Vigil awake when most of the North wasn't. He gets back to the ball first, scoops it up, dives across the goal line. Touchdown South.
Julian Vigil with the fumble recovery to the end zone.
That's the type of play that gets you consideration as the defensive player of the game.
That's the type of play that completely turns this game upside down because the South is 1 extra point away from taking the lead, which seemed difficult to do earlier. Unbelievable.
The scoop and score with 46.8 seconds left in the third. 2 quick touchdowns by the South.
Now Davis on for the PAT. Nelson takes it, and it's blocked. No, it's a fake. It's a fake. Buell running for 2. He's in.
Do you think that was a designed fake, or was the snap so low Buell couldn't quite control it? He said, I'm going to try to do something.
I couldn't imagine why that would be a designed fake in a situation where you're tied to make it a 2-point lead instead of a 1-point lead. But anyway, it's a lead. And the South leads the North 28-26 with 46 seconds to go in the third quarter. And Coach McFadden looks like he's in partial disbelief how his lead has quickly evaporated.
Matt, I mentioned a few minutes ago the rule that if a team is down by more than 14 points and they score a touchdown, they can elect to receive the ensuing kickoff. That's almost what the South just did.
Yes.
With that fumble recovery, the touchdown, the fumble recovery, the touchdown, and then the 2-point conversion.
You go back to that touchdown, and quarterback Caleb Pryor clearly not on the same page as his center in that situation. Watson Reno, I believe.
Nelson will kick it away
and
from the South.
It's a lead for the South.
Yeah, how about that? 28-26.
They're going to get the football right back as Nelson boots it down the length of the field. It's fielded near the 15-yard line. Some running room here to be found and across the 30.
Return out across the 30-yard line.
So it gets all the way out towards that 33-yard line. Let's see where they spot it.
Preston Brewer on the stop.
All the way to the 34. And now it feels like the North has this pressure that they not had earlier.
Now, I should mention, according to YO Football, 22 completions was the record set by Upton's Darren Schiller in 1984, and I've got Graydon Buell with 23 completions as a quarterback, a new Shrine Bowl record. He's also approaching a record for yards. We'll get to that when the South gets the ball back.
Pryor out on the field in shotgun. 2 receivers on the near side, 1 on the far side, 2 backs in the backfield. Takes the snap, this time receives it, and passes across the middle of the field. It's intercepted! It's intercepted at the 15 by who else but Nate Barnes.
And Nate Barnes sitting back, the South in his zone. He's watching Pryor, sees where that throw is going, and just plays easy pass and catch, steps right in front for the easy pick.
A disastrous last 2 plays on offense for the North. 2 turnovers that have cost them at least 8 points so far.
And Caleb Pryor had been so efficient and just so good up to this point. That missed snap, you got to lay some blame on him. And then the interception there, he was 11 of 15, 216 yards for 2 touchdowns. But, boy, a couple costly mistakes.
Now here's the big question. The South's offense has been on the sideline throughout all of this in the last – by the way, it's been 15 seconds since that snap.
Of game time?
Yes. So let's see what they can do with excellent field position.
You take a shot here and try to
build
on that momentum, right?
Let's do 4 goes.
3 receivers wide left, 1 wide right. That's Jake Rail. He's a deep threat, averaged 18 yards per catch last fall. Buell fakes the handoff, throws left side. Hesford, lots of room to run to the 40. Cuts back into the 30 and drugged down at the 25. A 24-yard gain. That's 10 catches for Jackson Hesford, over 100 yards. I've got him at 103, 104.
First and 10, the ball now at the North 27.
Buell in the shotgun again. This time does give to Barnes. Stutter step and then breaks a tackle and dives inside the 25 for a short gain of 3.
Brought down by 53, Jace George.
15 seconds and counting remaining in this third quarter with the South all of a sudden grinning from ear to ear like the Joker as they are greeted to a standing ovation from their half the state's fan base going into the fourth quarter.
Wyoming Shrine Bowl, fourth quarter coming up. The South leads 28-26. And this is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com.
Receive the best service in the industry when you lease or purchase office equipment from the professional, friendly staff at Mountain West Business Solutions. With a guaranteed quick turnaround time, we will save you money, time, and energy with quality products and customer service that is unmatched in the industry. Serving customers in Wyoming and Utah, Mountain West Business Solutions is a local company with a toll-free number, 866-583-9925. Call us today.
Trona Valley Federal Credit Union is a not-for-profit financial institution. When you become a member, you are an owner of the credit union. We believe in people over profit, and that impacts the way we do business from our overall structure down to the smallest detail. Our philosophy sets us apart, and we're here for you. Earn more with our high-yield checking account, start a savings goal, check out our competitive loans, and much more. Become a member today. We're a caring partner dedicated to your financial success. Member NCUA.
Back at the 48th Annual Wyoming Shrine Bowl, some special performances already today as far as Shrine Bowl history goes. Of course, Dice Shepard, 3 receptions, 75 yards, 2 touchdowns for the North. Brady Storbo, the big tight end for the South, 6 receptions, 49 yards. But Jackson Hesford kind of quietly, 10 receptions for $104, and that puts him, I think, second in Shrine Bowl history for number of receptions.
The last minute of game time has completely made the voters' decision on who is the MVP very difficult.
Yeah, certainly.
Because it's anyone's now. With 15 minutes on the clock for the final quarter, this will decide who's going to be the offense and defensive MVP.
2 receivers wide right, 2 out left. Nate Barnes in the backfield, 1A Cokeville next to the 4A Offensive Player of the Year, Graydon Buell, who fakes the handoff and drives his way off the right tackle inside the 25 to close to the 20, and a gain of 4.
Yeah, just at that 20-yard line, 21-yard line.
Ball will be spotted at the 21.
Put him at the 21. It brings up a 3rd and a long 3. Of course, we do 15-minute quarters here at the Shrine Bowl, so 14 and a half left here in the 4th. South on top by 2 points. A 2-point conversion is the difference, 28-26.
And I would love to know if that was a designed 2-point play. Bold, if it was.
Definitely. Hesford in motion. Buell slings it out to Hesford on a screen, and he dives for the first down. He knew where he needed to get, and he dove for it. He got it. What awareness.
That's exactly the kind of play you can expect in the Shrine Bowl when you get the best of the best here in Casper. Excellent awareness, like you said, and just the physical ability to leap out like Superman and touch the pylon.
Jack Sweeney defensively was out there, and he trying to prevent Jackson Hesford from getting to that spot.
That first down marker he dove for.
Ball will be spotted at the 17 where it's supposed to 10.
So it is indeed a first down for the South. Jackson Hesford's 11th reception. Goes for just 4 yards, but that's exactly what he needed to move the chains. Buell back to throw, flushed out to his right, throws for the end zone. He's got a man. That's Rail, caught back of the end zone. Touchdown, Jake Rail, his 2nd of the game, and the South extends its lead 34-26. $17 yards. Graydon Buell to Jake Rail. Those two connected 12 times in the regular season en route to a Cheyenne East State Championship. And they've connected twice for scores today. 62 yards in completions to Jake Rail on 4 receptions. Brant Nelson kicks the extra point, blocked by the North.
Well, Ryan, you can check my math. I think the South has put up 21 points in about 2 minutes of game time.
It's been quick game. Yeah.
The minute here and about the last minute of the quarter. 21 unanswered in 2 minutes. That is efficiency.
34-26, the South leads.
That's a big missed extra point, though. Let's not overlook it. It remains an 8-point game, which means a touchdown and a 2-point conversion from the North would even us up.
That's 20 unanswered. It was 26-14 just a couple minutes ago.
Between the blocked extra points and the going for two, it has been not a usual scoring here.
Elon. Yeah, definitely an unusual, not just events and how the scoring has happened, but how quickly, as far as game time, it's gone.
Do you know what scoreagami is?
Scoreagami?
Yes. It's every unique score in football history.
Okay.
And it's games like this that you get it. When you get 2-point conversions and blocked extra points, 34-26 is not your usual score in football.
No.
34 maybe, but the 26.
26
with
is
it too.
Brant Nelson set to kick this one away. South for this final quarter, attacking from south to north. Nelson's kick, a low end-over-end line drive, fielded at the 5, fumbled, and then scooped up off a lucky bounce. Out to the 20, to the 25, almost. Goes Pakula.
75 yards to go, and let's see who Coach McFadden puts in. It looks like he's going to stick with his hometown quarterback, Caleb Pryor, both of them from Cody, both state champs back in the fall. We saw Brad Kruger from Upton Sundance play a couple series earlier in the third quarter, but it's been Caleb Pryor since then who is looking to make up for some tough plays his last time out. Last 2 plays have been turnovers for number 12. 13:54 to go in the final quarter. 34-26 South, trying to snap a 7-year losing skid. Pryor lines up in the shotgun. 2 receivers on the near side, 1 on the far side. 2 backs in the backfield. Takes the snap, drops back, looks to pass, throws it into the flat. It's picked up by Picola, who is pushed out of bounds across the 30. So about a gain of 6 on the little dump off. Some good yardage, and I like that play call for McFadden. How about you keep things simple for the quarterback and get back into the rhythm you found yourself in earlier?
Yeah, definitely a good call and well executed. Pryor delivered that to Pakula right on the run for the 7-yard gain.
2nd and 4, shotgun snap. Hands it off up the middle. Bundy trying to find some room to operate and is brought down just across that first down marker. So the chains move, and it's now 1st and 10 for the North from their own 34-yard line, and look at the sense of urgency. Still plenty of time, 13 and a half minutes, but hurry-up offense here. 2 receivers on the near side, 1 on the far side, 2 backs in the backfield. A shotgun snap, a throw up the middle. Phillips can't hold on to it. He is rocked.
Cody Pierce comes in and lays a hit on to knock that ball loose.
Yeah, sometimes they call that an ER throw. Just a little high. Phillips probably wish he had that. Bobbled it for a moment, but then you've got a whole bunch of guys in white jerseys looking to put a shoulder pad into you. Incomplete pass. 2nd and 10 still from their own 34-yard line.
This is an interesting point in the game, an all-star game, a Shrine Bowl game, when guys haven't played football for a number of months. I'll get to the rest in a sec.
Shotgun snap, now a pitch out to Bundy, and he is brought down after a gain of 3.
Guys were in peak football conditioning, 6-7 months ago, and now they've had a week to try to get back into shape. I've seen some guys with hands on knees, hands on hips. There's certainly some exhaustion, plus it's been a hot afternoon. We'll see which team got a little more conditioning this week.
3rd and 8 coming up. Pryor in shotgun, trips on the near side, takes the snap. He looks to pass, has time, now rolls out towards his left. Opts to run with it and is brought down near the 40, well shy of the first down marker. Roughly 4 yards short, and a big play call decision coming up from Coach McFadden, who is going to send in the punt crew.
And the 2A lineman of the year out of Lyman, Wyoming, Henson Bradshaw on the tackle there. He helped lead his team. They were one of the best defenses in 2A, and they won a state championship last fall. He makes a big tackle there.
4th and 4 from their own 40. As Tristan lines up for the punt. Going to be at Minnesota West Community College next year playing football. The snap, the punt, a high punt, looking like a medium distance one, and it rolls between the 40 and the 50, and that's the 3rd straight punt that has taken a southern bounce.
So that ends up being only about a 20-yard punt, if that.
Yeah, they down it between the 45 and the 50. Looks like it's right at the 45.
This is always one of those things, since I've been involved with the Shrine Bowl, the special teams, there's a lot of inconsistency. They don't generally pick kids for their punting or kicking abilities, and so then you're going, well, who can do it?
Yep, and they actually spot this one at the 47, so that makes it a 13-yard punt altogether.
Wow. The South with excellent field position, leading by 12, 34-26, 12 minutes left to play. Normally in a high school football game, that's the quarter length, 12 minutes.
Very poetic right now.
Plenty of time left to go. South attacking right to left from our view, and if you're watching online at mylocalradio.com. Trips right, Buell takes the snap and gives to Barnes. A lot of room out the right side, stiff arm, but he can't quite get away from that one defender out there. Hiram Hatch.
7-yard gain on first down. Well, like a 6-yard gain where they spot it. But in plus territory now.
Want to make sure we appreciate and recognize working with one of Wyoming's best, Mel Orchard III, partner at the Spence Law Firm and past student athlete of the Wyoming Shrine Bowl. That's Spence Law Firm and Mel Orchard III, partner. A 2nd down and 4. North with one man playing pretty deep defensively in the backfield or in the secondary. Buell takes a low snap, looks right, and throws deep. He's got his man, but just overthrown, looking for Jake Rail again.
Pass will go incomplete. Rail, the intended receiver.
Last time he tossed something his direction, it resulted in 6, so why not go at it again? Had him by a step, too. The pass just a little bit overthrown, but love the idea.
Buell, I've got him unofficially 25 of 37 for 290 yards with 2 passing touchdowns and a rushing touchdown, and those 72 yards on the ground as well. He's had a little better than his typical day last year at Cheyenne East. Started a bit slow and rough with that interception, but he's really pulled it together well. Storbo in motion to the right for a 3rd and 4. Buell back to throw. Flag dropped in. The throw for Barnes bobbles it, and that keeps him from getting to the first down marker, plus the defense got out there quick.
Yeah, maybe a gain of 1 on that.
Now, if you're North, the South would face a 4th and about 2 if you decline. An illegal shift, is that what that was?
That's what it looked like. So, yeah, let's see what Coach McFadden does if he wants to decline
or do you give the South another 3rd down?
I think I would accept because it would be 4th and 3, and this South team has all the momentum.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't seem too far-fetched that they could pick up 3 yards.
Line of scrimmage was the North 47. If we're correct about the penalty.
Well, it's definitely against the South.
Yeah. It would be
a 5-yard penalty, and that would make it about 3rd and 9.
Yeah.
Maybe 3rd and 10. Right now that marker's in between 2 hash marks.
I think the South or the North just declined, which brings up a 4th. Now here's another thing we didn't recognize. Barnes may not have caught that football.
Well, it doesn't look like they respotted it where he caught it. And I thought he caught it, but maybe he didn't. And that would change the decision-making for sure. So it's 4th and 5, it looks like right now.
Yeah, 4th and a short 5. The ball in between the 47 and 48-yard lines, and the South needs the 43 for a first down. So 4th and a long 4. Buell up to the line of scrimmage with 11:04 left to play, and the South up by
too many men on.
12 points. North with too many men on, and the Coach McFadden forced to take a timeout.
And that's a costly timeout. That's their first of the half, to my recollection, and they may wish they had that one back when we get down to the final few minutes.
We'll be right back after this message from your local sponsors. This is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com.
2019, Uintah County School District Number 1 became the first school district in Wyoming to achieve a certified Level 1 on high reliability schools by the Rosanna Leadership Center. We're focusing on 3 levels. Level 1 is a safe and collaborative culture. Level 2, effective teaching in every classroom. And Level 3 is a guaranteed and viable curriculum. We are certified Level 1 in safe and collaborative culture. This is Superintendent Ryan Thomas. Congratulations to everyone in our district. Keep up the great work.
Uintah County School District Number 1, Pathway to Excellence.
Welcome back to the 48th Annual Wyoming Shrine Bowl. We're just kind of checking stats. Graydon Buell in the territory of best all-time offensive performance at a Wyoming Shrine Bowl. I've got him with unofficially 290 passing yards and another 72 on the ground. That's 362 total.
Now, Ryan, as someone like myself that is new to the Shrine Bowl, have you seen a quarterback play all 4 quarters in the past?
Yeah, we've seen that quite a bit, especially, if they're doing well, if the team is competing, they'll keep a guy in there. Buell races up to the line real quick to communicate with his teams on a 4th and 4. 4th and a long 4. Hesford in motion from right to left. Now you've got a trips left, and Buell takes the snap, and then a little quarterback punt. Bounces at the 15, rolls to the 5, and the South tries to save it at the goal line, but it's into the end zone for the touchback.
I like the play call.
Yeah.
I do, right? You line up, maybe you get a jump. If not, just boot it away with no one back there. Then the idea is, hey, your quarterback's not the punter, so maybe it's going to be a bit of a short punt that won't roll into the end zone. This time the North catches a bit of a break, as it barely does, and it brings it all the way out to the 20.
Even with the touchback, that's the most yards on a punt. We are the biggest, most yards resulting from a punt we've seen, I think, in the half.
So the North's offense comes on with 10:54 to go from their own 20. Pryor in shotgun, crowded backfield, takes the shotgun snap, pitches it back, trying to work the edge as Massery, and not much to work with as he is brought down near the original line of scrimmage.
Massery picks up 1, and the South defense does exactly what you want to do on a sweep or a pitch to the outside. They stretch it out. They don't give any running lanes, and then Julian Vigil makes the tackle. Vigil, remember, the one that scooped up that fumble for the touchdown.
2nd and 9. Pryor in shotgun. 3 backs in the backfield, 1 receiver on the far side. Man in motion, hands it off up the middle. And Pakula trying to go somewhere, but nowhere to be found, and he is brought down for maybe a gain of half a yard.
This North offense just not finding anything at the moment. For the South, Cody Mickey on the tackle. 3A East Lineman of the Year last fall.
It's about 3rd and 8, 3rd and 7. Pryor in shotgun, 2 receivers on either side of him. Takes the snap, looks to pass, across the middle, has his man for the first down. It's who else but Dice Shepard to reel it in for about a gain of 9, and that's enough for the first down.
Boy, and that's a big first down for the North. They needed to get something going, and Pryor to Shepard, that's been a great connection today.
1st and 10 from their own 33, under 10 minutes to go. Pryor takes the snap in shotgun, has some pressure, runs up the middle with it across the 35, gets past 1 tackler and is brought down at the 37.
And in on the tackle, Brent Nelson, one of the guys there, he came in and laid a hit on Pryor. That was quarterback to quarterback there. Star Valley's Brent Nelson on Caleb Pryor. But a 5-yard gain.
Spotted at the 38-yard line, 2nd and 5 for Pryor. 2 receivers split out wide, 3 backs in the backfield, man in motion. It's an option. He hands it off to Piccola, who runs up the middle and runs into the Great Wall of the South, who stops him at the line of scrimmage.
It looked like he'd have a nice hole there, but it closed up in a hurry. The South's Preston Brewer just got where he needed to be to stop Piccola for just a 1-yard gain.
Short gain on the play to lead the North, looking at a 3rd and 4 from its 39.
Preston Brewer out of Lyman, 2A state champion. 3rd and 4. Shotgun snap to Pryor. Good pocket. Throws it down the sideline. Has a man open, and he connects. Across the 30 to the 25 and shoved out of bounds, but a huge gain on 3rd down.
From the 39 all the way down to the 25-yard line. That's a 36-yard pass and catch.
Spillane reeled it in for the huge gainer, and the North trying to score and complete a 2-point conversion to retie the game. All the way out at the 25-yard line. Shotgun snap to Pryor, hands it off to Bundy. He motors his way for a gain of 2 between the guards.
Isaiah Spillane, he was, again, the recipient on that last catch. He's been just 2 catches today, but for 62 yards.
2nd and 8, 8 minutes and counting. From the 23-yard line of the South, Pryor puts a man in motion, now snaps it, throws it. It's intercepted! It is intercepted! Making the grab is Brant Nelson out of Star Valley at their own 15-yard line, and the North's drive comes to an end, and the South takes over.
And that pass was it was almost on target. He had a man right there, and it just sailed over the top of the intended receiver's head. And Brant Nelson, as a quarterback himself, sees where it's going, dives down, makes the grab.
Turnovers have really caught up to the North in this second half. We've seen 3 in about the last 10 minutes of game time, 9 minutes of game time.
It was interesting. We had that interception from the South through very early, and then no turnovers for the longest time.
No, as long as you don't count turnovers on downs.
Right.
You know, in terms of actually fumbles or interceptions, they've been very clean.
Buell with 3 receivers left. Ball on the left hash. 1 receiver split way out wide to the right. That's Rail. Snap and the give up the middle to, I think, Nate Barnes. A minimal gain.
Yeah, it looks like he stopped right in his tracks. No gain on the play.
Oh, and that was actually Labados on the carry for no gain.
If there's ever a time the North needed to stop, it would feel like it would come right now. A South score would make it a 2-score game, and that would feel like the game would be out of reach midway through the 4th quarter. But hey, we saw the South put up 21 points in about a minute.
Yeah.
So why not?
Plenty of time. 7:15 left to go. Buell, the snap, fakes the handoff, throws over the middle, looking for Storbo, and overthrown. Luckily, it wasn't picked off. That's 3 straight incompletions for Graydon Buell.
Well, 1st and 10, you get stopped. 2nd down, you try and air it out, and here you are with 3rd and 10. So quickly, the North has played themselves back into this one, almost like a batter getting back into the count after falling behind. 2 quick plays going in your favor.
Storbo will get a breather. He heads to the sideline. 2 receivers left, 2 wide right. Buell in the shotgun for a 3rd and 10. Looks left, looks back right, and slings out to the right sideline. Jackson wide open. That's Jackson Hesford catch on the sideline for a big gain out across the 40. He's pushed out.
All the way from their own 15-yard line, closing in on midfield. They're going to spot it at the 40. I'm waiting for them to put the ball down at their own 44-yard line. So a 39-yard throw and catch.
39 yards. Out to the 44, 29 yards. And a first down for the South. Stops the clock at 7:03. Storbo in motion to the near side. Buell takes the snap and gives to Barnes around the right side. Bottled up, but he dives forward for 1 or 2.
Ball carrier, brought down by Hiram Hatch.
Give Barnes 1 yard on the carry.
Curious to see the tempo now of the South, right? 6.5 to go. Why don't you walk up to the line of scrimmage? Take your time.
Oh, absolutely.
We're in no rush. What'd you have for dinner last night?
Probably the same as
everybody
else. Buell keeps it himself this time and has nowhere to go. Gets back to the line of scrimmage. Let's pause between these two plays. Pause 10 seconds for station identification.
You're listening to live coverage of the Wyoming Shrine Bowl on KNYN, Fort Bridger, Evanston, KADQ, Evanston, Randolph.
So the South was in a 3rd down and 10 on their last set of downs, and they found Jackson Hesford for 29 yards and a first down. They're facing a 3rd and 9 here. Content to just eat up some clock. 2 receivers left, 2 wide right. Storbo in motion right to left. Buell, the snap, looks over the middle, then to his right, and throws. Caught on the sideline for the first down. Jake Rail knew where he needed to get. Little hook to the outside. First down.
Needed 9, they got 10.
They'll spot him right at the North 45.
And Buell's got to be closing in on the all-time yards record in a Shrine Bowl game.
Yeah, I've got him at over 100 or over 300 yards with that completion.
Just through the air.
Yes, yeah.
On the ground, he's amassed close to 80.
The South will scrimmage at the North 35.
And my numbers are going to be a little bit off. I've got him 26 of 40 for 301 through the air.
If they put this in for 6, he'll have 400 yards most likely.
Option to the left, pitch to Barnes, and he has some room, breaks a tackle, spins away from another at the 35 to the 33. And another first down, big run by Barnes.
12 yards by Barnes, who scored and picked off Pryor earlier and adds 12 right there. Helmet came off, so he will check out for a play.
Looking back at the history books, Darren Schiller of Upton in 1984 threw for 315 yards. That is the all-time best in the Shrine Bowl. Graydon Buell, again, my number's unofficial. He's right around 300, 310 passing yards in this game.
Well, there's a reason why a lot of people have said Buell is one of the best quarterbacks Wyoming has produced in a long time, and he's showcasing it here right now.
Trips to the right as Storbo goes in motion. Buell, the snap, drive, runs to his right, shows run, then passes for Hesford, who can't hang on to it, incomplete.
And Ryan, talking about a lot of the success we've seen from both sides today, what really makes watching the Shrine Bowl a lot of fun is, hey, if you're a UW fan and you want to impress some people come the fall, watch the Shrine Bowl, because you're going to see a lot of the future stars playing right here.
A lot of guys grow up in Wyoming, and that's the dream. Play
Right.
for the Cowboys and play for, become a Polk. And a lot of guys get to do that.
Graydon Buell is going to go to the North Dakota School of Science in the fall and then plans to transfer to the University of Wyoming, if I heard him correctly last night at the banquet.
And from what I understand, he wanted to go to the University of Wyoming. Coach Bull wants him there, but because of COVID and extra guys with extra year of eligibility, they just didn't have a spot for him. And so if he plays a year somewhere else, he's expecting to have a spot next year. Timeout on the floor, on the field. We need to take another timeout as well with 4:47 left to play. This is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com.
Signage is a critical part of your business. It helps customers find your front door. Rocky Mountain Sign will provide you with expertly designed signs, LEDs, channel letters, as well as skillfully cut signage using wood, metal, plastic, and other mediums to help your customers find you with high-quality signage. Using the best technology, designs, and installation by Rocky Mountain Sign. Your signage says a lot about your business. Work with the professionals at Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street in Evanston, Wyoming.
34-26 at the 48th annual Wyoming Shrine Bowl. The North led most of the way. South took a lead on a 20-0 run that included a touchdown and then a scoop and score and then another touchdown from the South's offense. South has not won since a big win in 2012, 56-33 that year for the South.
And what's even more remarkable, the last 7 meetings that the North has won, only one game has resulted in a one-score final.
Right.
It's been relatively dominance from the North.
2nd down and 10. South on the left hash at the North 33. 2 receivers left, 2 right. Buell takes the snap and keeps it himself up the middle on the option. Elected not to give to Barnes, and Buell doesn't get much. Back to the line of scrimmage is all.
3rd and 10 with under 5 minutes to go. The South leading by 8, and it feels like this next play may decide if the North will have any life to make a comeback.
Quinton Mangus on the tackle for the North. 4:22 left to play, and boy, even if the North gets it back here, can stop the South, they got to work quickly to score twice.
Right. I mean, at least if you make a stop here, you leave the door open. But working quickly is an understatement with 4 minutes to go.
Empty backfield, 3 receivers right. Buell fakes the handoff, runs to his left. A big block and a flag flies as Buell steps out short of the first down.
There's a holding coming in.
We saw a North player throw his hands up in the air.
Yeah, Winfield Loomis, I think, threw his hands up going, excuse me. Did you not see the hold, Your Majesty?
And they did. The flag came in a few yards ahead or out in front of the line of scrimmage.
After a second look, I think that, was it Michael Coleman? I think, yeah. Because I'm seeing Loomis on the sideline right now who has no idea he just got a shout out. But I think Michael Coleman was the one held. So wipe it all away and we'll do it all again.
10 yards from the spot of the foul, puts it back at the 41-yard line for a 3rd and about 18.
Yeah, spot foul, so happened 2 yards into the run, so 3rd and 18.
If you're the South, under 4 minutes to go, up by 12.
I would do a little dump pass here into the flat.
Something safe that could work out well. Buell away from pressure. It comes and brings him down back near midfield. Keaton Stone out of Cody just sliced in there and got to Buell before he could do anything.
Keaton Stone has been the Batman and the Robin with Nick Talich so far today, except it's been really 2 Batmans. No one's the Robin in this situation because he has made play after play and a huge stop there on the 3rd down sack.
Brings up a 4th and a mile. Long ways to go. Buell brought down clear back at the 47.
Yeah, 6-yard loss on the play. So in the last 2 plays here, between the penalty and the sack, they've backed it up roughly 14 yards.
South going the wrong direction, but probably not too concerned about it with a 12-point lead and under 4 minutes to go.
I mean, it's really going to come down to this, barring any madness. You know, they're going to get a punt off. Punts have been easy today.
That's
but
true.
They'll probably get it in the neighborhood of the 20-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
If they can pin them deep, so be it. And it'll be a 3-minute, 30-second drive for the North to go down the length of the field just about, put in 6, go for 2, and try and tie it. And the crazy thing is that wouldn't result in me finishing this sentence with, we'll play overtime. We'll rewind 100 years and call it a tie if the South couldn't formulate a response.
Right. They will end in a tie. In fact, there have been 3 ties in the history of the Shrine Bowl. 2009, it was a 3-3 tie. 1992, they tied at 20, and in 1977, it was a 6-6 tie.
Wish I was there for that 2009 3-3 game. Talk about defenses.
Smith to punt this one away. The North brings everybody, and they don't get to it. Smith gets off a good punt. This one angled toward the South sideline. Takes a bounce back toward the middle of the field. The South saves it. Did they pin it deep at the 1?
They're not signaling a touchback. They've got the best seat in the house, too.
It looked, was it Cody Pierce that got down there first and saved it from going into the end zone?
There's 1 yard line and then there's 1 inch line.
Mm-hmm.
This is the 1 inch line. So it's going to be the drive part 2 for Caleb Pryor and the North with 3:29 to go.
We've picked on the punters a little bit in this half, but how about Seth White from Green River and that punt?
Taking his talents to the NBA after that kick.
That's right.
I mean, I don't know how punting translates to baskets, but hey, you got a great demo right there.
He said last night at the banquet that he's skipping college and taking his talents to the NBA.
I hope his parents weren't there to hear it. 99 yards to go for Pryor and this North offense from their own 1-yard line. Coach McFadden yelling out some commands to his offense. Receivers split out wide, 3 backs in the backfield. The shotgun snap to Pryor. Looks to pass, throws it into the flat, but it's not going to get to Shepard, who was standing near that Cheney Alumni Field marking of the sideline. So an incomplete pass on 1st and 10 brings up 2nd and 10, and when you're all the way backed up here, wow, there's not a play that doesn't make your heart skip a beat, whether it's a run that could result in a safety or a sack that could be a safety. 2nd and 10, Pryor takes the shotgun snap, has pressure. Now running up the middle with it towards the sideline for positive yards and a 1st down. Good scramble right there from Caleb Pryor. Went from holding your breath for a moment to an 11-yard pickup.
And you could see Vigil, you could almost see his train of thought. I'm just going to chuck this one away. No, wait, I'll tuck it and run. And it was a good decision. He picks up 11 or 12.
Yeah, all the way out to the 13-yard line on the 12-yard scramble.
35 rushing yards for Pryor today.
3 minutes, 19 seconds. Pryor takes the shotgun snap. Wants to pass. Now does so towards Shepard at the 1st down marker. Were the feet in? Yes, they were. And Dice Shepard, or check that, that is Spillane.
And Spillane with the fancy footwork there on the sidelines. He tiptoe and stutter step to make sure to say, hey, I got my feet in here on that catch.
Ball spotted at the 22.5-yard line. Pryor in shotgun, trips on the near side, 1 back in the backfield. Takes the snap, now shovel passes it to Bundy from behind, who is bounced around and brought down near the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play.
And that's one of those on the play call. Coach McFadden hoping that the South is focused so much on the secondary and the receivers that they wouldn't worry that much about Bundy. But, boy, that front line, that front 6 or 7 defenders all over it.
The injured player on the play is Julian Vigil, who made the tackle. Right now in contention for Defensive Player of the Game, is up on his own under his own power. Always a great side to see. He's going to be playing collegiately next year at Colorado State Pueblo.
I wonder if he it almost looked like he maybe got the wind knocked out of him or something, because he was writhing a bit, and then he all of a sudden, okay, I'm all right, gets up, walks off. That's good to see.
Cheyenne East product, state champion back in the fall. Defensive Player of the Year. The accolades just keep going for him.
Man.
What a special defensive player he is.
And he's got the size at 6'4", 215. He's probably going to need to put on a little weight and some muscle in college, but that height will get him in a good spot to play at the next level.
2nd and 10. Pryor in shotgun, takes the snap, passes it forward, up the middle, and some good running room for Massery, who is going to be pushed back after a pickup of 8 on 2nd and 10.
Massery it didn't look like there was much there, but he's so patient and works his way forward on a pretty good gain.
Just under 2.5 minutes. The clock continues to tick. We'll keep you in tune with that. The North trails by 8. This is the drive to try and tie the game. The shotgun snap. Passed it back to Bundy. Bundy across the 35 and pushed out of bounds after picking up the 1st down on 3rd and 1.
A good gain. Needed about 3. He picked up 4 or 5, and Bundy's been a solid runner today. That's 14 carries for 61 yards.
1st and 10 from their own 36-yard line. Just over 2 minutes to go. 34 points for the South, 26 for the North. Pryor in shotgun, trips on the near side, takes the snap, looks to pass, heaves it down the middle of the field, and it's just out of the reach of his intended target, Spillane, and it's an incomplete pass.
And 2 players on the coverage, one of those Cody Pierce as the free safety. He just got in the way enough, and it was obviously not a pass interference, but he was there to contest and slow down Spillane.
2nd and 10. The North working from their own 36-yard line. 2 minutes and 3 seconds, trailing by 8. Pryor lines up in shotgun, trips on the near side, 1 receiver on the far side, puts a man in motion, but a flag Presets the whistle, presets the snap.
And it looks like one of the South linemen were actually lined up in the neutral zone. I didn't see any movement, but the flag was obvious.
Yep, that would be a neutral zone infraction, and 5 free yards handed to the North, which sets up 2nd and 5 now. Ball is moved to the 41.
Just the 5th penalty of the game against the South.
The snap. Now the throw across, and it's caught by Shepard. Loses it to the hold on, they say. It would be about a gain of 15, give or take, and they'll say it's complete, a fumble, and then recovered by him.
A lot of South players were saying, hey, wait, that was a incomplete, but no, it was a complete pass, and now we'll take immediate timeout with 1:57 to play.
Your 2-minute warning, so to speak. This drive started at the own 1-yard line, and now the North is in plus territory out at the South's 47-yard line with 1:57 to go, trailing by 8.
So at this point, usually in the Shrine Bowl, they take a timeout and they go out and name the offensive and defensive players of the game. I'm not seeing anyone heading down with the microphone to do that. But, boy, we've had a fun game, huh? The North took the lead early. They held on to it. The South scored right at the end of the first half. And then within a matter at the end of the third quarter, in the matter of about a minute and a half of game time, the South put up 20 unanswered points to take the lead.
You go back to it. The South scored on a touchdown with about 50 seconds. Then the very next play, excluding a kickoff and a failed PAT attempt, from their own 6-yard line, a poor snap goes into the end zone or scooped up and scored for 6, and then immediately after that, the next play from the line of scrimmage for the North results in interception, and quickly the South puts on another 6 points. Here we go, minute 57. The North trailing by 8, but with the football in plus territory just across midfield. Pryor in shotgun, takes the snap, wants to pass, finds his man, and that is Bundy getting across the 40, close to that first down marker, about a gain of 8 on the dump off to Braxton Bundy.
Bundy
to the 39-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 2. Pryor in shotgun, takes the snap, airs it out across the middle, and it's caught by Shepard on the near sideline and escorted out of play. First down and then some.
Not that the South is content to let the North go down and score, but these nickel dime, eat up the clock. The South is going to be okay with that ultimately.
Minute 29, clock stopped after going out of play. 2 receivers on the far side, 2 on the near side. Shotgun snap from Pryor is handed off to Bundy as he maneuvers his way up between the tackles and closing in on the 25-yard line, about a run of 6 yards.
And the North showing a lot of urgency now with just over a minute to go.
Minute 10, Pryor in shotgun, same formation, takes the snap. Now will throw as he has pressure, and it is nearly intercepted. Trying to hook up with Cody Phillips, who was not expecting it. And a couple white jerseys in the area could have picked it up, but instead it falls to the turf for an incomplete pass.
It actually hit Preston Brewer of Lyman just right in the chest. He wasn't looking for it or expecting it and almost reeled it in.
2 receivers on the far side, 2 on the near side. Pryor in shotgun, Bundy on his right hip. Takes the snap. Drops back, feels pressure. Vigil chasing him, throws it out of bounds. Incomplete pass sets up 3rd and 5.
Boy, and you see Vigil after trying to chase down Pryor. He's worked hard today, but he's feeling it right here at the end of the game. Some exhaustion starting to set in.
53 seconds to go. It's 4th and 5. Comes down to this.
A stop here for the South. This game is in the books.
Bunch package inside, and a whistle comes in, and it looks like a timeout was called by the South. Coach Walk wants to make sure this defense is ready.
I'll tell you what, Matthew, I've broadcast the Wyoming Shrine Bowl. This is my, I think, 7th year, or 7th time broadcasting the Wyoming Shrine Bowl, and never at the end of the game has it been this exciting. I mean, and you look back, and in 2018, it was a 6-point win for the North. The last game in 2019, the North won by 10, but this excitement right now that we're feeling, I haven't experienced it at the Shrine Bowl. The game being this close, within reach for both teams, this is fun times.
These two teams are not playing like this is some throwaway game in June.
No.
They are playing like it's the state championship in November.
And that's the feel we have. We got the fans, the South fans, looking to break that 7-game win streak. The North fans definitely want to keep the win streak going.
Sometimes in pro games, in the All-Star game, the competitiveness isn't there. And I like to think it's there right now because of what this game represents.
Right.
And it's about battling and competing to raise money for the kids at Shriners Hospital in Salt Lake. And so these kids are playing for a greater meaning than just football. And I think that's in the air right now here at Natrona County High School.
I think you're right. I think they get that meaning and that message throughout the week, and now they're playing with that extra meaning in their minds.
4th and 5. From the 26-yard line of the South, Pryor in shotgun, trips on the near side, 2 receivers on the far side. Takes the snap, all alone in the backfield. Throws it down the near sideline for Shepard. It's caught for a touchdown!
Dice Shepard, his first 2 catches were for scores, and his last catch for a score.
Dice Shepard on a 26-yard touchdown catch in the corner of the end zone with 49 seconds to go in the quarter. And now the big 2-point conversion.
Dice Shepard, 7 catches, $134, 3 touchdowns this afternoon.
He was my sleeper into this game for the offensive player of the game.
No, he's made his argument pretty loud and clear.
Now the 2-point conversion. It's all going to be riding on this to tie the game. The shotgun snap, pitches it to Bundy on the near side, and he is stopped short. The South will hold on, it looks like.
Big stop there by the South. That effectively wins the game, unless the North can come up with the onside kick and make more happen.
Here comes the onside kick. A huge stop after a 4th down touchdown on a 26-yard throw and catch, but the 2-point conversion is just as important. And here we go at the onside kick. Ryan, onside kicks are never easy, but they surely don't seem any easier when you've only been practicing with these players for 5 days.
That's right. And when you don't have a guy who's, I mean, maybe there's a guy on these teams that kicked for his team.
Right, but there's no kicker.
There's no kicker.
You know, there's no one that was brought on like, you're here for this one duty, and that is kicking.
Exactly.
So, but on the other side of things, I'm talking myself into sometimes the best onside kicks come on sheer luck. And sometimes that comes from someone who isn't very good at kicking. It's kind of like in the longest yard.
You get a lucky bounce.
You get a lucky bounce, someone who's not very good at kicking.
The South, of course, will bring 8 or 9 guys right up front. The hands team, including quarterback Graydon Buell, is out there.
Yep, along with Storbo, who's had a couple nice catches today. Surprised to see Schofield and Mitchell deep for the return.
I want to mention
they may be up there.
Caleb Pryor real quick, 18 of 28, 301 yards and 3 touchdowns. Now 2 picks kind of bring those numbers down a little bit, but still.
Fantastic day from number 12. Caleb Pryor, the Cody, Wyoming product.
And leading that drive on a 4th down, he connects with Shepard for that touchdown. How big? Big time player.
Jack Sweeney to kick it off. It's an onside kick attempt, and it is recovered by the South. Trying to see who came up with it, but right now he's being dapped up and patted all around for coming up with the game-clinching recovery.
Carter Labatos.
Carter Labatos looks like he put this game on ice. So 1st and 10 for the South, and Ryan, take us home.
Graydon Buell has had a historic performance here today. as quarterback of the South. He's unofficially second all-time in passing yards, I think, as well. He's first all-time in total yardage because he's got 72 yards on the ground. That'll go down a couple yards here as he takes a couple knees. 1st and 10 for the South, 48 seconds to go, and Buell takes a knee. He'll need to take, I think, one more. You hear that South crowd start to make some noise.
It's their first win since putting up 56 points in 2012, the most by any team in the Shrine Bowl history. Most combined scores as the North put up 33 for 89 points altogether. But they're going to end the drought, it looks like.
Buell takes the snap and another knee. And that will likely do it. We're down to 15 seconds left. What a battle. The South scored 20 unanswered. The North scores and has a chance to tie with under a minute to go, but gets stuffed on a 2-point conversion attempt. And the South holds on 34-32 for the first win for the South since 2012.
An instant classic right here that's going to be a lot of fun to rewatch. You can always find it on mylocalradio.com as these two teams competed for 60 minutes of great football. And ultimately, a comeback effort from the South is enough. They held on to win by 2 after a couple missed extra points, failed 2-point conversions, really come back to haunt the North in a game where every point mattered.
You got the MVP names?
And I think we're getting the MVPs announced now, Ryan.
Yeah, they're getting some final stats and mentioning that, but I don't think there's much of a question with what we saw today.
This looks like the end of a Stanley Cup playoff series right now with both teams a line of congratulations, thanks, handshakes, and pats on the shoulders.
So Nick Talich, I think a guy that we said his name plenty of times this afternoon. No surprise there. The defensive player of the game. And Graydon Buell set a new Shrine Bowl passing record.
I think it's very fitting that both teams are represented in these MVPs.
Yeah.
With how well they competed all game long.
301 yards, 3 touchdowns. And rushed 19 times for 70 yards.
So the Cheyenne East quarterback, Graydon Buell, will close his high school career in the most stylish of ways. Offensive player of the game, the MVP of the offense for both sides, as he will hopefully one day be suiting up in these colors again, this time in Laramie.
Well, it's fun to have a competitive game. We knew it would be an exciting game. Anytime we get football in June, we're excited about that. But we got a treat this afternoon, Matthew.
Yeah, we thought we were going to get an appetizer before the fall. Instead, we got the sampler platter. We got a little bit of everything.
Right. We sure did.
We got an onside kick. I mean, if this is a bingo card of football, it's blackout.
We got the onside kick. We got a fumble recovery for a score. We got an early pick. We got some offensive records. We got some great defensive plays.
We covered all the bases today in a classic. Trying to look at the last time a game was decided by 2 points or less, 3 points or less.
Yeah, I mean, in 2010, the North won 27-26.
We had a 3-point victory for the South in 2007. But wow. One of the as close as they come, really.
Well, Mel and the entire team at the Spence Law Firm are longtime supporters of Wyoming student success in all areas, and we appreciate working with one of Wyoming's best. Mel Orchard, the third partner at the Spence Law Firm and past student athlete at the Wyoming Shrine Bowl. Also want to thank and give our appreciation out to KDWY. If you're listening in Star Valley, Cokeville, Kemmer, and Bridger Valley, KDWY, The Spur. Also on KNYN and KADQ FM in the Evanston area. Stay tuned here on the postgame show. We've got some good stuff coming up, including a chat with Shrine kid Derek Smith. He's a Wyoming native and had to have a leg amputated, and he's received treatment at the Shriners Hospital in Salt Lake. And he's a kid that he's overcome a lot of obstacles, and he's actually going to be a collegiate athlete after overcoming so much. So we'll hear from him during the post-game show. We'll also have the players of the game come up to chat with us, Graydon Buell and
Nick Talich of the North.
Thank you. And so those guys will come up to join us here shortly in the post-game show. Make sure to stay tuned for that.
The South walks off with a big round of applause from their supporting fan base.
It's good to see this. But let me tell you, it's been very hard to get it from him.
South excited to hoist that trophy. Brady Storbo holding the trophy up. Storbo finished with 6 receptions, but boy, he was a big part of getting Graydon Buell comfortable and back into his groove or rhythm throwing the football.
Let's give some credit to the South coaching staff, head coach Brent Walk, assistant coaches including Michael Collins, Logan Wright, Jack Cobb, Wes Gamble, Paul Garcia, the training coach Brendan Walk, the athletic trainer Miranda Zamora, and the student managers Brooklyn Lowe and Christy Givens, all playing a role in it's not a one-day event, it's a whole week, and it culminates to this, and what a great day it was.
That's an interesting story there. Brendan Walk, the son of head coach Brent Walk, and Brennan just started teaching at Mountain View High School last year and was a volunteer assistant with Mountain View. The school appreciated so much and how good of a job he did that they were able to get a paid position for him on the coaching staff. So father and son coaching at Mountain View and here in the Shrine Bowl, coached the South to victory. And I want to say Brennan played in the Shrine Bowl in about 2013 or 14, if I'm not mistaken as well. Well, again, stay tuned here on the post-game show. We'll have our players of the game come up to join us for a chat. We've also got those interviews that I mentioned, Derek Smith, and we'll chat. We'll hear from him a little bit later. But we'll take a quick time out, hear from some of our sponsors. This is a network break, the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com.
What do you do when you lose a tooth?
Put it under your pillow. Under my pillow. Like a treasure chest so you could put it in.
Why do you do that?
Because then the tooth fairy comes. For the tooth fairy. So the tooth fairy can come get them.
And then what happens?
I get money.
We may not be the tooth fairy, but we can still take care of your teeth. Bear River Dental in Evanston.
Across Wyoming, high school students have been working to be their best, to succeed in life, to make a difference in the world. The team at the Spence Law Firm in Jackson understands that winning attitudes make the difference. We expect to win every case we take. This philosophy is the core of our practice. This provides a foundation in our work to successfully represent each of our clients. The Spence Law Firm, recognizing students across the state for their hard work and winning attitudes.
Stories from your own backyard.
Anyway, is a prominent member of Butch Cassidy's gang. The other was Butch himself, and then Bub Meeks were the three that robbed the bank, and they took off up Montpelier Canyon, and there was a volunteer posse put together that was going to go chase them, but they got into the canyon and thought there might be an ambush, so the volunteers got scared.
Listen to the Moments in History podcast every Tuesday on mylocalradio.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to the 48th Annual Wyoming Shrine Bowl post-game show. And we've had just a fantastic weekend with different events going on. And then, of course, the game, culmination of the Shrine Week, the Shrine Bowl. Today's game in the South earns the victory, 34-32. North drove down. Where did they start? Their own 20? Was it the 25?
For which drive? The final
that final drive?
You mean their own
their
1
own
inch?
One. Oh, yeah, that's right. It was 99 yards.
They're going to put John Elway,
yeah, the drive.
The drive.
They scored the touchdown. In fact, they overcame a 4th down and 5. That was when Pryor found Dice Shepard for the 3rd time. And speaking of which, Dice Shepard joins just 3 other guys who've caught 3 touchdown passes in a Shrine Bowl. He caught 3 today, including 134 yards, receiving 36-yard touchdown, 20-yard touchdown, and a 26-yard touchdown. And the North scored. They had to go for 2 and came up just short. South held on for the win, 34-32.
You know, if Graydon Buell was just good but not proficient and excellent today, Dice Shepard would have been my vote for player of the game offensively. 3 touchdowns. That last one coming, and all 3 were not 50-50 balls, but go up and get them kind of touchdowns. I mean, a lot of credit given to the receiver kind of plays.
Yeah, no, he was great. He was, and maybe this is a cliche, or the way that Gronkowski has been for
a bit of a Gronk.
For Tom Brady, the last 15 years, or no, I guess Gronk's been in the league 10 or 7 years or whatever. But that's kind of the way Dice Shepard was today. He was the go-to target for Caleb Pryor.
Yeah, and Dice Shepard out of Thunder Basin. He's going to go play football in the fall at Montana State, and Caleb Pryor out of Cody. I mean, those two were just excellent all game long, and we got some time here on the post-game show, or are we going to dive into an interview?
Yeah, let's go ahead and play that interview. We're going to have, again, Graydon Buell, the offensive player of the game, will join us shortly. And then Nick Talich, the defensive player of the game, will come up and talk with us as well here on the postgame show. So stay tuned for that. But first, and in the meantime, Elon, do we need to get to a break first or go right into that interview? All right, so we'll take a quick break, and then we'll be back with that interview from Derek Smith. So we'll be right back after this message from your local sponsors. So this is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com.
The big difference that sets Freeway Tire apart from other tire stores is the fact that we care. We care about the customer service we provide, we care about selling quality products at fair prices, and we care about your vehicle. So when you're looking for tires or having work done on your vehicle, everything from maintenance to major repairs, make sure you take it to the company that really cares, Freeway Tire, on Bear River Drive in Evanston. Stop in today or schedule an appointment with us online at freewaytires.com.
The best live coverage of local sports, weather, local news, and radio classifieds. Plus job listings, fun giveaways, and more. It's all on mylocalradio.com. Watch live as your high school teams clash with their biggest rivals. Listen to the latest from your team's coaches, catch up on local and regional news, and get accurate weather conditions and forecasts. Visit mylocalradio.com, like us on Facebook, and stream it all now.
At Ellingford Brothers, we're known for an excellent steel shop and quality cement. We also provide other products all year round. Sand and different sizes of gravel for road base and landscaping in the summer and fall. Traction in the winter and mud control in the spring. Bark for landscaping in the summer and winterization in the fall. And topsoil. Spring, summer, and fall. Prices are always honest. Pickup or delivery. Ellingford Brothers, your year-round source for so many things. Stop in today at 221 County Road in Evanston.
Welcome back to the post-game show of the 48th Annual Wyoming Shrine Bowl. Special thanks to Mel Orchard, the third partner at the Spence Law Firm in Jackson, Wyoming. Joining us shortly, Offensive Player of the Game, Graydon Buell, and Defensive Player of the Game, Nick Talich. But first, let's hear from what this game is really all about, and that is the kids who receive care at the Salt Lake City Shriners Hospital. One of those kids, Derek Smith, just graduated from high school and is looking forward to going on to a collegiate career of playing sports, and we'll hear more about his story right now.
Joining us now on the broadcast, it is recent high school graduate Derek Smith. Derek, thank you so much for joining us, and let's get started by talking about the Shriners Bowl and what this game means to you.
All right. Well, this game means to me. It means a lot to me. I've been speaking at this at the banquet for 6 years, and been with the team for 4 years. Well, 2 years actually. I went 2 years ago, and then this year. It means a lot. I mean, hopefully it brings in a lot of money for kids, and yeah. I mean, I've used up Shriners money with breaking Shriners legs, and they've always supported me, and yeah. So.
Talk to us a little bit about what this money really means to kids who are in Shriners Hospital.
This money means a lot. Patients don't have to pay anything. They don't have to worry. That's one thing they don't have to worry about when they go through stress of cancer or scoliosis or, yeah. it means a lot to them.
Derek, you just graduated from high school out in Michigan, and you made the trek out west. What's it like going from Michigan to Wyoming out in June? I'm sure it's a little colder than you expected right now.
Yeah, it's a little colder and less humidity, a lot more wind too. So,
now in high school, what were some things you were involved in?
I was involved with football, basketball, and track.
That's awesome. So football-wise, what were you doing for the team?
I was defensive end and tight end.
Oh, that's terrific. So did you like catching touchdowns or sacking the quarterback more?
I like sacking the quarterback more.
Yeah, that's the right answer I think we're looking for. Derek, one last question for you. Outside of school, what do you like to do to keep yourself busy? What are some of your favorite hobbies?
Well, right now I'm trying to get on the Paralympic team, so doing a lot of training. So yeah, a lot of training, either hanging out with family or training for track. So,
Derek, thank you so much for the time today. We're so happy to have you here with us.
Thank you. So,
a recent graduate, he's heading on to Hope College to do track and field. I was talking to him a little bit last night. I said, what events do you do? And he listed off 4 or 5, and he said, probably they'll put me in the decathlon. This is a kid who does not have a right leg. He's got a prosthetic leg, and he's overcome all those obstacles of dealing with that, and it's pretty cool. Pretty cool story.
Truly amazing.
And a lot of that is thanks to the Shriners Hospital and the money raised with this kind of event, this Shrine Bowl. Again, the Wyoming Shrine Bowl has raised $737,000 for the Salt Lake Hospital, the Salt Lake Shriners Hospital. Now, I was looking at Graydon Buell a minute ago, and I saw him indicate to some teammates, to some folks, I'm headed up. He pointed up here. He said, I'll be right back.
It's a maze of people down there to see right now. But I want to take this time to remind you guys that the Shrine Bowl is just kind of the kickoff here of a lot of great Wyoming athletic events coming up throughout the summer. Next weekend, next Saturday, a week from today, we will have coverage of the Wyoming All-State Soccer game up in Gillette. You can find that stream right here on My Local Radio. And then later on in the summer, on July 24th, it'll be the basketball and volleyball All-Star games. And that'll be a precursor for the American Legion AA tournament that will go from July 26th to the 31st, and you can watch all of that on mylocalradio.com. So we hope to have you guys around for those broadcasts. We're just getting started with a lot of great stuff this summer.
Joining us now here on the postgame show, Graydon Buell, Offensive Player of the Game, Offensive Player of the Year, Offensive everything, right? Graydon, congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much. It was fun.
Hold that a little closer to your mouth there. So for you, what does it mean, knowing that where the South has been, not having won a game for a few years, to get this win today?
Oh, it means a lot. I mean, we all talked about it going through the week and stuff, how important it was to all the South Shriners to get a win and all the South kids in the Shriners Hospital to get a win. So that's what we were playing for, the South Shriners and the South kids. So we just want to go out and get a win for those guys.
You started a little bit slow with that interception. Were you feeling? I mean, what was that like for you?
Oh, I mean, I didn't see him. He dropped right under. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't see him. I just looked right through him, I guess. But that happens. I mean, he's a great player. Nick Couch is a stud. So I mean, stuff like that is gonna happen when you have 11 of the best football players in Wyoming on the field. But we responded. I'd like to think I responded. So it turned out good.
Great, and I like to think that if you're going to get picked off, it might be good to be picked off by the defensive player of the game. Now, talk to me a little bit about what it's like to really close the book on your high school career with this game today, coming on such a close win.
Oh, it means a lot. Like I said, this game is so awesome. It's such an honor to be able to finish our high school careers on this field, playing against a great North team. I mean, it's just amazing. It's bittersweet because, I mean, it is sad that my high school career is over, but like I said earlier, my next chapter is coming fast, so I just got to get ready for that, and it was just a blessing.
What were you thinking as the North was making that last drive? You guys pinned them deep, but they drove all the way down and scored. What were your thoughts?
I was just having confidence in my defense. I mean, those guys are studs. Like I said, 11 of the best defensive players in the state are on that field. So I knew they were gonna get yards. I knew they were gonna go on a drive. Everybody knew that. I mean, those guys are all studs. It's not hard to see. Everybody is so good on that football field. So it's just who made a bigger play, and then our defense stepped up big time right at the end, and rest is history.
Great, and talk to us a little bit about the competitiveness. I mean, this is a team that's formulated from a bunch of different schools coming together, but it seemed like you guys were playing like it was the state championship down the stretch.
Oh, yeah. everybody wants to compete. That's why we're on this field. We are all competitors. I mean, the North is a great, great squad that loves to compete. The South is also very, very ultra competitive. So, I mean, when you put two of the most competitive people in the state on a field, you're going to get a very competitive game. You're not going to get people not wanting to win. So that's why I think it's so competitive, because everybody is just so ultra competitive.
You guys are going to enjoy and celebrate the victory in what style after this, you think?
I don't know. I think I'm going to head back with my family, get with some of my Cheyenne guys, go to dinner, something like that. Just talk about the game, talk about our high school careers. I mean, I'm not sure yet, but we'll figure it out.
Great. And before we let you go, tell us what the plans are coming up for you collegiately.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go play for North Dakota State School of Science for a semester, and then transfer down to the University of Wyoming and continue my education and playing football for them in the spring. So I'm excited. I can't wait.
Great. And I think I speak for all Pokes fans when they say they're very excited to see you in black and gold one day in Laramie.
I hope so.
Thanks so much, Graydon.
Thank you.
Congratulations on the win, man.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's
Have a good rest of your day.
Hey, you too. Offensive Player of the Year, Graydon Buell, led the South to victory.
What a nice guy.
Yeah.
I mean, came up here out of breath, we should add, too. I mean, just sprinted up the steps and is now going back to celebrating. That's kind of the thing that gets lost about these tremendous athletes, their ability to spread themselves around between enjoying the win and helping out the press a little bit.
Absolutely. And when the rest of his teammates, and probably where he'd like to be, is right down there on the field celebrating and joining with his teammates
to give us 5 minutes of his time.
Yeah.
I'm very excited to see him play at that collegiate level. And this is one of the reasons why you should watch the Shrine Bowl if you want to be ahead of the curve a little bit, because that's a player who, if he played like tonight at UW, he's going to be a special player for that program.
You're tuned in to the Wyoming Shrine Bowl, the 48th annual. We really appreciate working with one of Wyoming's best, Mel Orchard III, partner at the Spence Law Firm and past student athlete at the Shrine Bowl. And we're expecting Nick Tallage to come up and chat with us as well.
I see him now.
The defensive.
It's kind of like, where's Waldo? I got him down pinned at the 40-yard line near midfield with his back to us as we give you great play-by-play description right now of his location.
Well, we'll hope that he comes up,
Yeah.
right?
But you can't fault anyone when there's a sea of people out there, and when you're the defensive player of the game, I think everyone wants to talk to you for some chunk of time.
For sure. Let's run through some final stats for you, and these are unofficial. These are stats I kept as we went through the game. We'll start with the winning team, the South. I had Graydon Buell, 26 of 41 for 301 yards, 3 touchdowns, the 1 interception. Also, 19 carries for 70 yards on the ground and a touchdown. He accounted for 4 touchdowns today and won that Offensive Player of the Game award. His favorite target during the season at Cheyenne East was Jackson Hesford. No surprises, that was his favorite target today. 12 catches for 137 yards for Hesford. Jake Rail had 5 catches for 73 yards and a touchdown as well. Nate Barnes led the running backs, 8 carries, 56 yards. And can't forget Brady Storbo. He was Brady Storbo rather, big target. And I feel like without him out there, I feel like Storbo helped Buell find his groove, get comfortable.
One thing that Buell said was there are 11 amazing defensive players out there.
Mm-hmm.
There are also 10 other fantastic offensive plays on there, and it was just iron sharpening iron for 15 minutes per quarter.
Yeah. Storbo finished with 6 catches, 49 yards. For the in total offense, no surprise here with all the offense we saw today. I have the South with 479 yards of offense, 301 on the ground, 178, or 301 through the air, 178 on the ground. A pretty similar number for the North, 468 total, 301 through the air, 167 on the ground. And Caleb Pryor, quietly, and not quiet only because his team lost, but a really good day for Pryor. 18 of 28, 301 yards, 3 touchdowns. That's a good day.
Yeah,
that's
not a bad day at the office whatsoever.
Couple picks, but boy, great day for Pryor. He also ran the ball 6 times, 35 yards. Leading rusher for the North, Braxton Bundy, 15 carries, 67 yards, and a touchdown. Jackson Pakula finishes 16 carries, 50 yards, and a touchdown.
Yeah, both sides kind of approach with their running back by committee, so to speak.
And then Dice Shepard, the leading receiver for the North, 7 catches, 134 yards, 3 touchdowns. That's a historic performance for a receiver, tight end here today.
I've got my Nick Talich tracker on right now. He can't go 2 feet without someone asking for a picture with him or to shake his hand.
Okay. Well, let's take a quick break here. Elon, are we on a local network? A network break. So we'll take a quick timeout for us. And this is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com.
Gee, Tommy, you look amazing. Did you try something different with your enamel?
No way. I wouldn't do anything to alter these pearly whites, but I did see Dr. McKay Frankham, who told me if I didn't floss, I could miss up 35% of food particles.
Really? He told you that?
Yep, and you know what? He's 100% right. I started flossing, and now I look better than ever.
Wow, I want to see Dr. McKay Frankham.
Well, give him a call, 307-789-8910. Easy to remember, right?
That's super easy. Dr. McKay Frankham at 307-789-8910. I'll call today.
There's only one podcast that tells you everything you need to know about America's game in the Cowboy State.
307 Baseball.
Hear from great guests, know what games and players to keep an eye on, and don't miss the Coaches and Media Poll, hosted by Matthew Peterson.
Yeah, I mean, this is the chess game that I've been talking about.
Elon Olive.
Means so much more to the Rangers when they're going to get ready to take on Gillette.
And Cullen Holt.
So the games that really count are already here. We've been building up to it.
Don't miss 307 Baseball every Thursday during baseball season on mylocalradio.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
This presentation on mylocalradio.com is brought to you in part by Todd Hoover at Hoover Chiropractic. Dr. Hoover does all the chiropractic work you need, as well as blood work, dietary supplements, a weight loss program, and he can help you get rid of migraines and allergies. That's Dr. Todd Hoover at Hoover Chiropractic in Evanston.
Welcome back into our post-game report. The South snaps a 7-year losing skid against the North, winning by just 2 very thin points. And what a game it was. As we want to remind you guys, there's other great high school athletic events coming up this summer, and the party's not over yet. Next weekend, a week from today exactly, in Gillette, we'll have the coverage for the All-Star Soccer game. We just wrapped up that season, so be sure to tune in for that. And then later on in July, we're going to bring out the hardwood and have the All-Star volleyball and basketball get underway on the 24th. And then we'll have coverage for the entirety of the AA American Legion Baseball Tournament from Laramie, going from the 26th to the 31st of July. So be sure to tune into that, all on mylocalradio.com. All right, folks, let's talk a little bit about some of the big drives and some of the big moments of this game before we kind of call it a show here. We got a couple things we want to get through the rest of our post-game report, but wow, there were 4 straight, make that 5 straight key possessions. So if you reel it back to the end of the third quarter, the North scored a touchdown to add on to their lead with 1:45 to go. Then the South immediately responded less than a minute later to reel themselves right back into it. And then the next play with 50 seconds left, how about a snap that gets past Caleb Pryor, the quarterback, and is scooped up by Vigil for the South and cashes it in for 6. And then not long later, the next play by the North, it was a pick by Caleb Pryor to give it right back to the South. Nate Barnes of Cokefield came up with it. And then a touchdown by the South to put up 21 points in a hurry to take the lead for the first time all day long. And that was kind of the big story of the game. You want to go back and rewatch this one. A lot to rewatch, but wow, make sure you include the end of the third and the beginning of the fourth quarter. We're hopeful to get Nick Talich, the defensive player of the game, up here, but he's definitely a busy man right now down on the turf. A lot of people wishing him congrats and taking pictures with him, so we'd understand if we could not get an interview with him. So with that being said, we'll take a quick local commercial break here. We'll be right back after this message from your local sponsors. This is the 2021 Wyoming Shrine Bowl on mylocalradio.com.
America keeps moving, and Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to help you keep rolling. Whether you need a brand new vehicle or service on one you already own, Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to lend a helping hand. Our certified mechanics are knowledgeable, and our sales team takes the time to get to know you and what your needs are. Stop in today, Auto Farm Chevrolet, 624 Front Street, Evanston. Evanston's community-driven dealer.
When you're looking for one location that is centrally located in Wyoming to host a business meeting or corporate retreat, always consider the Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper first. With meeting rooms and amenities that everyone can enjoy at the Come On In is the best place to host events. The rustic decor, fireplaces, jacuzzis, pool, and large indoor atrium will make your event memorable. Call today and find out the ways we can help make your event a success. Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper. Call 307-472-6300.
Across Wyoming, high school students have been working to be their best, to succeed in life, to make a difference in the world. The team at the Spence Law Firm in Jackson understands that winning attitudes make the difference. We expect to win every case we take. This philosophy is the core of our practice. This provides a foundation in our work to successfully represent each of our clients. The Spence Law Firm, recognizing students across the state for their hard work and winning attitudes.
Back on the 48th Annual Wyoming Shrine Bowl, South with the win, 34-32. First win since 2012 when the South won 56-33. Graydon Buell, the offensive player of the game, Nick Talich, defensive player of the game, and Nick, understandably, has more important things to do than come
to hang out with us.
Hang out with us.
I don't blame him for that. We're hot and sweaty up here.
Uh-huh. So, final thoughts then. Let's just finish this thing up, Matthew.
Yeah, let's put a bow on it. And the South, well, coming into today, had won 4 out of the 5 state championships this past football season, so you thought maybe they had the edge, fell behind early, but wow, they just used 2 minutes at the end of the third and started the fourth to catapult themselves ahead and finished it off well with a great stop on a 2-point conversion. So give credit where credit is due, and that is that South defense strapping it down when they had to the most, and the offense, Graydon Buell, when you put up 34 points, you sure hope you win.
Big turning point in that second quarter when South scored with under a minute to go in the second quarter, right? Got that touchdown to make it 14-7. That turned the tide a little bit for them. They kept the momentum going into the third, and boy, a fun game today. It was fun to see the South win and fun to see a competitive game. It was just a great all-around game this afternoon at Cheney Alumni Field and Trona County High School.
And most of all, a great game for an unbelievable event and raising money for Shriners Hospital. We hope all of you guys enjoyed the game and can find some way to make Shriners Hospital a part of your day here.
And we might have Nick Talich making his way.
Oh, now he's running up the stairs. At the nick of time.
Yeah. If he doesn't get too distracted.
Yep, he's coming, so this will be a good ending.
Okay.
Everyone wants to talk to the man of the hour.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they do. Now, Talich, in case you missed it in the beginning of the game, he intercepted a pass. The South was driving on its first possession. They had great field position. Talich got that interception and kept the North.
And here is the defensive player of the game, Nick Talich out of Cody. Nick, I love how you take a seat because you've been working hard out there so far today, flying across the gridiron. You guys didn't get the result you would have liked, but tell me about what you saw today from that linebacker spot.
Well, it was a tough game, tough loss, but it's always, this game is for the kids. So it was a great game. That's the game you want to play in. So that was fun. And from the linebacker spot, I mean, we did good. We did great, just not good enough. So it was fun to end that way, and it was fun to play against all the best guys in the state.
Nick, go back to the beginning of the game. You picked off Graydon Buell, and we talked to him earlier, and he said he flat out just didn't see you. I'm guessing you're pretty happy you saw that football, though.
Well, he's Gatorade Player of the Year, so it's pretty cool to pick off the Gatorade Player of the Year, and I have a lot of respect for Graydon. So it was cool to pick him off and get one for the North.
Yeah, he threw, I think, 5 interceptions the whole season and then 1 on his first 2 passes. So talk about, you won a state championship with Cody in the fall. Talk about the differences and just what it means to play in this game versus, winning a state championship.
Oh, winning state's awesome for your town.
Yeah.
But it's an honor to be selected to play in a game like this, especially it's for such a good cause.
Yeah.
So it's really just an honor.
Yeah, one thing we talked to Graydon about was the competitiveness. I mean, that came down to the wire, and it looked like you guys were playing as if it was November in the state championship. Did you guys have that same feeling on the north sideline?
Well, I mean, for me, I definitely missed a few tackles I didn't really want to miss, and all those dudes are shifty and studs. So, I mean, that's on me. That's all credit to them. But for the rest of our team, it's crazy how well both sides came together, and we were just a team, which is crazy in a week to say that. But it was awesome to see everyone come together and play the way we did.
Nick, you played with your coach from Cody here today. Was he as hard as he was with you guys up in Cody as these guys today here in Casper?
Well, he's always hard on everyone, and I look up to him so much. He's one of my biggest role models in life, and I keep saying it, and he always will be. He's just such a great person, and I've such an honor to have him as my coach. But he was definitely hard on us, and he pushed us as hard as he could have, and he did a great job.
Yeah. Ryan, I've got one last question unless you got one. Yeah, just tell us about what your plans are coming up here now that you're really done with high school.
So I got offered a preferred walk-on at Wyoming, and that's what I'm going to end up pursuing. And I was pretty excited because my dad played there, and that's always been one of my dreams. So it's kind of crazy with COVID. I mean, it was hard to get recruited and stuff. So I really feel like I'm really honored to have a chance to play, just get an opportunity.
Well, we hope that opportunity ferments into a real thing because I'm sure you enjoyed suiting up in the Poke colors today.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to represent the state, even obviously in the Shrine Bowl, and then really cool to represent the state of Wyoming wearing brown and gold.
Nick, congratulations on Defensive Player of the Game. Sorry you couldn't get the result you guys would have liked to have seen on the scoreboard, but I'm sure you had a blast out there.
It's awesome to play football all the time. So thank you guys for everything, and it was a fun game.
That's a football guy response right there. That is Nick Talich out of Cody High School, the North and the overall Defensive Player of the Game, joining us here on the broadcast as we wrap up the post-game show. Any more final thoughts to really call it a post-game?
No, just I think thank you for tuning in. Thank you for this opportunity. We want to thank the Come On In of Casper, Wyoming, and, of course, a special thanks to Mel Orchard, the third partner at the Spence Law Firm in Jackson, Wyoming. The proceeding has been a wholly owned production of MyLocalRadio.com and Cook Brothers Broadcasting, no portion of which may be used or rebroadcast without the express written consent of Old West Media, Incorporated. Our executive producer is Val Cook. We thank our office manager, Kayleen Anderson, and our sales manager, Julie Burley, along with Rich's Matthew Peterson and the Valley's Colin Holt, and production assistant Alyssa McDaniel. Also thanks to Elin Olive, our producer today, and spotter Joel Ellsworth. Biggest thanks to our sponsors and to you for tuning in. We invite you to visit MyLocalRadio.com for archived games and past interviews with Red Devil players and coaches, Rich Rebel players and coaches, and Mountain View and Lyman players and coaches as well. Like My Local Radio Sports on Facebook to stay up to date with the games. Thanks again so much for tuning in, and so long.